back here in NFL Head Coach '09, and it is a absolutely just fascinating season that we have because if you clicked off the last video before we really got to the end, well, crazy madness struck before the season could even start due to the fact that Boar Jackson, like in training camps, I guess it would be, is immediately out for the season before we ever even get to play a game this year. This is a season in which we had made so many moves to try to get into the next contention window of this team. The window doesn't stay open forever. Either you adapt and you make changes to try to reopen that window, or you just kind of fizzle out. We made the changes that we felt were necessary, and before we even get to see if it'll work, Boar's gone. Because of that, we had to go and make a trade and kind of backtrack a trade that we made. Jeremy Pearson was somebody who we sent to the Panthers in the original big trade for a quarterback, and instead of doing that, I had to go and get him back because now we need a running back, and he was like really one of the best options out there. So I had to go and give even more capital to go and get Pearson back because having Pearson is obviously going to be important for this team. I had to give up Ray Hendrickson. It was basically a swap because Hendrickson was also on a restricted free agent 1-year deal. Pearson, restricted free agent 1-year deal. So it was just basically swapping our number 3 wide receiver for, I guess, our starting running back this year. Obviously, though, the season revolves around one guy, Mr. Augustus Gordon. We're going to, I guess you would just call him Gus. Who just says Augustus? You just kind of call him Gus for short. Gordon, though, I mean, you see the potential. You see everything here. It is a special quarterback who also is mobile and doesn't make us subtract our Vince Young offense too much. Like, he's not the runner that Young is, because he's not, shifty, agile. He also, 81 injury, 86 toughness. Maybe we don't want him getting hit too much, so we're not going to do a lot of running with him, but there will be instances where it happens. We're going to see if he is the franchise quarterback for this team. I invested a lot to get him, and I haven't seen a quarterback this, just fascinating from an overall skill ceiling, especially for a guy that just didn't have a draft story. So I would have liked to see what Gus and Boar would have done together in a backfield. We're not going to see it, unfortunately. So wide receiver, Cammy Walker, Torrey Edwards. I think it's a big Torrey Edwards year. We're going to be passing the ball a lot more than I would say usually, I think, unless the run game is just amazing. But also stepping in now, Richie Campbell, a late round rookie player who now is going to have to suddenly be our number 3. We still have the same offensive line for the most part. We have one big missing piece here. Logan Mankins was used to go and make that big trade up. He's the best guard in the league, I'm pretty sure. Overall wise, yeah. He is, by a comfortable margin, the best guard in the league. And it's like just one of those things where it's the price you gotta pay. So Todd Kramer has been our swing interior lineman for a number of years. He's just now gonna step in as the starter, and I think he's ready for the job. He's been waiting for years for it. Defensive line, Tom Bahali still here. Walt Daniels, one of the first round picks that we made. We made a number of first round picks, and Daniels being one of them, 89 potential. We made a big trade in the offseason, acquiring finally a potential game-wrecking defensive lineman, Anton Weaver, a former top draft pick for the Ravens, who were very content on just selling really low on him. We also brought back Janoris Hutchinson, our star undrafted player from last year. Linebacking core, though, it's the same thing. Freddie Bates, Mario Martinez, D'Amico Ryans. At cornerback, we said goodbye to Nnamdi Asomugha. And Luke Luck, despite being the highest overall, he is not the starting corner. We had another first-round pick that we spent on Jabari Gordon, with 95 potential, and I think was comped to Nnamdi Asomugha, if I remember correctly. It's been like 2 weeks, but he had like a Nnamdi skill set. He's going to immediately step in on that number 1 spot. Rick Foley, who I thought played pretty well in spots in the second half of last year after I put him in as a starting corner, he's going to be the number 2. Luke Lock's going to be the 3, and we have good depth here. Safety, we have Michael Griffin still, but on the strong side, no more Adrian Wilson. Our final first-round pick that we spent 4 first rounders because we traded so many players to try to, get younger. Andrew Woods was a kind of best available type of guy. He wasn't like a pressing need because I had Nick Rain. Nick Rain I ended up dealing for, a mid-round pick just to get him out there to have an opportunity, but he wasn't a pressing need. He was just like, hey, a really good opportunity to get a nice player, and we took it. The team is younger, and the team is maybe from an overall perspective a bit worse, but I think the expectations are we go as far as Gus's development is. If he is a out the gates day one star, we might be on to something. I think we could be a playoff team. If we got to go through those learning pains and the growing pains and we don't have Bohr to fall back on to give a heavy workload to, could be an ugly offensive season for us. But it's just a matter of, will Gus be the answer day one, or will it take a little bit of time? I'm not opposed to it taking time. I understand it. So we just got to hope that, hey, the faster the development, the faster the progression, the better.
This is Adam Schefter of NFL Network with your preseason college update. Now that Darby Miles has gone on to the NFL, the attention shifts to marquee players that will replace him. Let's start with Rayshon Highsmith, the Heisman favorite from Ohio State. Barring injury, Highsmith should put up some huge numbers this year after finishing last season with 1,600 rushing yards and 16 touchdowns. A player that could challenge him is Cal quarterback Jonathan Cook. The Berkeley native is in the perfect spread offense for a player of his talent level, and he should thrive. I'll be back next month with more on these players as well as the rest of college football. Keep it on NFL Network.
Show you the schedule here as our approval goes down, but schedule: Cowboys, Colts, Jags, so 2 division games early. Ravens, Eagles, Bengals, Washington, Jags again, Steelers, Browns, Texans, Dolphins, Colts late season, Raiders, Texans, Giants. So playing the NFC East is rough because the Cowboys and the Giants are both really good, and the Eagles, that's going to be the game we circle on the calendar, because this is Vince Young. That's great how it worked out. Predictable, the first game of the season against a very tough Cowboys team is giving us a little bit of trouble here. 24-14 your score. We have the ball though, and we are at our own 32-yard line. It's been, about what you'd expect from a rookie quarterback on a new team and a new offense kind of trying to adjust here. We are trying to, identify what this backfield rotation is going to look like for this year. Ashton Wilder already got hurt, so Fillmore, the rookie, is in, taking the carry here and getting a yard. It's obviously been Pearson having the majority of the carries, but obviously we're going to need a couple of, backup reps to relieve him. And as for Gordon, I mean, for this team, it's really just about don't do anything silly, don't turn the ball over too much. Our defense is still really good. We have 2 injuries here as Gordon throws short. It's caught, and that'll be a short completion for about 5. And the injuries here, I know Wilder is one of them. I don't know about the other one, though, as it's Torrey Edwards out for a play. That's okay. That's not so bad. Ashton Wilder, not injured. Feels like with 7 minutes to go, down by 10, this could be 4 down territory. So what does Gus have for us here? Play action, it'll be. And, okay, he handed it off. I didn't know that they've never done that before. If you can see recent play, it was play action QB choice, but I have never seen them hand it off before. Vince Young has literally never handed it. All right, cool. I mean, like, it's cool to know that that's a thing that can happen. 4th and 3 at the 39. You know what? Let's put Gus in his first kind of big situation here. Big moment for Gus. 4th down and 3. I know this is risky, but with just over 6.5 to go, clock still ticking. I don't know. I want to see what we got here. As Gus over the middle, incomplete. Cammy and Walker well covered there. Not really on Gus, I feel like that was just well played by the Cowboys. So it'll be the Cowboy offense taking over. It's Josh Johnson, the quarterback. They gave up a lot to get him a few years back, and it's been successful for Dallas, who has been a perennial contender in the NFC, just not been able, I believe, to get... I don't think they've even gotten to a Super Bowl, but they've been close. I know they've at least been to a conference title game once, maybe twice. But they've been, like, really just one of the top contenders in the conference. Is Johnson outside. It's caught short of the line, and it will be 3rd and 3. Still got Marion in the backfield, and, you know, a really talented team. More so defensively with guys like DeMarcus Ware still, you know, at a high point in his career. Is a big hit and a tackle for loss. That will keep it a 2-score game, as the field goal unit probably will come on. I think it's a 50-yarder. And will they? They're gonna punt. So that 4th down failure, not really all that harmful to us. We only lost a small amount of time, and the other option was punting. And no harm done here, as he'll throw for Rocky. And that's gonna be caught. Tight end maybe can see some more reps this year. Somebody will need to step up outside of Cammy and Walker to have a bigger year to make up for the loss of Bohr. Somebody, whether it is the tight end, I said Torrey Edwards before, somebody's gonna have to make up that deficit. Or maybe just Pearson will be the guy for us and make us not drop off too much with a different running back in the backfield, as Pearson is gonna have 4. Also am curious to see, you know, who Gus ends up liking. You know, with Vince Young, it was very much one read, Cammy and Walker most of the time. He force-fed the stars. What will Gus's strategy be? Well, he misses Walker there open. 3rd down and 6. Definitely going to have to go for it here if we don't get it, as Gus throwing him another injury. He'll go try to find Cammy and Walker, who can't reel it in. Maybe threw it a little too quickly. Richie Campbell hurt. That's our number 3 receiver. That's rough. We're doubling down here with the 4th down try. Didn't work last time. See if it happens this time. We're giving Gus the chance, though, to go out and win these games. We don't want to play scared. We want to give him the opportunity to be put in these high-leverage situations, because we want to be a high-leverage situation type of team. As he's got Edwards. Okay. No, he dropped it. I was going to say, the drag route, if you've seen early on, Edwards, like, they didn't even come close to covering him. Throws outside to Walker. Not the decision I would have made, but also he delivered it right on point, and Cammy couldn't hang on. So that's unfortunate. I trust the receiving core, obviously. We're just gonna hope that Cammy and Walker and whoever else is not gonna start like regressing or falling apart on us. But Josh Johnson to throw, he's sacked. It was a short drop, and he had no chance on that one. So we'll have it for 2nd and 14. Anton Weaver immediately bowling through to get the sack. We're hoping Anton Weaver could be a big piece for this defense, as they'll throw off the blitz. It's picked off! Just stepped in front, and a pick. The defense, phenomenal right now in this 4th quarter. It's Andrew Woods, the 1st-round rookie. Well, Gus, you've gotten a couple of chances here. 2 4th down tries, and now an interception. You're still in a spot where it is possible to make this happen. Gus on the run, got the completion, and a 1st down to the 46. The receiving core, though, I will say, is pretty bare. Torrey Edwards is banged up. Richie Campbell is out, so we're pretty lacking on the depth here. Is that ball incomplete? Does kind of feel like we got to play some Cammy and Walker buddy ball here, because we just don't have another go-to right now, as that's going to be a free rusher off the edge. DeMarcus Ware that's what DeMarcus Ware does. He'll have such a quick jump off the line that'll just absolutely blow right by you before you even know what's happening. Just a typical DeMarcus Ware blow off the edge with a great timing, great jump, and before you know it, you're on the ground. 3rd down and 14. Gus finds a man out of the backfield. All right, that makes sense. 4th down and 8. Just try to get into a bit more of a 4th and manageable. Well, every 4th down's getting progressively longer and longer, so Didn't work with 4th and 3 failed, 4th and 6 failed. How about 4th and 8? And we're drawing up another Cammy and Walker play as Gus will throw. And Gus on the wheel route gets the completion. And he stays in bounds. Nice job. That was 4th string wide receiver Bryce Surrency. Maybe relation to Quentin. That's why he's here, just because of name value, I guess. As oh no, picked off. Yeah, that's game. Oh my goodness, pick 6. He's under a lot of fire right now. It's a tough draw to have your first game against a great Cowboy team. There is just going to be that adjustment period. He's got to learn the plays. He's got to learn the playbook, got to learn the timing, the communication with everybody. I would have just liked a little bit of an easier matchup in game 1 as Gordon is sacked on the rollout now. We just try to get some positive plays here, get some momentum or something just to take into next week. You're kind of at that point. As you go over the middle, that ball... Another drop! Man! A thin receiving core where, you know, if an injury takes place, it just is pretty devastating for us. As 3rd down and 20 now. And they send the nickel blitz. It's picked up. And that pass intercepted as well. That one stepped in front. Man, like, he's just under fire right now. Like, he's just being pressured every play. And it's Adrian Wilson with the interception. The guy we dealt to the Cowboys. You know, dealing him cross-conference. You know, you're like, maybe don't have to deal with him very much. But first game immediately comes out and picks us off. So 34-14 is your final, though. And Gus throws 2 picks. A 19 of 38 game. Yeah, just not good. Running the ball, though, like, the run game didn't help. At 18 carries for 52 yards. Wilder got hurt. Gordon and Fillmore didn't add much. Just, you know, collective less than 3 yards a carry. Our leading receiver was Bryce Surrency. So now I'm kind of thinking here, like, especially with the fact that if Richie Campbell is injured for any amount of time or if injuries are just going to be an issue with this receiving core right now, maybe got to go and find a little bit of an insurance policy. I'm going to be real. To right on that line, it's 27-7, but the Colts have the ball. It's not a full-on blowout yet. I'll let it ride out. Oh, wow, we got a pick. Freddie Bates with the interception. He's got 2 on the game. All right. I'll give it this possession. I'll play out this one drive. If we score, maybe. If we don't, we'll get out of here. The run game's been atrocious. I've been disappointed so far with Pearson and really just everything when it relates to the run game. Let's go play action here, though, and Gordon throwing deep middle. No, he missed Torrey Edwards. And that accuracy just has to get itself right. He's just got to get it down. I don't know how long it's going to take for it to happen, though. So keep on riding the waves here as Gordon will throw. And he's sacked. Again, though, I can't act like Cowboys Colts is an insanely tough draw. I'll give him that excuse at least, but once we hit like week 3, week 4, the excuses will start to subside a little bit because we aren't facing the best defenses in the league. But yeah, it's just a little rough as that ball could have been picked. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be getting out of this game pretty quickly. We'll see if we get the 4th down. It's also just the fact that, like, the knowledge here for this play, for example, is full, but a lot of our other plays, the knowledge is not full. Because Gordon's learning, and Campbell's learning, and our new, other exterior pieces are trying to learn, is that just dumped it off on 4th down. All right. Yeah, we expected this. We're not ready for the Colts. We're just not. Interception again, though, Foley. Okay, we'll just let it ride, though. We're not going to trick ourselves into believing that we can win this game. The only thing I will say is the defense, at least. I mean, 27 points allowed, obviously not ideal, but being put in precarious situations time after time, a lot of 3-and-outs. Big pass there, Reggie Wayne for 40 yards. Joseph Adai, touchdown. But you see, Adai was held to less than 3 yards a carry so far this game, and like the defense, the score obviously doesn't look pretty, but I think the defense is playing pretty solid, and they've turned them over a couple of times and stringing together something on this drive. Here we go. That's nice. There we go. A nice touchdown there. That was a lot of completions in a row. Onside kick not our way, but that was at least a positive drive to end the game. And Gordon will finally get on the board here. He had 2 touchdowns this game. Yeah. 135 yards, 12 of 24, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Better than week 1 for sure. This can't happen. This is an issue. 13 carries, 11 yards for Pearson. That is just, you can't do that. Camion Walker, 66 yards and 2 touchdowns. And the sack was Hutchinson, Bates, Foley, and the rookie Gordon, the DB Gordon, got an interception. So that's cool. This is exactly what we were hoping for. So my worry was, hey, are we just bad? Like bad? Or, hey, tough matchups, we'll get things right, and we'll be able to win, against some lesser teams. The Jaguars by no means are a great team. At least I don't think they are, but we're winning right now 24-6 at the 5-yard line as well. Like, this is very much on track to be a blowout. The defense has played a big part in that, but Gus has played pretty well, and Fillmore, the rookie running back, punches it into the end zone. We're up pending the extra point, 31-6. And yeah, Gus has played well. I don't know if we need to hop in like further on this one. I don't like having, a bunch of blowouts, good or bad, in a row. We obviously want to have action here, but up 25 points, I don't think we really need to do anything. This is also the Jaguars without David Garrard. They have a new QB. Maybe we'll take a peek at what he's up to, but yeah, we're gonna just straight up win this game, and a big win for us. The approval is gonna shoot up, and it already has shot up. The reason it has shot up was because I do hop in during sims to make field goal 4th down decisions, because obviously the computer likes to punt the ball from the 33-yard line. I'll go in and make like a field goal decision for the team since I am still the head coach. I think it's fine for me to make decisions sometimes. And then when I hopped in one time, it was like a 4th and 1 at like the 35, and it asked me to do like a defining moment, go for it. I went for it. It works. Cool. So the approval got up there, but I didn't really do a whole lot to influence it. I just kind of let the team do their thing. We win the game 34-6 though. And we go for 191 yards, 17-22, 3 touchdowns, no picks, and only sacked 1 time. That is ideal right there. So we've seen now awful in week 1, kind of whatever in week 2, legitimately really good in week 3. The rushing attack was a lot better. 3.8 a carry for both Wilder and Pearson, who had a 50-50 split basically. Both ran for 70 yards, and Fillmore had the touchdown run. And then the receiving game, Camion Walker 96 yards, Torrey Edwards 2 touchdowns, and Fillmore also had a receiving touchdown. So that's really interesting that Fillmore was over here racking up the touchdowns. Sacks, Daniels had 2, Weaver 1, Bates 1, Hutchinson 1, and Martinez with 1. Head to the 4th quarter with a lead. It's a little bit of an odd score. It's not field goals. Actually, we did score a touchdown. We just missed the extra point. So it should be 13-10, but a missed extra point. Maybe it was blocked or whatever, but it was a big run, actually, from Pearson that got it there. Gordon, on the other hand, back to struggling a little bit against a good Ravens team. But we are up 12-10, 8 minutes in the 4th quarter, and here we go. From the Baltimore 23, it's been Fillmore who's been taking the majority of the carries today. Wilder got hurt again, so that's why we got a deep backfield just in case some injuries rotate through. We kind of pulled back on some Pearson carries, but he broke off a big one, so maybe we can kind of lean on Pearson in this fourth quarter a little bit, with the run game being what's kind of helped us out a little bit more with the interceptions that Gordon has thrown. He's thrown 2, I believe. And yeah, I mean, other than the picks, Gordon I think has been fine, but he did have a red zone interception specifically. Let's go play action here, and Gordon will throw over the middle. There you go, Cammy and Walker. Inside the 10, I think this will be Ashton Wilder. He's the only injury that I know of from this game. And Wilder leg cramp. All right, that's fine. But the run game has been perfectly just whatever. It's been fine, serviceable. And as long as we can have the occasional big run to help us out, that's fine. Pearson, I think, is at 99 yards right now, so we'll go with the carry right up the middle, and Pearson breaks a tackle, and there's a touchdown. His second of the game, and a 2-score lead. So this Ravens team has had back-to-back MVPs. Joe Flacco and Marshawn Lynch in the last 2 years have both won MVP. They have been a double-digit win team, a perennial playoff contender. I think, the last 2 years it's been us more so 2 years ago with the Super Bowl and everything, but it's been Colts, Titans, and then the Ravens have been right there with us. As the Ravens throwing short, Flacco completed, and a 3-yard gain. But the interesting thing here is these poor Ravens were the victims of John Gruden just being John Gruden. The second time in this franchise, in this series, that he had a successful team, had a disappointing playoff showing, and then just straight up quit. So I think Caldwell, if I remember, is Jim Caldwell the coach of this team? I believe he is. I know he got a head coaching job, and it was really cool that he got it. It was very well deserved for the work that he did in Indy, that he did with us, and that he did elsewhere getting an offensive coordinator job. But regardless, this team is still firing off on offense, though our defense is making it difficult on them. That's a completion, though, for a big game past midfield. From the 42 of Tennessee, 2 tight ends in the formation. And it could be time for no Marshawn Lynch. It's play action. Throwing it back across the left side of the field, and it's completed. Trying to rip that ball is Michael Griffin, but he gets him down for 14. For as good as the defense has played, this Ravens offense, I'd say probably a top 5 offense in the league, is going to get something going at some point. Quick drop for Flacco. Looking, though. Floats it in. This backup tight end has Martinez there. Also, yeah, Anton Weaver on our defensive line. This is a little bit of a revenge game for Anton Weaver. Because not only did they trade you, they traded you for nothing, basically. We gave up like 2 4th-round picks for Anton Weaver somehow, which is just inexplicable that we got him for so little as that pass outside caught. And inside the 20, I guess maybe the Ravens had to cut down cap somewhere. And this is also a team that we've had other ties to, because very early in the series, we traded Albert Haynesworth to the Ravens, and he's been on the Ravens ever since, even including now. So, play action for Flacco! Sacked! And Freddie Bates got in for a 7-yard loss. Second and 17, they motion out Lynch, who has turned into a lot better of a pass catcher. We had Martinez in the blitz. Speaking of Martinez, though, he was in on the blitz, and he made the tackle on the catch from Marshawn. Martinez just flying all over the field. 3rd down and 21. Obviously, the Ravens can very much take a field goal here to cut it back down to a 1-score game. We would probably have that be the optimal outcome here as they motion Lynch out again. Will they find him? As the pressure in, and Mario Martinez swats it down at the line. Every time I go and make one of these, it's just like, man, what else does Mario Martinez do for us? Field goal on its way. From 45 yards, kick is veering right, and it's no good. Wide right. I think we're ready for a heavier dosage of Jeremy Pearson in these last 5 minutes. Now with a 2-score lead, we can really play it safe here. It's a little maybe worrying, with a 6-point lead, but now with a 9-point lead comfortably, Pearson! Another nice run, and he's starting to put it together after a first couple of weeks where it was a little rough for him, and he's doing it against a nice Raven defense. Maybe they'd love to have Anton Weaver right now next to Albert Haynesworth to make some plays, but yeah, they for some reason, inexplicably, like I said, made I think, a pretty terrible trade. You know, if you're cutting cap down somewhere and you're trying to get rid of players, I don't think Weaver was the one to get rid of, as he'll go hand off again. And Pearson just making it look obvious as the why did you get rid of such an interior presence? Another 8 yards. And I have no problem just keep slamming it up the middle. Right at the heart of this defense. Fullback in, dive, and Pearson for a first down. And he's still on his feet for a little bit of contact there. He's actually just playing so well this game. He needs to take a breather though. And with Wilder being banged up, we're going to put Fillmore in because I feel like I've had a little bit of a growing trust in him getting some carries. You know, all 3 of the running backs that we have active on this team, I have a level of competency, trust in them that they won't come in and mess everything up. Fillmore doesn't get anything on the play, but, you know, until him and Wilder make mistakes that necessitate them being, you know, put on the sidelines for, you know, longer periods of time, I'm fine giving them the ball if needed. AJ Bishop is also here. Do I dare give it? You know, let's give AJ Bishop the ball. This dude hasn't carried the ball in forever. This has been like a joke player on this series. Let's give AJ Bishop a carry on the draw. What does Bishop have? Nothing. He tried to bounce it outside and lost the yard. I did burn a timeout here. Just because we knew this was going to be the final play before the 2-minute warning. I burned the timeout just to make sure everyone's energized, everyone's good to go. Give them a breather, give Pearson the ball, and that's a nice job to find some yards there. Another 7 on the play. Yeah, so we'll take it to the 2-minute warning. We can kick it, but my thought process is 2-score game regardless. Let's try to put them down for good here. 4th and 4. Gus gonna roll. And nice job picking up the block. Gives him time. Touchdown. That is beautiful. Camion Walker. Let's go for 2 to make it a 17-point game, which would make it a 3-score game. And that would do it for sure. Handoff. Pearson. Good. That's going to be a win for us. No way they're coming back down 17 with under 2 minutes to play, so we'll go get up out of here. If it was a 2-score game, I probably would have, wrote it out, see if they can make the comeback, but down 3 scores, they're obviously, I mean, not to say fully impossible, but pretty improbable that it's going to happen. Flacco to Tatum to Green. They're driving to the Tennessee 40. First down, moving it, but time has run out. And a big win against the Ravens here. And a nice play by Gordon to seal it. It was his only touchdown, but 260 yards, 21 of 30. The 2 picks were obviously not great, but to go out there and complete a high percentage of your passes, good yards, a game-sealing touchdown, and then on the run game, Pearson, only 10 carries, but 142 yards and 2 touchdowns, including a 68-yarder. More of the carries went to Fillmore, who had 12 for 30, not much there, and Wilder also had a low amount of yards per carry, so, you know, really big there to have Pearson kind of step up and give us a good performance that we've been waiting on. Camion Walker, huge game, 10 catches, 134, more of what we're used to from Walker. Also, Torrey Edwards, 8 for 92, love to see that. And we had the interception from Foley. Well, it's time to face Vince Young. And, he's not playing too well, at all, really. He's got 2 touchdowns, 4 picks on the season. Completing 52% of his passes, and is he even running it? No. So Vince Young has not been good in his first couple of games. They have lost all 3 of them, and including his debut against Green Bay. Oh boy! Vince Young wanted the game on his shoulders, and, well, he's getting that. The issue for us, though, is it's a 1st and 25 right now, which is far from ideal. And we're going to go out here and I guess throw the ball, but they're starting the quarter. And with a scoring position opportunity here as long as we don't lose significantly more yards on the drive as we're outside and it completes. All right, that was a nice shot to take, but did not work out. I think we at least have to try to, like, manage field goal range. I guess we could maybe take a shot, though, and then if it's, like, 3rd and 25, maybe we just run the ball because it's just unlikely you're going to convert. If it's an incompletion, you got 25 yards to go, so... I mean, we're going to play it pretty safe here, other than this play, where we want a shot for Cammy Walker. Or go outside, okay. Took it for 12. Now we got our field goal range a little bit more secured, and we can go for the first down. Okay, I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. I wanted just basically a shot, like an all or nothing, and he said, no, give me half now, and I'll try to get the other half in the next play. And if that's what he wants to do, let's go for it. Hey, Cammy Walker, right side. Let's draw something up for him. Let's see how in sync they are. Let's run a little option play. Let's see if they're on the same page now. 3rd down and 13 from the Philly 22-yard line. They got safety help over there, double covered. So they just go on the flats, and that's going to be a completion for about 7 on the play to get to the Philly 15. We will take the field goal here. Short kick. Don't mess this up. From 32 yards for the lead. And with 7 minutes to play, field goal is no good. Oh. Goodness, man. We hit from 50 earlier and we missed from 32. Can't be doing that. Absolutely brutal. Now we go to the Eagles and Vince Young. Now on the other side of the field here. Pressure set and we're going to be blitzing him heavy. It's an incomplete pass. They have put the ball in Young's hands a lot and said, go and get your revenge. And Jim Schwartz, who has practiced against this dude his entire career, basically, is now saying, attack! Just attack! They got the extra blocker and they pick up the rush, and the pass down the field is caught! 28 yards. Now, the Eagles haven't started too hot. No wins on the season so far, but, you know, for as much as your talent may be lacking, you could be motivated by revenge. As Young's gonna try to run! Breaks out of the sack! And he got positive yards! 3. Nothing crazy, but to avoid the sack like that, you know, it's one of those things Vince Young does provide that basically almost no other quarterback in the league does. It's what made him someone worth believing in, it felt like, until it kind of all just fell apart as Clinton Portis, the running back here, gets 5 on the play. 3rd down and 2. They're not in field goal range. It'd be 59 from here. They wouldn't take it, so... Can we get off the field? Portis the deep back. I formation. Young will go with the handoff to Portis. Nice block on the edge. And a first down. Whoever number 2 is there, the tight end. Phenomenal block. Got the first down. Back to the I formation. Now the tight end moves to the right side. 2 wide. As Young drops back. And with pressure, he gets it out of the fullback, who's going to lose yards. Loses 3. It's also just a big game in general, like, you know, revenge aside, to get to 3-2 on the season and, you know, have a 3-game win streak, have a lot more momentum, just keep the ball rolling as we get a man in and a sack! Freddie Bates! Got him down! And just enough. The lineman was not able to stop him in time. 3rd down and 20. And Vince Young's going to go spread the field. 4 receivers. We're okay letting him scramble if he wants to. Just don't let him load up and toss one deep. They go play action. He'll throw quickly. Incomplete. That might have been enough to give him, like, kind of borderline field goal range. Instead, though, they will be punting. I feel like we've seen some more good stuff from Pearson this game in the first 3 quarters. So let's see what he's got here with 5 minutes to play in a tie game. As Pearson... up the middle. I think that the inside running has been decisively better. You know, we've tried to do a little bit of outside stuff, you know, trying to test the waters. You know, no Logan Mankins. I know, you know, who we got at guard is fine, but, like, losing the best left guard in the league, some of these left side runs, it's not even like that everything is so bad. It's just like you're downgrading from best in the league to just kind of fine. Pearson there, like, he got outside. If that was, like, Bohr, maybe that's one of those plays where it's like that's the difference between having a serviceable, nice running back and having Bohr the 99 speed generational guy, because Pearson, not, Blazer, definitely not as fast as Bohr. It's 3rd and inches. Let's let Gus go. Gus, I am going to try to, like, even though he can move, I'm going to more so use his movement for, like, rollouts and stuff. I'm not going to design a lot for him, but let's let him sneak it here. 3rd and inches, takes a big hit, but he gets the first down pretty easily. It's not just the speed that I want at quarterback for the design run plays. I want it for the rollouts. I want it for the bootlegs. I want it for just the option. As look at Pearson! Hey, he avoids a loss there and actually gets a yard. Like, even that's an impressive 1-yard run. I was really worried after how the first couple of games went, and especially that game where he had, like, less than a yard a carry. But last game, good. He's playing good this game. Play action, roll out, and Gus finds a man. There's Rocky for the first. No, they call it 3rd and inches. I think one thing I definitely have noticed with Gus differing from Vince Young is at least so far, I feel like Gus will spread the ball around. It doesn't feel like it's just a Cammy and Walker target simulator. As 3rd down and inches, Pearson falls forward in the first down. They'll line everybody up out wide left side. 2 tight ends in the package. And we'll go with under 3 minutes to play. Inching towards Philly territory. Gus outside. That was a play where I feel like Gus could have ran. Like, that's one of those ones where it's like, I think he should have scrambled there. That's one where Vincent probably would have scrambled. So maybe Gus, despite having speed, doesn't opt to run much. He just kind of chooses to try to win in the pocket, which is ultimately, like, fine. I just would like to see the occasional scramble, as that's in coverage! Picked off! I definitely don't want to see him throwing in the triple coverage. What in the world? You have the corner behind, the safety in front, the linebacker, like, that is bad. They want me to bench. I'm not going to bench him. Like, these are the growing pains of a rookie quarterback. He's got 3 picks. I'm not going to bench him. I think, like, the worst thing we could do in this situation is spend the number 2 pick on a quarterback that we like a lot, and then when he starts making mistakes, just kind of shorten that leash. He is a hyper-talented QB prospect. You just got to let him fail and get up and see if he can try and succeed the next time around, as that's a completion there for 3. I'm very proactive in the sense of, like, I'm very much in the belief, like, hey, your rookie quarterback's going to mess up. He's going to have his struggles. Don't bench him. Don't have knee-jerk reactions. Let him fail or let him succeed, but, like, at least let him fail or succeed, like, definitively. Don't bench him. Don't pull him. Don't destroy his confidence. Don't do any of that. If we're going to go down with the ship, we'll go down with the ship, but I made this big investment in him, and I don't plan on pulling out of that quickly. As Young off play action got to the fullback again for another 2 yards. Just over 2 minutes to play, and they are at the 38-yard line, so another first down gets them into field goal range. Man, I would hate to lose to Vince Young. I'd really hate to lose to Vince Young. As they'll drop back, we'll blitz them. Send a man in, and outside! He broke it up. Nice job. I think that might have been Foley on the outside to break that one up. Clear in the backfield. Young will send the nickel, and Luke Locke on the blitz couldn't get in! And it's completed for a first down into field goal range at the 2-minute warning. All right, now the Eagles are kind of in, like, that full-on, like, hey, we got our points secured. We think if we make the field goal, obviously, just go and make sure you don't fumble the ball or anything like that, because that's the type of play where someone shoots in and disrupts the handoff. That's a nice tackle for loss. Janoris Hutchinson with the tackle for loss of 4. Man, missing that short field goal hurt. The interception hurt. Like, these are, the mistakes that are, maybe going to cost us this one. But let's see if we can force a fumble or something. That's another nice hit there. 3rd and 15. Burn the timeout and hope we just don't allow a first down. If we allow a first down, the Eagles will be able to run the clock out and kick the field goal. But it's 3rd down and 15. I presume they're probably going to play it safe here. Yeah, they go counter run. Portis breaks a tackle and runs through another. Come on! He gets out of bounds, just shy. My goodness, man. I mean, if he didn't run out of bounds there, that would have been, ridiculous if we allowed that. It's a field goal try. It's a lot closer. A chip shot field goal for the lead. Kick is good. At least we did save a timeout, though, at Portis going out of bounds. We'll have 1:25. And we'll see if we can have the first clutch drive, like, in terms of a game-winning drive, game-tying drive, in the career of Gus Gordon on the kick return. And we'll have some nice... Okay, we'll take that. We'll take that. To the 28-yard line. Our target is maybe the Philly 40 is kind of what we're looking for here. So 30-plus yards is kind of... 30 yards at least. Like, I think we can hit if we get 30 yards. But obviously, I mean, we just missed like a 32-yarder this game, so the accuracy could be a bit sporadic. Thrown on the corner route. There's Torrey Edwards, and out of bounds for 19. All right, from the 47 now. Under center, Gus, play action. With time, right side now, Kevin Walker, right into field goal range. That is a great 2 plays. Makes me feel like, you know, we're not in as much of a rush. We got a minute to play, still the timeout. I'm going to save that timeout just to try to keep everything in order, just in case we have to rush out the field goal unit. We'll have that in our back pocket. Thrown to Rocky, and he missed him. That would have been another really big play to get a first down there. That low 50s is kind of the comfort zone of where I feel like we'll be good to hit a kick. We are very much in range. It's just, can we find the end zone now? Thrown for Walker. That's going to be close to a first. They give it to him, and that's 10. Trying to get these play calls in quickly. Clock running, 43 seconds, and keeping it going to the Philly 25. Spreading the field here. Gus, do you got the game-winning touchdown in ya? Gus, over the middle. That's caught, and another first down. 12 more. We're at the Philly 13. Come on, keep it hurrying. I said I'm keeping that timeout. That timeout has already been used, actually. We had an injury timeout at some point. That's going to be, you know, throwing a wrench into things. As Young, short, dropped. Okay. Somewhere along the way, I think we had an injury timeout, which is awful for us. So we don't have that final timeout. You've seen the injury pop up on the screen like the previous play. So yeah, somebody got hurt and burned our timeout, which is just brutal. With 17 seconds to go, kind of feels like we take a shot to the end zone and kind of, yeah, I feel like just take our shots. At this point in time, if we get tackled in bounds and the play isn't too long, we have enough time to get the field goal unit out there. And is that a false start? No, the Eagles burned a timeout. Okay. The Eagles didn't like what they seen out there. All right, I'll call something else. You know, they got that kind of mental picture there of what we were calling. Change it up here. I just want one shot to the end zone, whether it's Walker or Edwards, whoever it may be. Oh, go Edwards! No, it's Walker. It's Walker to the 3. It's Walker to the 3. Oh, we got to kick the field goal, though. We got to kick it. I said if we got tackled in bounds. If we got tackled in bounds, we have to kick it. Come on. For overtime now, it's a 20-yard field goal. Get it set. Boot it up. Kick is good. Man. If we just had, like, if we had that extra time out from the injury, or if we, like, man, that stinks. We were at the 3-yard line. We just kind of ran out of time. I could have chanced it and tried to call another play. I don't think that would have been a good idea. So we're in overtime. We win the coin toss, so we'll take the ball here. We did a whole lot of throwing. I think we can maybe cool it down a little bit and run the ball with Pearson. He has been itching for a carry. Up the middle he goes. Now he's going to actually cut it to the right side. And all right, well, he finds 10. You know, Pearson was a guy who's just kind of waiting for the opportunity. He's got it now. It's his backfield this year. Well, he's making the most of it in these last 2 games. Counter left. And gets to the outside. Oh, boy. Oh, no. He lost yards there. That play just got blown up. He tried to create more. I mean, he was going to lose yards regardless, but losing 4 is pretty rough. All right, puts us behind the sticks here. 2nd down and 14 now. So we're going to have to throw it. And Gus, what do you got for us? In overtime, Gus with pressure. The fumble picked up by a lineman. And there's a flag down. It's on Philly. Oh, no way. The bailoutable bailouts. A face mask. Oh my goodness. Oh, no way. That, if I were a Philly fan watching that game, watching that just happen, oh my goodness, man. I would have lost my dang mind, but it works out for us somehow. That is absolutely ridiculous. Pearson's a little tired. We can give Ashton Wilder the ball here. Wilder's gone without a carry, like basically, like since the third quarter, I feel like. So he should be well equipped to get the ball here. In motion, Wilder counter, and not much going, just two. Nice, second down and 8. We still got a ways to go for field goal range. And throwing for Edwards! Got him! He broke the tackle at Edwards! Okay, we are in real long distance field goal range, but it is field goal range nonetheless. Gordon 300 yards on the game. That could have been even bigger too if Edwards would have really just broken free there. All right. So we got field goal range kind of intact here. Pearson's still a little tired. I'll burn the timeout. Burn a timeout. I don't want to risk like fumbles or anything. And Pearson is the most secure ball carrier we have. Like, Wilder could be prone to fumbles. Fillmore. We'll go Fillmore on this play. I think Wilder is a little bit more potentially prone to a fumble, so we're going to go with Fillmore, 2 tight ends on the carry, and that's a nice run. We'll take that. We'll take 5 all day to the Philly 36-yard line. So it'd be a 53-yarder from here. I am very, content just taking like a 50-yard field goal. Obviously, we want to make it closer, but I don't want to risk a turnover here, as it's going to be no gain, it looks like. They'll leave and say he lost a yard. Just please don't throw the interception. I'm scared of that. 3rd down and 5. Don't take a sack either. And the blitz is in. Off his back foot. Gets rid of it. That's a first down. Break a tackle. And to the Philly 25. He handled the pressure well there. Awesome job. I was terrified of a sack. Fillmore back into the game to take this carry here. This will be, see if we can get outside a bit. As they'll bring the safety down. I don't love the look here. Fillmore, yeah, loses a yard. Let's say lost 2. All right. So from here, about a 44-yarder. I'd like to get closer, as close as possible. 2nd and 12. I hope I didn't speak it into existence. Wilder is got 3. 3rd down and 9. I also just want to make sure we get the field goal try and not, risk more. But we'll go play action here. And Gordon, comeback row. Go! No! He got it in the first down. That would have been enough. I was about to just call it a catch because Camion Walker's so sure-handed. But he's had some drops in this video. And in this game, it looks like. All right. Well, this is it for the win. We'll have our field goal try from 42 in overtime. Gordon got us here. And for the win, the kick is good. And we take out Vince Young. And not only that, Gus got his first kind of, game-winning drive. Got the game-tying field goal. And, hey, he threw 3 picks. It was a little rough in that regard. But when it came down to it, you want to see how your quarterback responds to the adversity. And in those clutch moments, he was, in fact, clutch. 44 pass attempts. Completed 27 of them for 319 yards, 2 touchdowns. Pearson, 103 yards on 20 carries. Wilder was fine on his 7 carries. And Fillmore, just 2 carries. Not going to criticize it too hard. Camion Walker, that's more of a, signature Camion Walker stat line. 14 for 176. Edwards had 86. And Campbell had a touchdown, 21 yards. Interception by Woods. Sacks by Bates and D'Amico Ryans. That is a really satisfying win to get, though. That checked a lot of boxes that we were looking for. Responding to adversity, clutch factor, revenge on Vince Young. Checked a lot of boxes in a 3-game win streak, a winning record, and some real hope here for this team as soon as this season. We did get an injury as well. Todd Kramer's going to be out 2 to 3 weeks, so our left guard. Unfortunate, but if any of our linemen are going to get hurt, Kramer's kind of the one that's like, hey, it is what it is. We have good enough depth to like supplement that. We have an 80 overall backup. He was like an 84, 83 overall, so not like a substantial downgrade there.
This is Adam Schefter from NFL Network with your college update. Senior quarterback Jonathan Cook was expected to light up the opposition this year, but he struggled so far in the month of September. He's thrown 9 interceptions to go along with only 4 touchdowns. Not a great way to start a Heisman campaign. Michigan corner Nico Buchanan might be the most dynamic player to enter the draft since Charles Woodson, and he's having a great senior year. I know everybody's talking about Rayshon Highsmith, but there's another running back out there that might be a factor in this draft. Georgia Tech's Oscar Jameson is quietly having a very nice season for the Yellow Jackets, finishing September with 726 rushing yards. That's all for now. I'll be back next month with another update.
We got the small school, mid school insider, so all of them are like 100%. And then I did look at running backs just because the early start of the season, the first couple of weeks, Pearson was a little rough, and I'm like, man, Pearson expiring deal if he's going to play badly, and Bohr maybe isn't going to be, good to go next year, like, health-wise, maybe Bohr will never be the same. We'll have to figure that out, of course. So I looked at running backs, of course, and Oscar Jameson, someone they just talked about, Edgerrin James comp. And how about Rayshon Highsmith comp to Adrian Peterson? Oh. Stamina, toughness, size, speed ratio. So it's not like the crazy, like, his pluses are nothing to do with him as, like, a player, really. Like, agility or speed, or it's just, he's durable, he's tough, he could go a while, he's big, he's fast, potentially, side speed ratio. So, well, John Onken is ready to negotiate said contract, and yeah, we will pay him. I said 7 million. That's gonna be just over 7. This would be just under 7. I mean, yeah, we don't have any issues giving him whatever he wants. He is so insanely good. So, got him for a nice deal, I feel like, and we'll take that for sure. We go Michael Griffin, who is somebody who constantly just kind of underrates his own value, but it seems like he's asking for a little bit more for once. A 5 million. I mean, he's worth it. He's the only player, right, that's stuck on the team since like day 1 now, right? Might be remembering wrong, but I feel like he's the only one left from the original team. And yeah, he's a Titan lifer. Wants a little bit more, fine, we'll give it to him. He deserves it. He deserves it. He absolutely does. Tamba Hali. What's this Tamba? Ooh, we don't have the money to make that happen right now. We're down to 490. We have 19 million next year. So he's asking for more than what he's making now, which is 5.7. So he's asking for at least 6 million a year, it looks like. All right. I mean, we'll handle that when we can handle it. We want to keep Tom Bahali, obviously, so there should be no worries there. We just can't do it right now. Not having as good of a performance right now. We'll get to the end of the third quarter here. The Bengals are driving, and yeah, they're inside the red zone right now. So it's 10-7. The offense has been not so good. I think Gus has a pick, and I think Pearson fumbled the ball. I mean, there was a fumble on a run. I'm going to assume it was Pearson since he's taken the majority of the carries. But we'll go Carson Palmer at the quarterback spot for the Bengals. A tackle for a loss of 3. 3rd down and 5. So there's been some turnovers. Been a lot of 3 and outs for us. So it's been rough there. But, still very much in this game thanks to the defense. And it's 3rd down, though. Can we hold to a field goal here? Spreading for 3 receivers, 2 in the backfield. We have an injury to look at as Palmer almost picked. Should have been picked. But Jabari Gordon has a cramp, so he will be, spotty. We do have good corner depth, so pretty all right there. We forced the field goal try in the rain. The kick is good. They have a weak-legged kicker, though. That kick, oh my goodness, can they hit from 40? Like, oh my goodness, that was 37 yards, and that was a little wobbly. 45 might be the absolute limit for them at best. All right, well, we'll keep that in mind if that ends up being a thing we got to think about. As on the return, the kickoff, that's pretty solid. We'll take it to the 35-yard line. We'll go first down and 10. Maybe the rain playing a little bit of a factor here in this one as the handoff to Pearson. I don't love that cutback. I think he could have just ran the right side, but we'll take 3 yards. I think Pearson's had, other than the fumble earlier, a pretty all right game. Maybe he can, with another big run, maybe hit 100 yards. As we go over the middle, Cammy and Walker wide open. And Walker for 12. Bring in a second tight end. You know, losing Daniel Graham obviously hurt this team a little bit as well. We don't have like a ace blocking tight end really anymore, so... And I will take 6 yards on that play, but that's something we want to try to figure out if we can try to get that specialist tight end as our number 2. So I'm going to run this play again that I ran, like, you know, earlier on, where it's a play action, but I guess there is the option to hand it off to the running back. Will he keep it? Yeah, he will. Play action over the middle. I like that. Catch. And I think that's Richie Campbell, the rookie for 19. Effective drive so far, as we'll have a heavy formation here. Hand off. Pearson. Nice blocking. Hole opens up. There's 10. There's 15. And a gain of 17 on the play. So with goal to go, Pearson still in the backfield. It's a heavy stack D-line from the Bengals. They send pressure. We'll throw. Pressure picked up. Gordon, nice ball. Caught down to the 1. It's a really good job to fit that in there along the sidelines. Defender on him. That's a really tough pass to make. Almost got the score too. So just 1 yard away from the lead. As we have Wilder and Pearson in the backfield. We'll go with the deep back. No, Pearson on the fullback dive. Touchdown. Penalty. Who did that? Who's John on? You just got paid, man. Got paid and you're doing that. That's a touchdown taken off the board. And now we got 11 yards to go on 2nd and goal. That's a really bad penalty if we can't find the end zone here. Like, that is brutal. All right, let's see what Gus can do on the move, though. The Bengals have been really stacking this D-line here. We picked it up well. Gus rolling. Gus is going to fire basically into the dirt. That's fine. He didn't put it into harm's way, really. He just kind of short-hopped it. I'd rather that than throwing it right at him in a double coverage situation where the defender's going to have a chance at it. You know what, let's go Torrey Edwards here. I usually kind of draw up the Cammy and Walker play. You can't do that 100% of the time. Let's see if we can try to focus on Torrey Edwards here. As we'll go tight end in motion. And from 3rd down, throwing. And he'll go Cammy's way anyway. It's at the back of the end zone. Man, gotta settle for a field goal, though. That's just a costly penalty. And those are the types of penalties that'll lose you a game. And the kick is good, though. So we'll make it a field goal game. But, man, we should have the lead right now. The Bengals got a long field. A lot of time on our end to try to get a stop here. And under center they go. Quiet in the crowd. Down Palmer. We'll run right through the gap. And Freddie Bates just obliterates the back. I don't know what else I could say about them. They're just so awesome. Palmer on the throw. We just need the secondary to catch kind of back up here. The safety spots, I'm more than happy with. Michael Griffin's good. Hasn't been like as crazy so far this season, but Griffin's good. And obviously, we're pretty happy with what Andrew Woods has given us. We're going to just try to see who's going to emerge as that number 1 corner. If it's going to be Jabari Gordon, if Foley's going to break out, or if Mario Martinez is just going to make every play on 3rd down to stop him. Mario Martinez, man. Put him in the Hall of Fame. Just an awesome player. So now field goal will tie it here. We didn't even really take much time off the clock getting that stop. So we're looking at maybe 30-ish yards to try to get into field goal range here. As, you know, the rain, I would like to get a little bit closer. Just, you know, chop off maybe 5 yards to account for the rain. As Pearson breaking tackles, and Pearson, I mean, he's running so hard these last couple of games. Like, I'm so happy with Pearson. 2nd down and 2. I think this is maybe a down where we can take a bit of a shot if an opportunity presents itself. It was supposed to be a play-action rollout, but he didn't do the play action. Instead, it just finds Rocky Jones, and Rocky tripped up. That was really interesting that he didn't do the play action. I don't know if he just said, nah, I see something. Yeah, what a play, Gordon. I mean, that was a play action rollout by design. And he just said he ignored the play action and just immediately found Rocky open. I don't know if that was like intentionally done to be like, yeah, I see something that I like. If that's the case, that is some next level stuff to just negate a play action, have that much confidence in yourself, and just fire something. Or maybe I'm just over explaining it and really he just forgot the play action and everything just kind of worked out. But I'd like to think that he was just that smart. Got 2 yards on that first down run. Wilder had to take that carry. Pearson, a little tired, but he'll come back in after a breather. And get this one here. Fullback picks up the block, and I don't like that. That was unnecessary. He lost the yard on that one. He should have just taken like the 2 yards he probably would have gotten instead of trying to bounce it all the way outside. 3rd down and 9. So Augustus, what do you got? Will it be a game time field goal where you get the first down here? Torrey Edwards, first down to the red zone. Man, I mean, for the amount of picks that Gus will throw early on in some games, like, I really like what I see from him. I think, you just want to, like, see, like, hey, can this work? You can tell if it's not going to work if a guy is just so bad. We know Gus is at least good enough, and, like, I think this can work, and I think this can work as soon as maybe even this year if he really cleans up some of his mistakes. But, like, I really like what I'm seeing so far, and it's just a matter of, like, hey, can you cut down the turnovers? Can you kind of learn everything you need to learn? Can you put all the pieces together? But the accuracy has gotten a little bit better. He still has his misses, but overall, like, I think you got to be pretty happy with the result right now as Gus in the flats spins up a tackler and 2. And Pearson, just a yard on the play, but again, nice effort there to break 2 tackles. 3rd down and long from the Cincy 16. 2-minute warning approaching. And we'll see if we can continue our march for a touchdown. It's a deep drop. Gus outside. Ball is incomplete. All right, we'll take the field goal for the tie. No problems here. Nice job to get us in 2 scoring drives, though. And, if it wasn't for that penalty, this would be a lead for us. But kick is good. Like, I'd be really interested to see, like, how efficient this defense has been, like, by the end of the season, if we're going to have, like, comparable numbers to, like, the best defenses in the league. As Mario Martinez shot the gap again. Fullback picked him up, but another person cleans him up. I mean, if it wasn't for those games where, like, the offense was struggling hard and we, like, had a lot of short fields for our defense, they scored points, we got kind of blown out by the Colts. So if it wasn't for games like that, it's like, man, these other games, like, we're doing a great job. 13 points, and the Jaguars didn't score much, and the Eagles had their issues. There's another run, and tracking them down, not far. 3rd down and 7, they are hurrying up. They did have an injury, so they lost a timeout due to injury. From their own 23, hurry up is pretty bold here. I really think that, 3rd down in a not-so-favorable spot, like, you don't need to be hurrying up, but Palmer will do it. They'll send the blitz, and over the middle, caught! Michael Griffin was in position. That's the play Michael Griffin usually makes, so that's a concern, maybe. All right, well, they're hurrying back to the line, and Palmer under center from the 43. Go run! Big hit! D'Amico Ryans. And don't run it on us. It's just not going to work. We're putting together, Anton Weaver being the final piece in what could be, like, the best run defense in the league. I mean, Daniels, we'll see what he's also kind of up to. I think he's more of a pass rusher, but, like, he's also more of a stable force in that D-line, as Mario Martinez just drills them. And they'll catch it, though, for 8. Like, that's a good job to hang on to that ball. They're hurrying up again. And they'll burn a timeout. Okay, they want to talk that one over. 3rd down and 4. Big play here. In order to get the first down, you'd have to go to Tennessee territory and inch your way closer to a field goal. Or can we get off the field here? Palmer will throw. Outside. And got a hand on it. Incomplete. Foley in coverage. And we can, barring some catastrophic, turnover or something, maybe guarantee ourselves a chance at overtime again. Or maybe if we can go and get a game-winning drive as the punt. We're going to be really backed up, so we'll see. We'll see what we can do here. Start with the run, kind of see how it goes. If we're in a favorable second down, maybe we speed things up, but we also don't want, like, the Bengals to get an opportunity either. So here we go with Pearson for 5. Okay, we'll take that. I think I want to take maybe a shot. We'll see what they try to do here. Maybe if they just run the clock out. I don't know if they'll snap the ball. We'll see if we can get a shot. But other than that, I didn't want to leave too much time just in case. I'm fine with overtime. We'll go over the middle, though. That's a completion. And now we'll kind of burn the timeout here. We have all of our timeouts, you know, before using that one. So in order to get a long field goal try, it is, yeah, probably about 30 yards. I just wanted to make sure that, like, this is the final possession no matter what. Because if we got, like, stopped there, for example, and we were hurrying up and the Bengals burned a timeout, their final one on 3rd down, they would have gotten the ball back with, like, maybe 40, 50 seconds left and maybe could have done something. I wanted to make sure that that wasn't the case, because there we go. That's a big one there. All right, 16 yards. That's like halfway home to a field goal. It called the play for me. I don't know why it called the play for me. I think we're running the corner routes, which is fine. That's not a bad play call, but it called the play for me, and I guess you knew what you were doing. There we go. All right, 13 seconds to go. We'll take it here. If we were to try to hurry up, I think we would have ran out of time, so we'll just take the long field goal here. It's a low probability field goal, but better than nothing. Definitely better than nothing. The distance is not the issue here. We, unless there's heavy winds, have the leg. They'll ice us. It's a 57-yard kick. His career long is 59, so we can do it. If it's gonna happen, though, it'd be a huge clutch win to go and have a game-winning drive with just a little bit of time to go. If not, we're headed to overtime once again. Field goal on its way. It's veering left. No, it was so close. Oh my goodness, no way! Offsides! What? They were offsides on the kick! There is no way. If we hit this now. Okay, it's 52 now! That is unbelievable! It's an offsides! We get another try! Another field goal! And the kick is good! We win! Oh my... Oh my goodness! What? The Bengals sold! I've never seen that again. Like, that's one of those things I just, like, you don't see offsides on a field goal in the games. Like, it happens in real life because, like, they'll try to block it and maybe have a quick jump or something. Does not happen in the game very often, like, for the CPU to do that. It's crazy. And we just steal the win. 3 fourth-quarter field goals. Gordon goes for 200 yards. Pearson, 2 yards shy of a third straight 100-yard game, but averaged 5.5 a carry roughly. Awesome. Richie Campbell has the big day, 114 yards. No sacks by the defense and a pick, but my goodness, we have come out with back-to-back clutch wins. As we head to the fourth quarter in our Monday night game against Washington, a minor issue has popped up. Pearson got hurt, and he is out, so we are down our number 2 running back right now, and we've been relying on Ashton Wilder and Fillmore to supplement the carries, and it's led to some inconsistent offense. I mean, my goodness, man, can we just chill with the injuries? It's just been brutal that, like, key players will just get hurt for us, and I know every team has to deal with them, but, like, man, can we just have a healthy backfield? As Washington is down 17-10, that was looking like it was going to be a first down, but I don't know what he was doing there. It's 4th and 1, and I mean, 4th and 1 at right about midfield. You feel like you should go for it, and they are going to go for it. This is a game where Washington very much has a chance, and Jelani Okoye, the running back, a really, like, just demonically massive human being at back, gets the carry here. He looks like he's slimmed down a little bit. You sure he's 300 pounds? He does not look 300 pounds. He looks smaller than Ray Hendrickson. Is he actually still 300? Has he lost weight? No, he's still 333 pounds, 6'4". I don't know where all that weight is. He must have, like, metal feet. I don't know. He don't look 330 pounds, but he is a massive tank of a running back regardless. So go handoff. And tackled for a gain of 3. This is a former 1,000-yard rusher, rookie of the year. I think maybe multiple 1,000-yard seasons. Like, Washington has had some good players, you know, drafted to their team. They just haven't been able to find the quarterback. They're still rocking Jason Campbell. At quarterback is the tackle for loss. Comes in for Eddie Bates. Makes it 3rd down and 10 from the 37. I mean, so far, first half of the year, the defense has just been all Freddie Bates and Mario Martinez. Not a whole lot of Michael Griffin. Not a lot of Tumba Ali, you know, compared to what we usually see. Is they got a wide open man in the flats. We sent everybody, and they got the man for a first down. 13 yards. Really trying to, like, stretch, though, how much we can really rely on our rookie quarterback to get the job done without running the ball as another sack. And, well, it's Freddie Bates again. Just keeps sending these demonic linebackers on blitzes, and they just cannot stop us. Keep it going. Martinez, Bates, and whoever else. Luke Locke is on a blitz now. They throw over the middle. Broken up. I think that was Foley. 3rd down and 17. I do wonder if they would take a field goal. I'd imagine they kind of have to if it's 4th and 17. But can they get to a manageable 4th situation? They try to run the draw. Martinez sniffed it out, missed the tackle, but slowed him down. Just a 3-yard gain. And on 4th down, they will kick it. That makes sense. Going forward on 4th and 14 is a little rough, especially against this defense. Field goal, though, on its way. Kick is good. Between Fillmore and Wilder, neither one has, like, clearly put themselves ahead of the other as, like, that should be the number 2 back. I feel like they both had okay moments. They've both been just kind of fine, not special, not crazy, but there's Wilder for 4. I think Wilder's the more talented running back. I mean, he was a former first-round pick for a reason, but Fillmore maybe a little bit more of a high floor, safer back. I think he's got, like, the better, you know, more reliable stats, like the carrying and stuff, and I think the vision probably is higher with him as well. But Wilder will be in here for this 2nd down and 6. We're going to throw it here. It's interesting also that Gus, with his athleticism, I haven't seen him, like, scramble at all one time, as they're going to throw for Edwards. Double coverage. I do not love that. 3rd down and 6. As we'll go now, Fillmore in the backfield. Fillmore's kind of getting the 3rd down reps, maybe a little bit better of a pass catcher if I recall, as he'll drop the throw, and with pressure in, he'll go down the middle. Richie Campbell. 1st down. Campbell had a 100-yard game, the first in his career, and he has been a pretty fine number 3 receiver for us. It's been, you know, after the first game where I was worried about the receiver depth due to some injuries taking place, we haven't really needed to dig deep into our receiving depth, which has been nice. And also, Richie has been pretty fine for a number 3 receiver as a day 1 starter. So we've kind of avoided some catastrophe there, but I know, like, this receiving core is an injury away from a lot of trouble happening, as Fillmore has 4 on the run. Go under center this time, I formation. We'll get Ashton Wilder in there. 2 receivers out on the pattern. People kind of a little low towards the box. I feel like we can maybe hit something over the top here. Play action, and it'll go quickly. All right, okay, we'll take 2. Not gonna complain. See what he's able to put out here on 3rd down 4. Same formation, different play, as I don't know what the prospects of a 4th down try would be, but let's just not have to think about that. Short drop, throw for Walker, and Walker did not run the right route. Supposed to be a quick hitch, but he just ran down the field, said, go give me the ball, and Gus did it and gave him the ball, and it worked out, so can't complain if it works. Been a very nice drive, as a touchdown I would presume could very well end this game. And go counter run. Wilds are not able to get free. Okay, he lost 4. We're in long distance field goal range. We've had to play for a lot of potential, like 50-plus yard field goals, which is not sustainable, especially in this era of football where 50-yard field goals are not as accessible or not as easy as they are maybe nowadays, but would like to get closer here. And I'd honestly just like to put the ball in the end zone as Gus to the air. And that was a missed opportunity. Oh boy, that was missed. That guy was running up the sidelines wide open for one, and two, there was pressure in that could have definitely been picked up. All right, third down and 12. It's a 49-yard field goal from here, so not a 50 at least, but 3 minutes to go, clock running. Done a nice job at least taking some time off, moving the ball. As can we keep it moving for another first down? Throwing with the blitz in, got it to Campbell, and he can't hang on, so we'll try a 49-yarder. I mean, I literally said we can't sustain, doing 50-yard field goals all the time. Well, how about under 50? 1 yard under 50. For a 7-point lead once again. Our kicker's definitely earning a raise if he makes this one and, continues to put up these impressive long-distance kicks as it's on the way, and it is good. Now Washington has to go out and score a touchdown if they want to tie this game up. They thought they'd be in a situation where it could be 17-13, but no, you gotta tie it up with the touchdown. No leads here taken. I don't know if we could be headed to another, to the wire overtime type of game, but let's get this defense shutting things down here for another game where they're holding a team under 20 points. Handoff right up the middle. Okoye is not getting far. I mean, Jelani Okoye's whole game is he'll just chip away at the defense, kind of like a Derrick Henry variant here, where he's just so big, so difficult to tackle that he wears you down, and then maybe in the fourth quarter he can start to go crazy, but it's the fourth quarter and he's not going crazy as Martinez in coverage and coming over. Oh, it's a fumble. They call it a fumble, and it's picked up by Tennessee. I thought he jarred the ball loose to make it an incomplete pass, but no, Michael Griffin comes over and they say forces and recovers the fumble. Truthfully, I think they're a little too, kind with what they call a catch, because I think that very much just wasn't a catch. I think that was not a fumble. I think that should have been an incomplete, but they don't have that. It's worked in our favor sometimes. It's gone against us. It's just kind of how things go. It's a handoff. Wilder. Penalty on us. All right, well, that's going to back us up to 1st and 20. 1st and 19 to be more specific. We could try to get into field goal range again to make it a 2-score game, but I'm more so focused on just trying to burn those timeouts and seeing what we can do here as Wilder. All right, I feel like that juke move was a little unnecessary, but 2-minute warning was a 5-yard gain. That extra clock stoppage does kind of change the map here and the strat. It doesn't really feel like a fulfilling drive if Washington only loses one timeout in a couple of seconds. So we're going to try to go for the first down here, and a deep ball. Contending Walker for the first down. And yeah, just go and send your quarterback out there and ask him to make a play. Him and Walker hook up for 26. 3rd down and 14. We burned our timeout, ran the clock down. Washington will use their final timeout here, if it's inbounds. But yeah, we'll just kind of direct snap it to Wilder. Not do anything risky. And Wilder down for 2. And Washington burns their final timeout with under a minute to play. So we'll have our field goal try, which would basically ice the game and make it a 2-score lead. Kick is good. So that will be your game. Game done. 5 straight wins for the Titans. And a 5-2 record on the season as, we are looking really good defensively. Like, the defense is just playing amazing, and if you get games like this from Gordon where he doesn't turn the ball over, 18-29, it's pretty okay. We'll take that. Rushing attack was not that good, though. Pearson literally on his first carry got hurt, and the rest of the running backs under 3 yards a carry. Cammy and Walker, though, 10 grabs, 123. No picks by the defense, but D'Amico and Bates got sacks, and we're gonna have to just hope that Pearson is fine. if he is out for an extended period of time, yeah, we were able to escape this game with a win. Um, we're putting a lot of strain and stress on this guy, Gordon, to try to be like this entire offense right now. If we can't run the ball at all, I mean, my goodness, man. Let's see. Pearson is hurt. 5 to 6 weeks. That's so bad, man. Yeah, the trade deadline has passed as well. Guys, what the heck is happening, man? Another injury during our week of practice. We got through our bye. Now in our week of practice, Ashton Wilder is hurt. And he's out for 3 to 4 weeks. Dude, what? What happened to our backfield, man? Dude, we only have 3 injuries, but they're all running backs. All of them are hurt. What, man? There's like undrafted rookies. Like, who's got good carry vision? I'll just sign like that. Dude, Mike Anderson at 41 is still here? Oh, he's a 41-year-old running back, man. What? Why is he still here? Deuce McAllister at 35. Brother, Mike Anderson is 41 years old at running back. The sad part is he's like, carry vision. I gotta sign Mike Anderson. He terrorized us in a game once before when he was like 30-something years old. He has refused to retire. When's the last time he played? We're in 2014. When's the last time he played? He played last year? So he hadn't played meaningful football since 2010. And then randomly the Bears brought him in 2013 last year. I think what we've learned here is the Jaguars are really bad. It's 24-0, and we got the ball after a punt. I mean, we don't need to hop into this one. Gus has been playing awesome. We have a short field. We're just kind of dominating them. AJ Bishop. Oh, AJ Bishop is hurt. Dude. Ain't no way. AJ Bishop got hurt. We literally have 4 running back injuries. We're winning 27-0 because the Jaguars are awful. I'll show you one of the reasons why like the Jaguars are like especially bad. Dante Culpepper's in the game. Their backup quarterback is Dante Culpepper at this age. Dude, what in the world? 2014 is the year we're in. What in the world would 2014 Dante Culpepper be like? He scores a touchdown, though. We recover the onside kick. We're going to win the game. Oh, our fullback just got a 42-yard rushing touchdown. Ain't no way. What is going on here? Gus was unreal. 388 yards on 42 pass attempts. Completed just shy of 70% of his passes. 3 touchdowns. Fillmore was bad. We just gave him the ball. There's a lot of clock chewing carries. Our fullback got a 40-yard touchdown. 42-yard touchdown for What in the world is going on in this backfield, man? So AJ Bishop got 2 touches, immediately got hurt. Why did Mike Anderson not come in? Is it Torrey Edwards? Maybe like Edwards' biggest game. 16 catches, 183 and 2 touchdowns. Walker 144 and a touchdown. I'll give you the mid-season update though for the standings. 63 points scored in 8 games. That's crazy. They're averaging single-digit points a game. How they've managed to win 2 games is crazy. Also, you can notice the Colts are not like demonic. They're 4-4. The Colts are finally normal. Maybe they'll eventually start to win. Yeah, the Steelers right now are 6-2. We're 6-2. The Broncos are 6-2. The Bills are 6-2. Chiefs got 5 wins. Ravens 5 wins. Colts and Patriots both post Brady, post Manning 4 wins.
After a terrible opening month, Jonathan Cook has bounced back, leading Cal to a number 8 ranking in the polls and a 6-2 record. I think Cook's a good quarterback, but he certainly seems to have some consistency issues. Enough about Cook. October was the month of the defender in college football. Georgia climbed up to number 10 in the polls by the end of the month, thanks to a strong finish by defensive end Juwan Williams. He leads the nation in sacks to this point. Virginia sack master Xavier Franklin is right behind Williams with 11 sacks so far. And we can't forget about the seasoned Tulane safety Travis Conley is having. He's picked off 6 passes this month to lead the Green Wave to a 5-2 record. That's all for now. I'll be back next month with another update on NFL Network.
Excuse me, did you say 6 interceptions in 1 month? Travis Conley looks really nice. I've been scouting guards. Is a big one because of the fact that we have no Logan Mankins, and that's our weak spot on the line right now. And, you know, I would prefer to have no weak spots on our line. So that's a spot. I think if we're looking at positions here, running back, I guess, is just a need. I mean, regardless of what Bohr is, I guess we just need an army of running backs in our backfield because they just keep getting hurt. Managed to make it a pretty close battle between the two of the top teams in the AFC. There's a number of teams in that 6-2 category. Us and the Steelers are 2 of those 4-ish teams, roughly, as they have a 2-point lead, and Roethlisberger outside pass caught for a gain of 8. So, down by 2, the run game for us predictably has been straight garbage because we literally have no healthy running backs. We're down to our 4th string running back, and yeah, that's been a problem. The defense, though, has played pretty well, despite some rough situations that they've been put in. This being maybe one of them now at the 35-yard line of Tennessee. They are in scoring range. It's been a number of field goals for this Steelers team. Only 1 touchdown on the board. But, you know, it's just a matter of, like, we literally cannot run the ball. And our defense is getting a little tired because there's been a lot of long grind-out drives that the Steelers have had where they only settle for a field goal, but then we go, you know, run it twice, get a yard combined, and then Augustus can't get a 3rd down conversion. Augustus has been pretty good, but he just hasn't had the ball very much. It's been a very heavily dominated game and time of possession by the Steelers. So 2nd down and 4 from the 29, Willie Parker in motion as they clear it out, and Roethlisberger with the man in. They take a shot down the field, and it's broken up. There's Jabari Gordon in coverage to make sure that didn't go his way. And now it's 3rd down and 4, where we can force a field goal to keep this thing 1-score game, make it a touchdown game. We've found the end zone. It's just we can have big plays in the passing game. It's just we haven't been able to sustain drives. Roethlisberger, though, outside, caught and in bounds. They got the 1st, so now they're at the 24-yard line. And I said this going in, like, this is, you know, our first real, like, test now after the win streak, after we've kind of settled in a little bit, and Gus has proven that, hey, maybe he is a pretty good quarterback for us. It's just a matter of, can we get the job done? A sack for Tambahali. 2nd and 17 now from the 32. We can make the field goal try potentially harder. But this would be not only a 7 straight victory, but this would kind of put us right at the top for the number 1 seed right now. Play action, Roethlisberger off his back foot, caught! The 1st down. 12-yard line. And I've definitely noticed Michael Griffin is like a step slower on some of these plays. I don't know if his speed or anything has regressed. He is 29, I think. I don't know if he has regressed, but I just haven't noticed him breaking on passes quite as consistently. And over the middle, wide open. Somebody missed an assignment. I don't know if that was Woods, if that was Griffin, if the cornerback should have came over, but somebody messed up there. And a touchdown to make it a 2-score game. So currently, AJ Bishop, his injury turned out to be, like, he's fine after last week getting banged up. It's Bishop and Fillmore up as the backs active today. As they go outside, we're throwing the ball here. Kenyon Walker, he's got 15 yards. It's going to be a lot of throwing. It just kind of makes you wonder what this team would look like if, even if just Pearson was here right now, like, consistently, but, like, if Bohr was playing, you know, how good would this offense be? You know, the offense is far from amazing right now. It's not like we're some super high-scoring offense on a consistent level, but I mean, we're doing this right now with just literally zero run game. We're doing this without a run game. And we're able to be, you know, still close in a game against the top-ranked Steeler team as Gus drops back, gets the block picked up, and no, picked up, Trey Polamalu! Overthrew it. Man, he just overthrew it. He hadn't made a lot of mistakes as of late. Ah, man. That's just, you know, the accuracy's got to clean up. And you can't overthrows in that part of the field, just rough. Can't overthrow with a safety lurking, especially not Troy Polamalu. All right, we turn to our defense now. You know, it just puts us in like this one-dimensional stance, though. It's like, you know that we're throwing majority of the plays, or we have to throw, and if we try to establish the run, it doesn't work. If we throw the ball too much, though, we become too predictable. It's like a no-win situation here. As there's a flag down, it's on us. It's going to be a face mask. I mean, I think you can very well, like, see that we've gotten a little lucky in some of our games. The Bengals won. You know, who knows what would have happened in overtime. You know, if we would have won the coin toss, if we would have won or lost the game, who knows what would have happened. But, like, we got that Bengals game kind of, like, handed to us with that offsides penalty, a second chance at a field goal. The Eagles game went to overtime, and there was some stuff there that, like, you know, could have went both ways. Those are the two big pivot games. We won both of those, but, like, there's a situation where it's like, we could be 4-4. We could have maybe even just be, you know, 5-3. So, you know, are we 6-2 good? We've beat up on the Jaguars. We've beat up on some not so great teams. I mean, the Eagles still are not a good team either. I don't know where to feel about this team, you know? I don't know if we're like a true contender. I don't know if we're frauds, but I don't know where we stand right now. And it's going to continue to be like how Gus develops here. We do eventually get the stop, but the Steelers have gotten into field goal range by that time. So with just over 5 minutes to play, they're going to kick a field goal, make it a 2-score game still, but we would need now 2 touchdowns as the kick is good to make it a 12-point game. So we need 2 touchdowns in about 5 minutes. I don't think that's impossible with all of our timeouts as well. It's just rough. Like, the playbook's just cut in half. Even, like, I'm going to go play action here, but it's like, even play action, it's like, man, what are you going to do? Be fooled by play action? You think we're running the ball? Not with this backfield right now? Like, I probably shouldn't even be going play action, but we have a number of really nice play action plays as they go, dude, that was dangerous, testing them, but Camion Walker comes up with the completion there. Spread things out as we hit the 5-minute mark. Got 4 receivers and a tight end. Steelers got a free rusher. Get a completion knocked out, though. And incomplete. All right, that's fine, though. Didn't panic much under pressure. Just found a receiver. He couldn't hang on. That's fine. Just try to see, like, where we can go here. Like, we've had a lot of Camion and Torrey Edwards kind of being force-fed targets here. It's like, where else do we go? Well, how about out of the backfield? Fillmore is an okay receiver. Maybe just try to make that work. 6 yards is fine. We find Rocky Jones. Play's kind of drawn up here. Somebody's got to make a play here. Will it be Campbell? Will it be Rocky? Will it be one of the usuals? We go to Rocky. Can't hang on, man. We draw up something for one of our other guys, and he just couldn't do it. For a guy who's as athletic as he is, he does not willingly like to scramble. Like, he just doesn't. We're going to go with the design roll here. 4th down. Got a man open, and Richie Campbell was wide. Nice job to find him. Let's see if we can get Camion down the field. That's going to be the primary read here as we spread the field again. And throwing for Rocky. There we go. Completion. 2nd and inches. We're at the 31 of Pittsburgh. It would be nice to have, like, that ability to kick a field goal if needed. We just don't have it. And on the run, at least he didn't get sacked there. But again, like, he kind of got moving and then he just decided to throw. Like, that's a play where you could scramble, but it just feels like he just doesn't want to run the ball. Which, like, hey, that's your decision. Like, I'm not gonna put him in harm's way. I'm fine if he wants to just be a drop back quarterback, but he has the mobility, and he could do it if he wanted to. 3rd down and inches, and throwing middle. There's Campbell again. 1st down. We're taking some time on this drive, though, but it's not too bad right now. Like, we're still in a good spot, I feel like, if we can find the end zone. Not worrying yet with all of our timeouts and still over 3.5 minutes to play. Like, this is plenty of time. We just need to score, I'd say, next minute I'd feel comfortable. As Gus finds Edwards, and the defender jumped in front of that one and almost picked it. 2nd and 10. We'll go with the I formation and see what he's got here. Can Rocky maybe come up with a big play? Or somebody throwing out of the backfield, and there is the fullback. I said somebody else has got to make a play. How about the fullback? We'll take it wherever we can get it. Whoever wants to do it, go crazy. Fullback, somebody making a play. 8-yard line, 1st and goal to cut it out to a 1-score game with 3.5 to go. Picking up the blitz, and end zone. What a one! It's incomplete though. Thought it just couldn't get a 2nd foot down. It was one heck of a catch. I mean, that's just unfortunate that he ran out of field there. But man, that was a crazy good catch. Just ridiculous. 2nd and goal, and it's slant route. Man, read that one wrong. All right, 3rd down and 8. Got away with one there. Obviously, we'd go for it, but I don't want to have to leave it down to a 4th down try. Let's find the end zone here. Send a man in motion. I don't know how I feel about that, but sometimes it works out. As Gus will go short. Walker breaks the tackle. He's close. Got it. Touchdown. That was really close. I'm not going to be surprised if they review that one. They don't. No review. They say he got in. That was really close, but Cammy and Walker makes it a 1-score game with 3:20 to play. So we lost approval because they wanted us to kick the onside. We obviously wouldn't do that. So 26-21, 3:20 to play. Handoff. Ben to Willie Parker, and this is not where you want Willie Parker, outside on the edge. And maybe if this were a younger Willie Parker, this is an older Willie, I think he could have went all the way. 26 yards for Willie Parker. Man, yeah, if that was like, in the peak of his speed, peak of his athleticism, Willie Parker, that's probably just touchdown. But, hey, good that we're facing a washed-up version of him. They go stretch again, though, and that'll be 5 yards. Kind of a missed opportunity there as they snapped the ball a little early. They could have made it the final play before the 2-minute warning, but they instead opted to take the extra snap. That helps us out, as now this one likely last play, unless the play clock... And, yeah, it'll be the last play. Maybe. They might snap it beforehand. I think they actually will. Usually the computer in this game likes to snap the ball with 2 seconds left on the play clock. And they don't... Okay, they're just snapping it now. All right, well, never mind me breaking a tackle. And I thought that they really mismanaged the time here. I mean, we would have used our timeout, so the amount of time would have stayed the same, but they let us basically keep 2 timeouts for free. So, hey, good on the Steelers for being helpful for us. I mean, they literally just let us get away with 2 timeouts. They're also punting before the 2-minute warning, and they shanked the punt. Steelers, do you not have clock control, clock management awareness? Like, what are you doing? You've given us now, like, basically a 3rd timeout because the 2-minute warning is going to count for us. So we have all of our timeouts. 2:08 to play. We got to go 70 yards. It still is far from a guarantee. They gave us a bit of a help here, but still, we got to make it happen. And Rocky can't hang on, man. 2nd down and 10. We got a bunch formation. 4 receivers in. And Gus to the air. They got pressure quickly, and he swatted at the line. That was just a good job from the Steeler D-line. A 3rd down and 10. The positive here is if we go turnover on downs and the Steelers get a 3-and-out field goal, we stop them. It'd still be a 1-touchdown game with a 2-point conversion, so, like, it's not completely done if we don't get it, but, like, obviously we don't want to get to that situation as swatted the line again! Man. 4th down and 10. Not going to be game over if we fail, but pretty close to it. It set the Steelers up in a great spot as Gus to the air. And Gordon, drag route, got a long way to go. Breaks a tackle. I don't like that decision. I feel like whenever I've run that play, Vince Young, like, never threw that drag in his life. He always would force the wheel route. Gus didn't force the wheel route when it wasn't there. It's just he threw it short of the sticks, which is not an ideal spot. So instead, the Steelers on offense, Willie Parker will have 6, and they will be very close to putting this one away. And they'll need 4 yards to do it. So 2nd down and 4. Not mad at how we fought in this game. Just a little frustrating, some of the offensive outcomes here. The interception, the 4th down play was rough. And we even got some help from the Steelers having some bad clock management. It just really comes down to the fact, like, we're watching an offense that can't run the ball. We're watching the most, like, one-dimensional offense, and we're a run-first team that's ran for the most yards in the last couple of seasons. And Willie Parker gets the 1st down. That'll end it. I know that we can be a good passing team, and I know in some ways I think we are, but when we're forced to be this one-dimensional, it becomes so much more predictable. Gus did throw 3 touchdowns, only 1 pick. But, like, look, I mean, 3.1 a carry isn't even awful, but, like, compared to what we've gotten in some other games, but, like, that is so much worse than being Boar Jackson's 5 yards a carry, and even Pearson's 4.5 a carry, going down to 3.1. Walker caught all 3 touchdowns as well. Martinez, Gibson, Ryans, Holly with sacks, no picks for the defense, and we have our first loss in a little while, so I'm not mad at that, though. A 6-game win streak after starting 0-2. There's still a lot to be positive about this season. So as we enter the 4th quarter here, the Browns literally had just found points and made it a 14-9 game, so we're going to receive the kickoff here, and that goes right through the uprights, but it's a 1-score game. We have a whole bunch of these kind of 3-win teams right now, and a number of them being teams that are outside the playoff picture, and unless one of them gets hot, you know, it shouldn't be really big challenges for us other than the Giants and Colts game that we play, you know, later on. But our plans here just take care of business against these lesser teams, and we'll be on to the playoffs. Here, can we get our 7th win of the season? Run game still struggling without our running backs as Gus to the air, play action outside. Torrey Edwards can't bring it in. And Edwards has been heavily targeted today. But for what this offense has been able to put out, I'm not too mad at it. 14 points doesn't look like a lot, but Gus has been really on point today as we're going to motion Campbell. That's going to be like turning into a wheel route kind of, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, Gus has been really good. And throwing here, down the middle of the field and overthrowing Camion Walker. Honestly, not a bad overthrow because that safety was coming over. I mean, in you know, real football there, that's like a hospital pass because he would have ran right into that safety. My concern, though, being so one-dimensional, what's it going to be like with these teams that we should beat? How bad will it be with us, like, dropping maybe some of these games due to the fact that we can't run? As outside, Edwards! No, we can't bring it in. The Browns take the field once more, and this defense doing their best right now with their best player, maybe, Mario Martinez with a tackle for loss. But yeah, Schwartz, more credit to him. I can't say enough about what Schwartz has been able to do year after year, sticking around, not going to be a head coach somewhere else. I mean, and the defense just gets better and better, even with new young players coming in. It's been so good. As that pass incomplete, broken up by Foley, but you subtract Adrian Wilson, who was like a Pro Bowl safety. You subtract Nnamdi Asomugha, who is, you know, a top-level corner. You subtract some of these veterans from the team. And yeah, we did add a lot of young guys and Antoine Weaver, but it's just been so good this year. And that completion, though, right on Foley. I mean, we had the one-on-one there. It was pretty well covered, it feels like, but couldn't get a hand in there, really, and break that one up. So the Browns will get first down at the 48-yard line. They'll go stretch left and outside. Got space. Breaks a tackle and a first down, but a fumble! Fumble! We didn't recover that. How did we not recover that? That looked like it might have been overturned anyway. But yeah, they don't review it, so that might have actually been a legit fumble. I don't know how we didn't recover that one. All right, defense, keep it moving though. Mario Martinez, another tackle for loss. And I know that the stats for Martinez may not jump off the page here sometimes, but like this is a defensive player of the year candidate, man. This is the best linebacker in the league. Second down and 11. I mean, not too far behind, though. Freddie Bates has been having a nice year as well. Okay, he got hit, and it's picked up. I was about to say, like, he got hit. I didn't think he'd get the throw off. That one just floated up there, and it's picked off. I mean, you get an opportunity like that. We missed out on the fumble recovery, but when you get a second chance with the ball floating right into your hands, you take it. Rick Foley, I think, has also been pretty impressive for this team overall. I'm going to do something bold here. A.J. Bishop is in the game. Former first-round bust running back. Taking the carry here. He's our fifth-string running back. Having to go to your fifth-string running back for some backup carries is just a little rough, but stick it down 9. Got Augustus with 2 men in the backfield. Deep drop. And pressured, he's hit as he's throwing, and that one's almost picked. It almost turned out to go the other way. Got away with it, though, because that ball just floated up there. And now third down and 9, as we'll have Fillmore in the backfield, but we will once again throw it. I see Rocky with a chance outside. There you go, Camion Walker. He was open as well, and he found him for the first down. Nice job also to not take him out of bounds and make it like an incomplete pass. Happens a lot in this game where a pass along the sidelines is just brutal because they'll just run right out of bounds. It's just now, you know, trying to figure out what's a better outcome here. You know, should we just run the ball for 2 yards at a time or take that risk throwing the ball? But we will throw it. Play action. And Gus on the run. And Camion Walker again. Hey, Walker and Gus hook it up for another big play. Now with, you know, 3 points hopefully secured. Feel a little bit more comfortable running the ball here as just over 5 minutes to play. We'll go ground. Fillmore fumbles the ball and we recover it. And now we've both fumbled the ball and we've both jumped on it. Oh my goodness, man. Like, what? We can't run, man. We can't run. I have zero faith in this rushing attack. You know, and I'm not even going to be too hard on Mitch Fillmore. He was our 4th string running back. He's not supposed to be in this situation. The throwing short, caught, and that'll be no gain. But, like, I can't get mad at our 4th string, like, 6th round rookie running back for not being good. I mean, like, he was not brought in to be the guy or anything. When we drafted him, Bohr was still healthy, and I mean, like, he was supposed to be like, oh, could he be a nice backup for us? I mean, well, now he's just having to start, and it's just not really fair to him. Not fair to this offense either. Third down and 10. Gus in the pocket with time. End zone! Caught! Touchdown! And I think that's Rocky Jones. Can't remember the last time I watched a tight end on this team catch a touchdown. It's been, I feel like, forever. 21-9 your score now is the run. And not much. So the Browns, you know, if they lose this game, fall to 3-7 on their playoff hopes. You know, they were already in trouble, but, like, at least if you won the game 4-6, you have a distant chance. 3-7, though, you're basically done. So we're going to be kind of the The gatekeepers for the In the Hunt teams, but no, it's not going to be over yet. Cleveland, gone, touchdown, and he threw it up. Foley, I thought was going to get a hand on it, and he couldn't make a play, so he gives us a pick, he gives up a touchdown, and right as I was kind of talking him up, he kind of allows like his worst play of his career. So we're not out of the woods yet, as we have to once again go back out here and try to put this game away. Gus on play action, has a man play action in the wheel route. Got Richie Campbell for the first. I don't know who really to trust though. Fillmore has now fumbled in this game, so guess we're gonna put AJ Bishop in and see what he can do as we motion the tight end out in the slot, which is interesting. We've like literally never done that on that play. Wow. We lose 4 on it. I don't. Sure. We've literally ran that play so much. I've never once seen him motion the tight end into the slot. Like that just kind of took away a blocker. We're at the 3-minute mark. I prefer he not snap the ball early, but he probably will. And at the 3-minute mark, we're gonna go under. Okay, I think he's gonna wait. Cool. Clock ticking. I'm happy that he actually didn't snap the ball immediately. He's being smart. This could be the last play before the 2-minute warning. As taking the snap, play action, checks into the back, and he drops it. I didn't like that. Like I felt like he had the crosser, but I mean, also he dropped the pass that would have been clock running, maybe down to the 2-minute warning. So, you know, that drop is a little rough. 3rd and 14, unless we can get a first down here and, you know, get another first down after that, it looks like the Browns are going to get a possession to win this game. Can Gus give us something great here? Spread out the field, blitz in, nice movement, checks it to the back, caught, but not going to be enough for the first down. We'll go to the 2-minute warning, and hopefully just, we're not doing this. We're not going for... Are you out of your mind? I trust the defense, obviously. We're a great defense. And, you know, not to say the last touchdown was like a fluke, but, like, we don't anticipate that happening again. So, Derek Anderson to the air. And curl route. They're really testing Foley a lot. So, they got the pick earlier, but now we're really trying to pick on Foley. Not even testing Jabari Gordon on the other side, or even the nickel or the slot or anything, not the tight end. They're not testing anybody except Foley. So Foley, you gotta lock in here. Now go outside, and Freddie Bates, that was thrown right at him. We dropped Bates back, and he just, like, that was well done. Like, well done. Got him exactly what we wanted. He dropped the interception. That's brutal. As now sending more pressure down the middle of the field, and it's broken up. Andrew Woods delivered that finishing blow to knock it out. 3rd down and 10. Browns still all their timeouts for now. From the 24 is Anderson. That's a lot of pressure. Running back's got it. He's got the first down. I think that was maybe a little too aggressive. Like, we sent literally everybody in. The Browns get the first down, gain of 11. Back to the line they go. Anderson to the air. Running back, dump off, and this time one of our D tackles got out there and broke it up. Wouldn't it even have been a bad thing if he caught it, because it would have taken some time and not a lot of yards. But Anderson again, we keep sending Luke Locke on nickel blitzes, and there's, oh my goodness, man, another almost interception. Jabari Gordon had that one. 3rd down and 10. We sent like 8 on the blitz last time, I felt like. So let's not do that. Let's maybe send 5 or 6 rather than sending 8. Let's get some guys in coverage here. They send 5. And down the middle, right at the feet. He had the dig route, and he just tossed it too short. 4th down. And the Browns, maybe their game here. They have their timeout still, so they could hypothetically get a 3 and out, but obviously the situation would be a whole lot different even if they got that 3 stops. 4th down, game on the line here for Anderson, taking a shot, he got it! Oh my goodness, man, they keep getting it at the last moment. 3rd down, 4th down, A minute to play. Clock running. 41 to Tennessee. Anderson. Will he have another big play? He's sacked. He's sacked. And they'll hurry it back to the line. Not burning their timeout still. That's really interesting. I felt like that was a timeout spot, but Walt Daniels, the rookie, got the sack here. 44 seconds, audibling, making adjustments. And from the shotgun, to the air again, floats it up one-on-one, Jabari Gordon. Nice job in that, like, that was just zero blitz. Our guy versus your guy, our guy won it. And now 38 seconds to go, the Browns are still holding on to their timeouts. I mean, you would imagine, though, anything in bounds here, they will start to use them. 45-yard line, 3rd and 13. Will it be another long-distance 3rd or 4th down conversion on this drive? Anderson is going to find a receiver that he overthrows. Would have been a tough grab to make anyway, but now it's 4th down. They converted the last one. Now this one's really just game on the line here, as Anderson has to get another conversion. Can we finally get off the field? Get our 7th win of the season. They go man in motion. 2 receivers and a tight end to the left. Isolated on the right is Jabari and the number 1 guy. Sending the man up the edge. Taking a shot. It's coming again. Oh my goodness, it's a fumble now. Fumble and Anton Weaver got down the field. Picks it up. Penalty on us. What is going on? Holding. It's holding on us after the return. Is that even a fumble? Is that even a fumble? It is. It is. Can I get a replay? That's actually a fumble? So he caught it 2 feet down, turned. Oh. That's not a fumble. That's not a fumble. Are you kidding me? They're not even reviewing that? Are you? Dude, we got the luck on our side this year. Are you kidding me? That is unreal. Oh, now they're reviewing it. Now they're reviewing it. And now it's the Browns' ball. Oh, no. No. Wait, they didn't review it at first. I thought we were in the clear. No, they got the ball at the 15 now. And they got saved a timeout. They got saved a timeout. They didn't have to burn it. 30 seconds for Anderson off his back foot in the flats. Makes a man miss. It's on the 10. And there's their first timeout with 20. Oh, man, no. No way. 24 seconds. Anderson is sacked. Sacked, and they burned a timeout. That was a very quick timeout. I was about to say. 3rd timeout still on their board. 22 seconds. 2nd down and goal, just 6 yards away. Short drop again. Oh my God, the wide open man. What is going on? He missed him wide open. Why did he rifle that pass? Just floated up there. No one was within like 10 feet of him. 3rd and goal. 20 seconds to go. Martinez hits him. Let's go. Touchdown, Browns. Are you kidding me? Like, dude, how many 3rd and 4th downs did you allow? 2-pointer is good, too. I can't even, man. Oh, my goodness. We dropped some picks on that final drive. Like, there was one notable one from Freddie Bates. I mean, the Browns, like, credit to them. They did a great job, but, like, man. We couldn't stop them on any of those 4th downs, like, at all. Obviously, we got to take a shot here. It's 17 seconds to go. We have 2 timeouts. Just going to take a shot down the field. Like, we have to. We can't even really, like, 10 to 15 yard our way down the field. We have to get, like, 20, 30, 40 yards, and that wasn't good. The plan here is to try to get like 2 20-yard plays. Because I'd say we're about 40 yards from where I would take a field goal. So if we could just go get 2 20-yarders, maybe break it in half like that. As he gets sacked, yeah, that's probably done. All right, well, now we need about 45 yards on this one play in 8 seconds, basically, so that we could try to get the timeout off and kick a long field goal. Or at least set us up for Hail Mary range. There's the shot. Caught, and not close enough for a field goal, but I suppose if we have the time, close enough for a Hail Mary. All right. You just gotta let him get down the field, though. That's kind of the thing here. Just gotta let him get down the field. You have the arm. You have a 60-yard arm, so like that, it shouldn't be the issue there. It's just a matter of, can you let him get down the field in time? Gus letting everybody get down there. Throws it up. Short of the end zone. It's caught. It's caught. It's a touchdown. Oh my God. Caught it short of the end zone and broke a tackle and dragged a defender in. What is our luck this season with some of these finishes? We win the game when we had no right winning this game with the way we played at the end there. And, you know, Augustus Gordon just had like his Jaden Daniels rookie moment. A Hail Mary, 4 touchdowns, 340 yards. And we couldn't run the ball again. We had a cumulative 17 carries for 19 yards. Edwards, though, 100 yards. Richie Campbell with 136 and 2 touchdowns, including the finish. What is this team this year? This is so weird, man. I'm not going to pretend to be surprised here. Even though the Browns game was a little close for comfort and we probably should have lost that game, the Texans are a whole different level of really bad. When I showed you the mid-season stuff, the Texans, their points scored was not too much higher than the Jaguars. They were averaging like maybe 10 points a game. And I think the funny thing is, as we're simming through this game, dude, AJ Bishop has 3 rushing touchdowns. I don't know if he's got 3 rushing touchdowns in his life. And we go and play the Texans, and he has 3 touchdowns against his former team. That's incredible. Yeah, we're just stomping them right now. AJ Bishop is running it down on this team. That is embarrassing if you're the Texans. AJ Bishop is just dominating your team in the end zone. He's not running it well, but he's got the touchdowns. Is that a perfect passer rating? Near perfect passer rating, basically. Like, I mean, 80 completion percentage, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Fillmore actually ran it well. 4.6 a carry. Bro, this Texans defense stinks. You let this backfield run decently on high volume? What the heck? Torrey Edwards, 10 catches. Richie Campbell, 5. It's also nice that we've had some games where, like, Camion Walker isn't even doing much, like, you know, for his standards. And we're, like, still passing it well. Like, the other guys are getting involved. Gus does spread the ball around a lot more than Vince Young does. But that's a big win for us, you know, to keep on. Maybe now, like, with the Browns win, this win, you know, maybe push towards that number 1 seed. That's not out of possibility for us. We'll see what the standings look like. So in the AFC, as of right now, the Steelers have that tiebreaker on us because they beat us. Dude, this Steelers team is crazy. They're 8-3, but like, what? Okay, yeah, the Texans and Jaguars are the 2 worst scoring teams in the league. The Texans are averaging just about 10 points. Jaguars got a little over that, but still not much. But like right now, the Steelers have the worst scoring defense in the league by a comfortable margin. and they're 8-3 because they have the number 2 scoring off. What is going on there with the Steelers? All right. Well, we play the Dolphins. We play the Raiders still. So the Dolphins and Raiders are 2 teams we play, and they're both bad. Patriots are struggling, and no Brady. All right. So we are currently number 3 in the conference. The Colts are still like a game behind with the tiebreaker. That's a little scary. It's a pretty solid AFC. I mean, if these are like the 6 teams. Also, a thing to be positive about, Ashton Wilder will be back for this next game, and it looks like Pearson, like, probably gonna miss the next one. We get to take on the Miami Dolphins up next, and right now we're up 17-6. It's been a while since Gus has like thrown some picks, had a lot of turnovers to him. He's got at least 2 that I remember seeing for interceptions. As we'll throw here, 3rd down and 16 to the end zone. Touchdown. This game feels very similar to like how the Browns game started. It's like, okay, it was a 2-score game. They score a touchdown literally like immediately. We have 2 injuries. 2-point conversion is no good. 2 injuries. It's not running backs, is it? Torrey Edwards, cramp, and Jabari Gordon out. So, I've seen Ashton Wilder play. I don't think, yeah, Pearson is not playing this game. He'll be back for next one, though. So it's nice to have at least a running back that we can feel a little bit more comfortable giving the ball. Ashton Wilder in the backfield has taken a lot of carries today. And we'll give him the ball here, and he's just obliterated in the backfield. 2nd and 12 is Gus. First, I would say, like, not good game in a little bit as he's dropping and sacked. And the Dolphins force 3rd and 19. All right, well, Fillmore checks into the backfield, and we'll see what we can do here. 3rd and 19. Rocky in motion. He goes to the left, and somebody ran the wrong route as they throw. That was... The ball had such a low trajectory if the defender there was able to make a play on it. The Dolphins, despite not being a good team, this is a team that's had a good quarterback in Dwayne Anthony, who's like a 90 overall. As, oh my goodness, man. Freddie Bates. Who else is on this team? Devin Hester just returned that punt. I don't know, it's interesting when I see teams have, like, a good quarterback and still stink, like the Panthers. Dwayne Anthony's a 91. They have Marcus Jackson, you remember him? He was the rookie, like, top running back dude. Oh my goodness, your wide receivers are just return men. Devin Hester and Ted Ginn are your receivers. Jake Long is still there at a 96. The offensive line is fine. They have Marquise Aiko as well. Sean Merriman, Cortland Finnegan. I mean, it's not a bad team. Like, they have some holes, obviously, but, like, this doesn't feel like a garbage team. They have a good quarterback. They have a good running back. They have a solid O-line. Some playmakers on defense, and there's one of the playmakers on offense getting a 1st down. So I guess I can't really, you know, treat this team like the Texans or the Jaguars, who, they have bad records, but they got garbage QB play. They had Dante Culpepper starting and other garbage, like they had a legitimately like bad teams. The Dolphins have an okay team, just a bad record, which is a little bit more conducive to maybe forcing an upset, to where if you have the nice players to make the key plays in big situations, you could pull that off. Whereas I'm not scared of like 2014 Dante Culpepper doing much to me, but I am scared with Marcus Jackson running through Mario Martinez and getting positive yards to set up 3rd down and 4. 36-yard line. I would imagine they go for it here unless they lose yards. I don't think they'll take a field goal. Play action. Anthony just puts it in the dirt. Just wanted to avoid the sack, so it'd be a 53-yard kick. They're going to go for it. Okay, wow. We don't often see the computers take 50-plus yarders, and you can maybe see why he had the leg, not the accuracy. He had plenty of leg, though. Like, he had like a 60-plus yard leg, but as Niall Henry, our former kicker, missing. He was actually really good for the Dolphins. He's actually one of the best kickers in the league after we got rid of him. So we'll take that, and no 17-15 game. We get good field position and a chance to try to find some points ourselves as Wilder. The blocking's just not good. We'll go 3rd and 14. Wilder and Fillmore in the backfield. And we'll motion Wilder out into the slot. He got his hand in the dirt, though. He's a slot. He's running a route. Can we avoid a 3 and out? The second straight drive. And got to get rid of it. He throws it deep. It's caught. And a first down inside Miami's red zone. I mean, that was under pressure. Maybe a little bit of a desperation throw where 2 defenders were down there. I mean, hey, credit to Torrey Edwards, though, for 44. That changes a lot. We could have had a second straight 3 and out and given Miami the ball back and no harm done after a long missed field goal to set us up a good field position. Instead, we take full advantage of said field position. One big play, we're in field goal range, and another poor run from this offense where, you know, having guys like Bohr do help us out where they kind of make that first man miss and make up for some bad blocking. But when you have a guy go down on first contact most of the time, you know, you get plays like that. So 2 tight ends in the formation here. Going to go a little play action. Looking for Cammy and Walker over the middle as Gus will find Walker. Took him a little bit of time, but he had the protection. He has the first down. And we are goal to go, but a penalty. And it's holding. Would have been 1st and goal at the 5 with a chance to take a 2-score lead. And instead, 21 yards to go on 2nd down. Don't love that, especially in the rain where field goals are going to be a little bit more tough. Don't want to have to take 40-plus yards in the rain, so see if we can at least get a little closer, set ourselves up for a nice scenario here. Throwing it, oh, that's dangerous! It's incomplete! But Miami, they're going to call that pass interference. Well, undo that whole scenario with the holding and everything. We would have had it 1st and goal at the 5. Instead, 1st and goal at the 8. So set up now with Wilder. Can he get positive yards on any run? We're going to go outside here. I like the space. I like the blocking. And a touchdown. That's a really good job. Sealing the edge there by the skill position guys. Like, all of them did a nice job there. And now we've doubled up their score. Dwayne Anthony and this Dolphins offense has got to do something here. Oh, that's a new play. I've not seen that play in this game. A fake fullback dive, but usually when they do the fake fullback toss, it's like, you know, we've known that play in like Madden and everything for years. That was a little different. That was kind of nice. It didn't work, but I kind of like that. I don't know, if it gives me the option, let me steal that play. I'd like that one. Dwayne Anthony, though, back to throw outside and caught. Martinez in coverage, 6 yards. 3rd down and 4, split backfield. Anthony to the air. We got a quick shed on the inside, but the double team. See it on the inside there. It was either Hutchinson or Weaver got up immediately, and then the other interior lineman was just waiting, just took him out at the knees. Nice job, though. Gets the first down on the outside. As the Dolphins got to, you know, eventually get to maybe hurry up mode here. They motion their fullback out and handoff. Ooh, that is really unfortunate. He had a little bit of space there, but he kind of got tripped up. Just a 2-yarder. Staying in this split look. Under center, 3 receivers, and we send Martinez on the blitz. Fullback picked him up, and I think you should have made a play on that ball, whoever that was. We were right there. No harm, though. Staying in the same formation, just flipping the sides. Anthony, free rusher off the edge, throws it up his back foot. It's caught. That was Luke Luck in coverage. Luck is taken out, taken over on the outside there for the Jabari Gordon injury. You know, Jabari hasn't allowed a whole lot on his side of the field throughout the year, but Luke Luck playing outside corner again does not have a good one there. No good reps for him recently. That's why he's kind of fallen on the depth chart. I mean, we've, I think, mostly drafted pretty good in this series, but Luke Luck is probably like the highest, the biggest pick that I've whiffed. Not to even say that he's a garbage player. He's just not great. He's just nothing special. He's just a starting caliber corner who's got his ups and downs, but You know, we can't hit them all, which is unfortunate, but I think we've done a good job, you know, top to bottom from the drafting scenario, as that's another play where you just get your head around there. D'Amico Ryans, you could have had a pick, instead it just kind of hits you in the back. Third down, 4-down territory is the scenario for the Dolphins with 2:47 to play. And man, they love this split look. They just run it every time. We send a lot of pressure. Everybody's in. They call that incomplete. Kind of tuck rule did they just get there? That is absolutely a fumble. Fourth down. And probably the game here. I mean, we're going to be able to, you know, probably get their timeouts down if we stop them. But, like, you know, I don't really see them making a comeback if they don't pull this off. End zone! Incomplete, nice defense. We'll take that ball. So, this will be, barring an injury timeout, 2-minute warning will be taken down, and Wilder is going to get a loss of 3. So, yeah, 2-minute warning. We'll be able to, at the very least, get 2 of the Dolphins' timeouts down, and then probably put them in a spot where they need to do a whole lot to win this one. You know, I want to just go for the first down, go for the win here, so we're going to actually throw it on this play. It's going to be a pretty safe play, I'd hope, but, you know, we'll throw here, drag route, turn up field, and there's the first down, and that'll do it. Kneel the ball out, and a nice win. Yeah, Gordon threw 2 interceptions, but overall, other than the 2 picks, perfectly fine. Wilder, 2.8 to carry, not good. Edwards, the leading receiver again. And sacks, Holly Weaver. Picks, nobody. But we'll see if Jabari Gordon is going to be okay. We'll have Jeremy Pearson back for the next game, which is like, finally we have some, you know, starting caliber running back. You know, credit to Wilder for stepping in that game. And
the season is drawing to a close, and a few players have increased their draft stock with a strong month in November. Oscar Jamison is putting together a nice season, finishing the regular season with 1,463 yards for the 9-3 Yellow Jackets. Jamison's season is impressive, but it pales in comparison to the year that Rayshon Smith is having. He topped off a victory over Michigan with 3 touchdowns, bringing a season total to 20. He seems to be a lock for the Heisman at this point. Jonathan Cook should finish in the top 3, as he's thrown for over 3,500 yards this year. That's all for now. I'll be back later with more updates.
So they've talked only about a handful of players, but 2 running backs. Rayshon Highsmith does look. I'm so curious to see what his like attributes are, if these are like the plus and minuses of him. And then Cook, Jamison, they talked about Conley. You know, we've gotten a lot of players scouted. Brock Shelton. Ooh, that's interesting. 96 prospect, but his worst thing is upside. Now that we've run into a really good team, it is a bit of a struggle here. 23-10 on the road against Indianapolis. Though the positive here, we are driving Indy 28-yard line is the spot here. We can try to make this a 1-score game. We've had our battles against Indy time after time. We thought maybe they were going to be a little normal this year and not a indestructible force. While they aren't indestructible, they are definitely better than just your any old team, where we thought that may be the case when they were 4-4. They've won ever since that mid-season point, and now are sitting here with the tiebreaker on us. A win here definitively puts them in first place with 3 games left, as the run is going to be a loss of 1 for Pearson, who's played pretty well. Jabari Gordon was fine after last week's injury. Gets injured again, though, and he is out for the rest of this game. So obviously having your number 1 corner getting taken out once again. He got banged up pretty early in this one. That has hurt us a lot. But we've had a little bit more balance in our offense, it feels like, with the ability to run the ball a bit as it goes to the end zone. And incomplete, 3rd and 11. We put in a tough spot here if we are in a 4th down, because it's like, man, we really need a touchdown. But 7 minutes to go. Should we kick it if that opportunity is, especially on like 4th and 11, if it's an incomplete pass here? I'm going to hope not. I'm going to hope we don't have that 4th down decision to make, or if we do, it's not 4th and 11. So, 3rd down, Gus in the shotgun, And with Pearson next to him, we're going to be looking for Cammy in here as he'll throw. Walker's way, caught down to the 1. First and goal at the 1 for Indy. That worked perfectly. Try to put it in the end zone with Pearson. 1 yard away. The Stack Colts D-line is just enough. Yes, it's just enough for us to find the end zone. Pearson falling forward. It's nice to have a running back that falls forward and is able to get us positive yards. 1-score game now. We win this game, and we will have a 2-game lead over the Colts with no definitive tiebreaker. We'll both have the same divisional record and split with each other, but a 2-game lead with no tiebreakers. With 3 to go, looks like we could be pushing ourselves to a first-round bye. On the flip side, the Colts would be in control of their own destiny. If they win out, they will get the first-round bye in the division title, and we'd be likely headed to the wild card. So a lot is on the line here. Obviously, there's a chance where the division can be won and there's still no first-round bye, but it's very likely the winner of this division is getting one of the top 2 seeds, as it's been really for a number of years now. It's the Colts and it's the Titans battling it out for top seeding position, for Super Bowls. We've got a Super Bowl. The Colts have got like 3 Super Bowls. Like, they have been just unreal. Even post Peyton Manning, Ty Foster and the offense has still been firing off with a legendary defense. I mean, one year they were, maybe like a top 10, top 5 defense ever, and just over, the course of time, I mean, they've had one of the best 5-year runs of defense that, like, has ever been seen in football. Maybe not quite like the mid-'80s Bears, but, like, it's up there. That's the crazy part. I've been yapping. It's 3rd and 9 after an incomplete pass. Foster's going to have 2 tight ends. If you remember, they brought in Greg Olsen, so that's a really, like, interesting tight end pickup for them. They go in on the outside run, and they don't get it. That is a odd call. Don't love that for them, but I love it for us. This is the most pass-heavy any of our videos have ever been with this Titans team, and get to have a little bit of balance restored, hopefully, as Pearson on the ground. And Pearson is a little hesitant to, left and then right and then back and forth. Still got 4 yards, though. I think as long as Pearson is healthy, we don't necessarily, I think, have, like, the excuse fully that, like, oh, well, Bohr's not here. It's like, man, we're a good team. We have a great defense. Our quarterback seems legit. We have our pass catchers. We still have a nice offensive line and a capable enough starting running back. So I don't want to hear too many excuses if we're not able to, like, get the job done, against this Colts team and the rest of the way, if, pending health. But one player should not derail us that much now that we know that our quarterback is good, as that ball is incomplete on 3rd and 2. All right, 4th and 2 at the 48. I think this is a go for it situation. Now here is where it does kind of stink, because this is a 4th and 2. You got Bohr. 4th and 2, you got Pearson. I think you might be thinking throw the ball here. Throwing is what we will do. A game-defining play here. 4th and 2. Down by 6, close to midfield. Under center is Gus with Pearson in the backfield. 3 receivers and a tight end in the package. And this one will go a long way in seeing if we can pull it off. It's a throw over the middle. He couldn't hang on. The goal on that play, I wanted to hit the drag route to Camion. He took the shot for Rocky, but couldn't hang on, man. Rocky has been really letting us down. Like, we've been targeting our tight end a little bit more than in past seasons, and like, by no means is our tight end a top-level pass catcher for us and, like, a focal part, but, our tight end reps are, like, instead of catching 15 passes last year, you're more so needing to catch, like, 30 passes, and he's not making his catches. He's not having a lot of success, which is really hurting us when we're trying to, seek out that production from not just force-feeding Cammy and Walker the ball so much, as Foster over the middle, that's knocked away. Nice job from Michael Griffin. 3rd down and 2. We're at the 40-yard line, so if we could get a stop here, we could still come away with a one-score game. I don't think they'd try a 57-yard field goal. Maybe they'd want to go for it, though, as Foster to the air, throwing it down the center of the field, and it's caught. And now we're in some trouble, because this is very much now in position to be a two-score game. The Colts, I will say, have had really bad field goal kicking the last couple of seasons when we have played them, so maybe that can help us out here. Maybe we can get a turnover. There's a chance, maybe, but Luke Locke wasn't on it. I mean, you hit the curl route there, and Luke Locke was standing there a couple feet behind him, and hey, man, Luke Locke is frustrating. He is just one of those corners who allows a lot, will get targeted a lot, will get his interceptions, but even now, like recently, he just hasn't been getting picks either, so that's been an issue as well, and a touchdown on the other side. That was Reggie Wayne still playing here at a high level. 2-point conversion now to make it a 14-point game, and our hopes of a division title are slipping away. Foster, man in motion. And now with two tight ends. They will go run. We're all over that. So it'll be a 2-touchdown game, but the 2 touchdowns would give us the lead. Short kick returns from about the 10-yard line. So should have good field position here. And really good field position. All right, to 44-yard line. Maybe you'd say we shouldn't have went for it on that last 4th down, but 4th and 2, that's a go for it every time. Just because it didn't work doesn't mean maybe it wasn't the right decision. You know, you got to put the trust in your quarterback, and that's what I've done all season. I haven't treated him like just any old rookie. I have put him in these situations to try to be our guy, and there's been a lot of times in which he has come up big. I think more often than not, he has succeeded. As an incomplete pass there. I think another thing that we've kind of noticed has just been more drops this season, even from, you know, good players. Like Camion Walker, I feel like, has had a little bit more drops. He's still not dropped a lot, but like Torrey Edwards has had some moments. Rocky's been absolutely brutal at times. Richie Campbell, I'll give him a little bit of grace. He is a rookie, kind of thrust into a position that he wasn't supposed to be in upon being drafted. But the Bohr injury kind of, you know, changed everything and made us trade Hendrickson away. I mean, I wonder what this team would look like if we had Hendrickson on the team with Bohr. You know, it was as intended, but there's Ashton Wilder making a play out of the backfield on an angle route for a 1st down. 3:30 to go. We are not in full-blown, like, panic yet mode. We could kind of take our time calling the plays as we go play action here. Clean pocket. Down the... Ooh, we was just sitting on that one. Ooh. All right. No pick, though. That's fine. Speaking of thorns in our side, Reggie Wayne, you know, on offense. How about Bob Sanders still being a high-level defensive player? He's a little bit washed up at this point, but, you know, this is a world where Bob Sanders never got hurt, really, like, for, like, significant injuries to derail his career. And, yeah, I mean, you're looking at, like, a Hall of Fame-level safety is Richie Campbell. That is huge. Hung onto that ball. Made up for that drop earlier, I feel like. And now from the Indy 23-yard line. If we find the end zone here before the 2-minute warning, trust the defense to get ourselves a stop as we'll throw it again. And Gordon outside for Walker. Got it inside the 10. Into the Indy 9. I really think we're in a good spot now to maybe make this happen. I like the look we're being given here. Just don't fall for anything. Gus throwing. Just checks it down to Pearson. I can live with that. Just, he didn't force it. We'll take 3. Spread the field here. It's no secret that we are throwing the ball, and I think we got the personnel advantage here as long as we get the throw off cleanly. As Gordon, end zone, caught at the back, and it's incomplete. I mean, I didn't love that decision. 3rd and goal. We have obviously 2 more tries at this, but if we don't get it, it's game over. We're going to see what Gus can cook up here. Motion, I don't know how to feel about this. We'll see if it works. We've kind of got an impromptu, like, little scissors concept here, and I guess it works out enough. Touchdown, Camion Walker. So I ran slants. He motioned the slant out, kind of like I said, a little impromptu, like, scissors concept, and I guess that works out. It's pretty nice. Touchdown to make it a 1-touchdown game. 2:20 to go. I'm not kicking the onside kick. I know they're going to ask me to. You know, surprisingly enough, they actually didn't give me like the defining moment onside kick thing. I was fully expecting that, but yeah. I mean, we could have maybe kicked the onside, because if they got a field goal on the drive, it'd still be one score, but I want to just put this defense out here to try to get a stop. And first down, not bad. 3 yards, we'll take it. We'll hit the 2-minute warning, and the Colts would need basically like 2 first downs to end it. 2nd down and 7. We know what this is going to be. There's probably going to be a stretch in there somewhere. They'll go up the middle and just stuffed. Time out. And here we go. This is our chance to get the ball back with enough time to feel comfortable about being able to do this. D'Amico Ryan's got in there. We've been done in by Joseph Adai a lot in this series. Let's do it. Let's do it, guys. Come on. Goal line package. There should be no worries about throwing the ball here. Handoff. Adai is brought down short. And we'll take this ball back with 1:50 to go. And can Gus give us a game-winning drive against the Colts? Gus wasn't really ready in week 2 when he was still trying to get his feet wet. And he's proven that he is more than ready now to step into this big moment, but he's going to get helped out by a nice return right into midfield. All right, we're right at the midfield. So many instances of Vince Young being up and down, but, you know, having his struggles against the Colts. We have a losing record against the Colts in this series. Can Gus turn things around for us against this team in this rivalry? And a first down for 17 yards. It just seems like when we've had our moments against the Colts, the clutch drives, they've been undone. If you remember the long overtime playoff game, the kick return touchdown at the buzzer, stuff like that, where even when we were clutch, it didn't matter. And an incomplete pass there, it's going to set up 2nd down and 10. But I got full trust, and if you go out here and get this game-winning touchdown, cement your like rookie of the year campaign, punch our ticket to the playoffs, and that ball into the dirt, incomplete. Got hit, got rid of it at least. That's a positive sign. Now it's 3rd and 10. And with only 1 timeout, like, this drive is it. You give the ball back to the Colts, it's over. Can Gus come up big here? 3rd down for Kevin Walker. He can't reel it in. Oh, man. 4th down. There we go. 4th down and 10. A game-season-defining moment here for Augustus Gordon in his rookie campaign. Throwing the ball here, and for Kevin, it's incomplete. If he waited a little longer, I think he had a chance elsewhere with Richie Campbell. There's a game, and Gordon, 331, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks, but that 48 completion percentage. He just threw the ball a lot. Pearson, he ran fine coming back from injury. We did not run the ball very much. We were very pass-oriented. We wanted to try to balance things out a little bit more, but today it just kind of skewed towards passing. We had to basically only pass in the 4th quarter. Kind of got off of our hoping, you know, our hopeful game script here, but all 3 receivers 80 plus. Just stinks. You know, like I said, I'll kind of give him grace for the first game. You know, 2nd game playing the Colts, not an ideal situation. Lose the 1st round bye. Like, we could still get it if the Colts, we would have to win out and the Colts would have to lose somewhere along the way. So it's not like impossible, but based on who the Colts play, I guess, is because we have 2 easy games and then a hard game. The Colts, meanwhile, Washington, Jacksonville. I don't think they're losing. Washington is our only hope for them to lose. I accidentally simmed 1 extra play, my bad, but we're in the 4th quarter, and dude, I don't know how this keeps happening, but the Raiders, okay, we've been playing some battles against some not so good teams here, but the Raiders 28-17 and in scoring position, immediately going to the end zone. Ball is tipped and incomplete. Yeah, it's 3rd down and 2. They're at the Tennessee 7, and yeah, the Raiders could make this a game here. A field goal would be, doable if they wanted to take it here. As Bird to the air, Corey Bird, the quarterback, as they throw, and that should have been picked. Also, and guess what, guys? Jeremy Pearson's hurt, and he's out. So, more no running backs for us, as the Raiders will take a field goal to make it a one-score game. I thought we'd be able to, take care of things pretty easily here, but running back injuries, some inconsistencies, and yeah, it happens. He was running really well before the injury, so we were doing our thing, 5 yards a carry with Pearson. Offense was doing all right, and then he gets hurt, and then the run game stagnates. We throw an interception. It's just been frustrating, like, again, I don't want to use injury as like too big of an excuse and just say like, oh well, if we just had more, but like, man, we just had like playable running backs for like sustained periods of time. The first couple games of the season, Pearson, when he was getting hot and he was getting rolling, the run game was looking good. We were winning, 5, 6 games in a row and looking really nice. And now, it's just been a rushing nightmare for this team. That's a nice catch and run there for Cammy and Walker. But, like, I really feel like, Gordon has shown me so much that I love. I really believe in him. Like, he's played better than I could have hoped as a rookie. And it's like, man, if Pearson were just here doing his 4.5, 5 yards a carry, run for 1,000 yards, and we're able to have that nice balance, I would love that. I don't want my rookie quarterback throwing the ball 40 plus times a game in some instances, as he'll throw heap here. Oh no! Oh, that was off his hands. He dropped that one before he got tackled, so like that's not even like, oh, he got hit. No, that just bounced off his hands. That's unfortunate. 2nd down and 10 though. Still 6.5 to go, up by 8. I mean, like, we're not, worrying yet, as that one is thrown up for the, Ashton Wilder to make a catch there. That's probably not ideal. I also, wonder if the option route was ran, correctly. I was hoping he'd kind of do the out, and he went up, and that didn't work. So it'll be 3rd down and 10, and we'll see what Gordon has for us here. Fillmore in the backfield, and with 4 receivers in the pattern. What do you got, Gus? Going deep, and Kevin Walker brings it in. Walker still has maintained his high level of production. He's over 100 catches on the season. He's 2nd in the league in catches. And I love that he has been able to still be hyper productive while not, like, having the production from other receivers take away from him. Because we've seen way more of Torrey Edwards this season, more of, Richie Campbell than we had seen Ray Hendrickson last year. We have seen more Rocky Jones this year. We've just seen more from a lot of other players, and it's nice that, Cammy is still able to produce at that high level as Fillmore. It doesn't matter who we sub in at running back. Just as an ugly run game without a capable starter. I just wonder if he should just be jamming a square peg into a round hole trying to run the ball with Wilder and Fillmore, or if you just throw it every play, but then you end up having that Colts game where Gus throws it, 45 times. As the drag route caught, and Walker is getting a 1st down, I think. Yeah, they give it to him. See what we got now? Maybe go to one of our go-to run plays. Wilder, oh my goodness. That's not even really on Wilder. That's our left guard there just getting obliterated. That's a play where Logan Mankins, if he was here, that doesn't happen, probably. I still feel like, though, at no point do we, like, regret what we have given up. We gave up Logan Mankins. We gave up Flowers, our right tackle. We gave up what ended up being Hendrickson. We gave up a 4th-round pick and Reggie Bush, all to ultimately get Augustus. I don't think we regret that decision, though, as that completion there is going to get us to the 10-yard line. That was a nice job beating the blitz off the play action. So while there is that growing pain of just, dealing with the not-so-great left guard, dealing with the lack of depth at certain positions, dealing with some reworking here, Augustus has taken it on all way better than I could have hoped as the draw play. Man, draws, counters, stretch, dive, doesn't matter what we do, it is not working. Still, though, we've been able to manage like a really good drive just purely off passing the ball in these long distance situations. 4 minutes to go, and Gus from the Oakland 11 throwing here short, and that's going to be caught for Cammy and Walker. They'll get 3. We don't need to find the end zone here as well. Like, we're not in a desperate need of a touchdown. So, like, we don't have to play it too aggressive if we don't want to. Yeah, we don't need to play it too aggressively. Like, a field goal makes it a 2-score game. We've effectively taken time off the clock. We've gotten down the field. So I'm not mad if we just get a field goal on this drive. As he'll throw really quickly for the end zone, and it's a touchdown. So, hey, ignore that. I said I didn't care if we scored a touchdown as long as we got points. Well, we find the end zone. And Gus, just no fear there, no hesitation, delivers. Raiders now needing a quick touchdown drive. They send a man in motion and go and clear out that left side. They only got a tight end over there now as they will stretch out, run, and nice tackle for loss. So, just got to put this game down. We play the Texans next. I don't want to call it before it happens, but the Texans are so bad, I feel like we're going to bury them into the dirt, just like we did last time. I anticipate a blowout, which we get that going, we make that happen. We'd be 11-4 on the season if we finish this one off, and it looks like we are. That's a fumble picked up, and that is our ball, forced by D'Amico, picked up by Michael Griffin. Yeah, like I said, though, don't want to call it before it happens, but I'm pretty confident we'll beat up the Texans to go to 11-4, have that Giants game to close the season, and that'll be kind of the deciding factor of if we're making a first-round bye and if we're winning the division and going 12-4, or if we'll be an 11-5 wild card team. And I guess the Texans also could just beat us and take care of that before we even get the chance to do it. But Ashton Wilder there had a nice 7-yard run. We're gonna acknowledge that because Wilder actually did something there, broke a tackle, got outside, and it wasn't so bad. So with 3 minutes to play, up the middle, Wilder fighting for the first and give them a penalty. Got a first down run. It's going right back. I want to try something that I haven't done at all really. I mean, Gus got 86 speed. He can move. Let's let Gus run a little bit. Let's see what he can do here. Okay, Gus. All right, Gus. Oh my goodness, Gus. Oh my goodness, Gus. What in the world is that? You're telling me you've been hiding that? What is he? You're telling me you've been hiding that? What? How much stamina did he lose on that? Okay. I want to see him run again. What the heck did he just do? What the heck, man? The thing about him is he has straight line speed, but he doesn't have shiftiness really to him. I guess I was mistaken. Gus. All right, he doesn't break a tackle or anything. That was wild. What the heck, man? It just busted that out of nowhere. We'll take a field goal here. If we make it, we'll sim the rest since it'll be a 3-score game with just under 3 to go. Let's hit this so we can get out of here. And the kick will be good, and that's going to be a win. And Gus, 2 touchdowns, 250 on the game, 75 completion percentage. Running the ball, Wilder, 2.3 carry. But you see in Pearson, 5.1 on 12 carries. We were doing good until he got hurt. Edwards was once again the leading receiver. I mean, we've seen that more this season than we have every other season combined, that Cammy and Walker isn't the leading receiver in a game. We had 4 sacks as a team, no picks. And we'll move on to the Texans game and then wrap up the season. Maybe this dude, Jeremy Pearson, was not built to be a starting running back. He's going to be out for what could likely be the rest of the year. 3 to 4 weeks with 2 weeks left in the season, so unless we make a deep playoff run, sick. That's just unfortunate. He's gotten 2 injuries now. Yeah, man, this Texans team is just unserious. I mean, we're running the ball well with Fillmore and AJ Bishop right now. Dude, what is going on, man? Who is in charge of this Texans team? They're very unserious. Dude, AJ Bishop is gashing them. We got a touchdown to Cammy Walker. You see, we're putting up perfect passer ratings out here. Like, this is a horrible Texans team. And the thing is, their offense is, like, maybe even worse. Because they got Joey Harrington at quarterback in 2014. Dude, imagine if Joey Harrington was somebody's QB in 2014, man. What are we doing? They did find the end zone, like a garbage time touchdown, but we're going to win this one 42-14 and move to 11 wins. I am sorry to call that win before it came in, but man, this team is so bad. At 21-25, look at the rushing, man. Dude, they just let Fillmore and AJ Bishop average a cumulative like 5 yards a carry on over 30 touches. Excuse me, Torrey Edwards. 200 yards, roughly, 2 touchdowns. Yeah, I'll take that. D'Amico Ryans, 2 sacks. Weaver Bates. All right, so we're going to be on to the last game of the season against the really good Giants team, and here's what I kind of want to do here. The game only matters if the Colts lose. So I'm going to see if the Colts lost their second to last game. If not, I'm going to get to... We're going to hope it's like a Sunday game and the Colts play like Saturday, or they play early window, we play late window. I want to get the result of that Colts game and see that if we even need it. So they actually did give me the results of the games. I don't know why this... Oh, this is a 4 o'clock game. Okay. So they give you the results of the 1 o'clock games, which is maybe a bit unrealistic, but, you know, it is what it is. Colts won 35-7. So, this game against the Giants has no real meaning for us. And for the Giants, I mean, it could give them, like, the first round bye. I mean, like, we're not playing for anything. We have the 5 seed no matter what, so this game, we're not going to really bother with it since nothing really changes. I didn't want to waste your guys. These videos are already so long. These videos are already, like, 5 hours. So I try not to, like, give too much filler, you know, try to make everything mean something, everything matters. We scored a touchdown here, so we're actually up by 10. And the third quarter winding down, and yeah, I mean, we could actually, like, spoil the Giants' chances at a first-round bye. We're playing pretty good right now. Third quarter done. We have the ball third and long. We don't get anything there. We turn that over to the Giants with a long field in front of them. 6 minutes to go. And we could be on our way to 12-4, which would be one heck of a pleasant surprise to go and win 12 games. I don't know what the expectation was. My hope was like, hey, at least finish 500, at least, maybe be in the playoff hunt. If Gus is not going to be great for us, if he's going to take some time, like, just be in the hunt. But for us to go and be, a game off of having a first-round bye, if we just beat the Colts one of those 2 times, we're going to win this game, go to 12-4, have the number 5 seed, and be, like, I don't know if we're, like, the top contender, but, like, we're, like, a tier 2 contender right now. Like, I'd still say, the Colts have a definitive 2-0 on us, so they're bigger contenders. The Steelers beat us, but they kind of fell off. We'll see what the playoff picture's looking like. We didn't have to do a whole lot in this game. Darcy got a sack, Foley, Griffin with picks, but absolutely awesome to win this game. We go and play the Buffalo Bills. We've played the Buffalo Bills in the playoffs before, so yeah, I think the Broncos are, like, the clear favorites. Like, look at their... Dude, they put, like, just about 500 points on offense. The Ravens end up getting the first-round bye. We beat the Ravens, but I think it's pretty close. The Colts are ahead of us, I'd say. So I'd say, like, if you're going, like, order of who you'd bet on to make the Super Bowl in the AFC, I think it's Broncos 1, Colts 2, and then us and the Ravens maybe, like, tied for 3, then the Bills, and then the Chiefs made it. And the Chiefs, they just still have a rough offense. In the NFC, yeah, the Bucks and Rams get the first round bye. The Giants get the 3 seed. They still win the division. Cowboys get a wild card. Lions win the division, and the Niners make it in at 9-7. So the Saints at 9-7 missed, which always having a winning record and missing the playoffs stinks. And the Bengals, the Steelers, man, they lost 5 in a row to close the year. Brutal. Number 1 pick goes to the Jaguars. Number 2 pick goes to the Texans. So I also think that's another part of it. Like with us, like dude, that's 4 free wins. We blew the Jags and Texans out all 4 times that we played them cumulatively. The Raiders we played and we beat. The Eagles we played. We went to overtime with the Eagles. I mean, we played a lot of bad teams this year. We played Washington, beat them. They're a 6-win team. Played the Dolphins, are 7-9, so that's at least somewhat respectable. We lost to the 8-8 Steelers when they were good. Bengals and Browns, we were close against both of those teams, and there was a big of a difference there, as they could have had a winning record and been closer to the playoffs. So overall, I think we had an easy schedule, but we mostly took advantage. The fact that we only lost 4 games and 2 of them were to the Colts. I don't know how I feel about the awards being now, but we'll take a look here. Coach of the Year, Rams, Rob Ryan. Defensive Player of the Year, Dimitri Pratt. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Augustus Gordon does win it. Defensive Player of the Year, we gotta get these fast. Patrick Willis, awesome. Offensive Player of the Year, Damon Summers. And the MVP is a wide receiver, Damon Summers, who's been insane. Gordon actually came 5th in MVP. Damon Summers, what did he do this year that was so much crazier than every other year? Oh, I mean, yeah, that was his best season. 29 touchdowns, 2,200 yards. This is such a crazy run. What in the world? So as we want to do with a playoff game here, a little bit of an extended one. 4 minutes to go in the third. And yeah, we've seen some interceptions thrown. Gordon in his first playoff game is having some mistakes being made, but ultimately it's a 14-14 game, so they haven't come back to bite us yet. But, a rookie quarterback on the road in his first playoff game in the snow, Buffalo here. It's a pretty tough environment, so we're going to see if the second half is a little bit better for him as the Bills have the ball right at about midfield and a loss of 2 on their first run. This is a Bills team that we've ran into, I think, 2 other times in the playoffs. I think at least 2. It's really interesting also, hey, Noah Wyoming, big strong arm quarterback named Wyoming, number 17 here in Buffalo. I don't know, not quite Josh Allen, but hey, number 17, and he's got a strong arm. Like I said, that's his whole thing. He's just got a strong arm, and his accuracy's kind of whatever. But hey, maybe this is just Josh Allen, but like rookie Josh Allen or something. I don't know. Third down though, and 12 to go at the 4-minute mark of the third quarter. He will throw into the flats, and with the catch, not far, fumble, picked up, Titans, taken all the way, and he's gone. I gotta see if that is a fumble that's going to hold up. I would like the replay there. Andrew Woods recovered it. But yeah, we got to see, is this a fumble from Ernest Graham? I don't think so. If I had to guess, I'd say no. Will they review? Yeah, all right. That's not going to be a fumble. All right, that's fine, though. We got the 4th down stop. I didn't want to get too excited because it looked a little late, so 4th down. So we have been put back in this scenario of like, hey, we don't have Pearson in. It's Ashton Wilder starting at running back, and we are facing a competent defense, not the Texans, so we're not able to just run it with ease. Gordon has had some struggles, had some good plays that I've seen, but yeah, some interceptions, a little rough. One of the interceptions was like right at the end of the half, and like not like a Hail Mary situation, but like kind of something like that. So one of the picks I won't really like kill him for. And the other 2 picks, though, like, those are inexcusable. Like, you can't be doing that. But, like, 10 seconds to play, throwing an interception that doesn't end up meaning anything. Like, I'm not going to, like, freak out about that one, though. Let's just hope he doesn't throw any more, though. That's the real thing here. As Gordon to the air. Deep ball! Right almost on cue. He just almost threw a pick. That was the scary one. 3rd down and 6. We really got to just protect the ball here. Prioritize protecting the ball. Gordon to throw. I see Rocky up the seam. He doesn't do it. Instead, he tried Cammy in and overthrew it. The Bills at their own 28-yard line. It was a solid punt. We'll get them backed up, and now under center, they almost had that fumble go the other way and would have been a scoop and score for us. It's a big hit there. It was Tom Bahali with the run stop. We'll see if this defense can continue to keep this Bills offense mostly in check. You know, they were able to score 2 touchdowns, but, you know, got some interceptions from their defense, some short fields. But when it really is backed up and you got to go on a long drive, you got the pressure dialed up, and Freddie Bates with the sack, 3rd down and 12. Back under center here, as will they try to find Kirk or Lee Evans, as off his back foot it's caught and it's short of the line. It's another stop from the defense. Just got to see who's going to step up on offense. Rookie quarterback with a couple of turnovers. Starting and backup running backs hurt. Maybe Ashton Wilder here. Can he come up with a big play? 3 yards. It's enough to where, like, we don't have to completely abandon the run, which is obviously ideal in the weather, as we'll go with the ground again, see if we can get something, as Wilder, I like that! That's a 1st down and a gain of 9. Keep Wilder in the game. He's taken every carry for this team. We've seen what Bishop and Fillmore have to offer when they're not playing the Texans. It's not much. Wilder has at least given us some upside on the ground, and there's Torrey Edwards trying to split the defense, but Edwards, that's a big gain. And Torrey to the 30. 26 on that one. And now well in position to maybe take the lead here. Wilder in the backfield again. We'll go motion. 2nd tight end to the backfield at the fullback spot. Up the middle. Hole opens up. Wilder's got double digits. And Wilder's got 18. And what a time to have maybe your best showing. About 30 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter, as we'll have Fillmore check into the backfield, give Wilder a breather here. And we'll go design, roll out, and Augustus to the end zone! And just out the back, no one really had a chance at that one. 2nd down and 10, the Buffalo 12. Interesting look here, because we're running stretch left. I think if we hold that block from the tackle, yeah, there we go. All right, Wilder. I love the fight from Ashton Wilder right now. 3rd down and 3. Wilder having an awesome game. He checks out here, Fillmore in. We're going to try something that we tested a little bit with the Raider game, that one play that we ran. We think that it's capable of Gordon to run the ball. He's close. 4th and inches. 4th and inches. I think we got to go for it. We could take the lead with a chip shot field goal, but you get this close to the end zone here. I don't want Ashton Wilder's, like, best game, best drive of the season to go to waste. I don't know how many more good plays we're going to get from this rushing attack. Let's try to just push on the momentum while we have it. Wilder in the backfield. Gordon, sneak, Gordon, touchdown! And we take a 7-point lead on an awesome drive. The offense maybe just had their best drive of the game. 21-14 now, as we will see if the Bills can respond. It's been 2 quick drives where they were not able to do anything against this defense in the 3rd quarter. Now in the 4th, toss it, swarming to it, and bringing him down. This defense is ready in the elements to just stuff the run. I mean, the Bills were a little scary when they had Marshawn Lynch running it, but with this run-first team with old, washed-up running backs doesn't scare you as much. They've still been really good because they have a nice defense. Their weaponry is pretty nice. Their offensive line's pretty nice, but, you know, they've been elevating kind of subpar running backs and stuff. It's like, man, this team got a special running back. This team had some real, like, threats out there. They could really be special because you got the receivers, like I said. Corey Kirk and Lee Evans have been a nice receiving duo. And Jason Peters out there on left tackle. Like, they have so many talented players. I mean, how much scarier would this Bills team be if they had some more explosiveness? Is Wyoming to the air. Throwing. Outside of the tight end, Anderson! And the former, you know, like, one of the best rookie seasons a tight end has ever had was Anderson. Yeah, he's really good from the Giants a couple of years ago. First down and 10. Up the middle, Graham gets a little bit of a hole to the right, gets 3 yards. What I mean, though, if you had some explosiveness there, like, there was a lot of room to run. If you would have gotten through, got by that defender, got him from behind, could have been off and running. Instead, you get 3 yards, and you go, hand off again, and we're all over it. Loss of 1. Tennessee 35, right on that line of field goal range. Can they get the stop, though? I don't know if they'd take a field goal here if they were in that spot where it's like a 50-yarder. Wyoming with a man in motion. They got 4 people out and one of them in to block there. Over the middle! Caught! And now very firmly in field goal range, but scarily, inside the red zone to maybe tie this game. 6 minutes and clock running. They got themselves 2 tight ends in the package as Wyoming to the air. Nice blocking. Carl Rao got the completion. There were defenders there. Make a play on that ball. 3 yards to go. 3 yards out. First and goal. Wyoming. Tight end in motion. Trying to go up the middle. Big hit. And just stuffs it. Janoris Hutchinson and Anton Weaver tag teaming in the middle to make it really difficult. Anton Weaver, big acquisition with the big stuff. That's what you bring them in here for. We've gotten pretty crushed in certain aspects of the run game in these playoff scenarios. And you get a guy like Anton Weaver to be a game wrecker in a crucial situation, and now he gets the sack here on 2nd and goal. Make it 3rd down. And that is what you get a guy like Anton Weaver for. Key situations, big time plays, and dropping to throw Wyoming. And shedding a sack, not 2. They call it incomplete. That should have been, I think, called a fumble, but they call it incomplete. 4th and goal from the 10, and they're going to settle for a field goal. The rush got in and really prevented the game from being tied up as the field goal's no good. We were going to have the lead regardless of that field goal, but it being a miss changes a lot. That was Billy Cundiff, the kicker. Ravens fans just had flashbacks to that name, but yeah, Billy Cundiff with the miss in the playoffs at a key spot. Ashton Wilder spinning off a tackler, and Ashton Wilder is running wild. If I had a game ball to give out, like Ashton Wilder, man, I don't want to jinx him though. Like I don't want to keep complimenting him and then he fumbles the ball. Wilder tackled for a loss of 2. I feel like with the way this season has gone, a 3rd and 3 in this spot, I'd usually throw. But I want to run with the hot hand. Ashton Wilder, 3rd down and 3, is not gonna get it. It was tough decision there. Wilder had been running good. I wanted to just get it through in the ground game. Didn't work. Bills are going to get it back, but they drove all the way down the field to end up with nothing. And we'll see if they could do it again. They'll have not much of the return. Fumble the ball. And touchdown on special teams. And I think that was a fumble. Who just did that? Wally Riley, the 4th string corner, just hit him, dropped him, picked up the ball, and took it back. I think that is a fumble. One look at it, that's just straight up a fumble. And the Bills have got to be devastated with that outcome on special teams. They were set to get the ball back with a chance to tie it up, and it's not going to happen as they now need to go and score a touchdown pretty soon. That's the special teams letting them down 2 times, a missed field goal and a scoop and score. This game could very well be 21-17 right now. Instead, it's 28-14 due to 2 special teams collapses. As a 27-yard missed field goal, inexcusable. Fumbling on the punt and allowing a scoop and score, even more inexcusable, as we are going to set them up with 3rd down and 12. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but I know what could be waiting for us in the divisional round. It would be one heck of a matchup here as we go off the back foot, and Wyoming gets the completion for 9. 4th and 3. It's definitely 4-down territory. I would be right. They're punting. Huh. I mean, not a good punt either. I don't. We don't question it. Let's just go Ashton Wilder. Try to seal up this game. So, the scenario here is I'm going to assume that the Colts are going to beat the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs are kind of like decisively worse than the other 5 teams in the playoffs. If that's the case, our matchup will be headed on the road to take on Denver, which is, you know, the best team in the conference, a like MVP wide receiver. Like, that would be brutal for us, obviously, if we're going to want to go on a road to like a miraculous run with a rookie quarterback and no starting or backup running back. But Ashton Wilder has been so good today. So we're going to let the clock drain down to the final play before the 2-minute warning. Bending, like, injury or something like that. It should just be a straight run. And up the middle, Wilder not able to break a tackle, so 2-minute warning. I don't know maybe what it is about this Bills interior, but they have just been so gettable. We have just been running it up the middle on this team. 3rd down and 2. Can we extend the drive? And we got a lot of room. Wilder, another 1st down. One more will put it away for good. 1st down. Can we get one more first? One more conversion here. Wilder breaks a tackle. Outside. Here he goes. Ashton Wilder. 48 yards and a touchdown. That'll do it. Just the dagger to Buffalo. And we're going to win a playoff game here. Behind a out of nowhere, like genuinely out of literally nowhere, Ashton Wilder game. I mean, he had not done this good all throughout the season, and Hatamba Ali got an interception to close the game. What in the world? Dude, Ashton Wilder, man, what? Gordon threw 3 picks, yeah, but, you know, 2 touchdowns in the air, 1 on the ground. Ashton Wilder, 26 carries, 157 yards, and a touchdown. Hey, Ashton Wilder, have yourself a day. The biggest game of his life, and he goes and puts on that, and I think that game alone has just earned him, like, so much credit. To know that that's in there, he can perform like that. That's big. So pending a Colts loss, which I would imagine they're going to win. Maybe the Chiefs pull off the upset. Maybe I'm disrespecting them, but we should be headed to Denver. If the Colts lose, we'll be headed to Baltimore instead, which obviously we'd much rather head to Baltimore. We've beaten them already early on in the season, so we'll see. But the Colts, yeah, we go and check the schedule here. Colts actually only won by 6, but they did win. Giants beat the Niners, and the Lions win a high-scoring game against the Cowboys. So that means we'll have Colts, Ravens, and Titans, Broncos. As predicted, this Broncos offense is really good. They got 28 points on the board right now as we have the halfway point in the 3rd quarter. The thing is, though, Pearson is back for this game. He was able to be healthy, started this one. The run game has been fine. And a big play there in the backfield. Penalty also in Denver. I think we're going to decline that one. Holding, yeah, the situation, 1st and 20, 2nd and 14. We'll take 2nd and 14. Antoine Weaver with the sack, but Gordon's played a bit cleaner of a game. It's not really been an issue of, like, our offense playing bad. I think they're playing fine. It's just, like, man, this Broncos offense is, like, the best in the league right now, and they are putting in work. They got the They got the MVP at wide receiver, and Damon Summers has caught a couple of big passes on us. I think he's got like 230-plus yarders on us. He's been doing great. I mean, that's what you expect from the guy who literally just won MVP at wide receiver and had maybe the greatest receiver season of all time. Jay Cutler, though, under center. 3rd down and 14. And outside, caught. Nope, broken up. All right. We'll get the stop there, so no first, no field goal range, and we'll get the ball back. Having Pearson back is nice. Ashton Wilder, I don't know if I would have been able to count on him to do this, good rushing attack for 2 games in a row, but, like, he'll definitely be the number 2 getting some carries. Fillmore and Bishop don't need to really touch the ball. It's just going to be both of these 2 guys getting the job here, as it's going to be a 3-yard run. I would imagine it's been all Pearson so far, if I had to guess. We'll just give you a little stat update while we can. Yeah, Gordon's been playing good. Pearson's averaging 5 a carry. Wilder's only got 1 carry on the game, but Pearson's been good. It's just, he's just been hurt most of the season, but like when he's played, he's been good. So being able to have that adequate rushing attack has helped this offense out more. It's been better off play action. It's been better with Gordon having some better looks, more favorable looks. Is now 2nd down and 7. Play action right into the defender where he just had no chance, no block, and sacked. 3rd down and 12, as it's not even really about scoring on this drive, just not wanting to give the Broncos good field position, really, as like this offense with a short field is pretty brutal. I don't love that motion at all. We'll see if it works, though. It's Gordon. He's going to get hit as he's throwing. Oh, my goodness, what a catch. Oh, my, he got that for the 1st down, too. Camion Walker, that is just unreal. Like, that is just, kind of like one of those bailout plays where it looked like it was all going wrong. Ashton Wilder in the backfield. We're going to let Wilder go and give him a little bit more trust here. 4 yards on the play. 2nd down and 6, and Wilder will stay in the game. Like, maybe he's just got the hot hand in the playoffs, and, like, I should lean into that if it's genuinely there. As Wilder, no, tackled for a loss. 3rd down and 8, though. Got a bit of, like, a crazy play bailout on 3rd down last time. How about this time? Rocky in motion. Don't know how that route's going to go, but he'll go motion. Quick pass, Camion Walker. Champ Bailey was on it. I mean, just insta-testing Champ Bailey, not ideal. It's a tough matchup out there, even though Champ Bailey is, like, super old. He's still pretty good. A little slow, but pretty good. Maybe this is a game where you just got to go and target Torrey Edwards a bit more, as we'll send it deep on the punt and return from right at the 20-yard line. And he gets around the defender, gets about 10. So Broncos' new drive. Ray Rice has already found the end zone multiple times, and my goodness, there you go. Another just tackle him before the handoff. It's Mario Martinez coming up with a big play every game. Every single game, it's Mario Martinez with a big play. 2nd and 13. As with 2 tight ends, Ray Rice has not been, like, running super efficiently. It's been just kind of, 3.5 yards a carry, maybe, at least at this point, as that's an open man. Caught for the 1st down. Just got by him. It was D'Amico Ryans in coverage. D'Amico is our worst of the 3 linebackers, I think, in coverage, so he's kind of like the matchup where even if you get a tight end on him, it's a little rough sometimes, but, it's just kind of, like D'Amico does a lot of other stuff, just not cover. It's just not what he's here for. So it was a good matchup by the Broncos to get that, and now on the run! That's more what all these linebackers are able to do, just hammer him in the backfield. Martinez again. We're under a minute to go in the 3rd quarter, and they're keeping the 2 tight end package. Basically, other than Summers, like, nobody on this team has really been all that productive, as he was testing it for Summers off the mark. I mean, for reference, like, Jay Cutler literally threw 4,000 yards and 45 touchdowns. Summers had half the yards and 29 of the 45 touchdowns. It is a one-man show at wide receiver, as Cutler is going to test it down the middle, and it's caught! That's not to say nobody else on this team can make a play. It's just, why go to them when you got the best receiver in the league? But when their number was called upon, they made the play. Now at the Tennessee 33-yard line with the I formation, tight end fullback in as Ray Rice is no play action. And Cutler gonna get sacked. I think he was gonna load up and toss that one for Summers. But we got the sack there, and, well, hey, guess who? It's Mario Martinez again. Mario Martinez is going to take us to the fourth quarter. He's got he's got 2 sacks on the drive and 3 overall stops in the backfield. Just on this drive. So, Martinez has showed up. Fourth quarter is on, and we need to keep them out of the end zone here. If we go down 3 scores in the fourth quarter against this Bronco offense, my hopes are really going to be crushed. But I still think we can do this down 2 scores. As Cutler to the air. Short. Nope, incomplete. They're not going to get any closer to a field goal. They're definitely not in range now. I don't think they would try it. Maybe they'll prove me wrong, but teams don't try 55 plus. Like, sometimes they'll go 50, usually not, but they never go 55 plus, it feels like. So, as long as we just don't allow, like, 7 yards, we should be good to force a punt here. Cutler, they'll hand it, and they just want field goal range. And so that's going to be close. 36-yard line. It's a 53-yarder. So that is inside the 55 mark, but they're going to punt. I don't know who their kicker is, if he's a good kicker. I'll take a look since it's probably, going to be relevant information for us. As they got Matt Bryant, who, he's only got 83 kick power, so they're not going to be able to hit that. So we take the ball over as we turn to the shotgun formation, and let's see what this offense has in a dire situation. Outside run. Here goes Pearson with room, and Pearson is going to get 16 on the play. Don't know how much we're going to be able to run the ball in these final 7 minutes, but we're going to do it while we can. As Pearson's still in the backfield, we'll go play action, roll out. Gus is going to take a shot, and Walker can't hang on. Tough grab to make. I can't even be mad. 2nd down and 10. As Gordon in the shotgun, we're going to have 3 receivers out there, and he'll just take a straight drop throw and take an outside one to Edwards. He couldn't get a second foot in. I didn't think he'd take that. I thought he'd just go with the drag. I would prefer that because that would have probably been an easy completion. 3rd down and 10. I mean, with 7 minutes to go, we would really have to think about a 4th down try. Play action. And throwing for Edwards on the slant. Just too far out of reach. I think we got to punt. I think we got to punt here. I just hope our defense can get a stop. If we don't get this, they are immediately, like, basically just shy of field goal range. Like, not even a 1st down. I would imagine they could kick from, like, 45. So I don't want to give them that. I'm just going to try to trust this defense. They've been playing pretty solid. Can we pin them deep? Nice bounce. No. If we would have been able to pin them like inside the 10, that would have been really big. Maybe I shouldn't be playing with fire here against this Bronco offense that hasn't had an explosive play in a little bit. But I got no reason not to trust this defense. They're one of the best in the league, and they have been able to shut down this rushing attack pretty well. We know the Broncos are just going to try to take as much time off the clock. It's just a matter of if we can get the 3 and out. If we could stop them before they take out too much time. As under center again. Making a flip to the run, maybe. No, they're going to throw. And he's going to have it knocked out. Good job. 3rd down and 10. See, if in this situation, if we force like an incomplete pass or something, like we would have gotten out of here with just 30 seconds used, and that's perfectly good. They will run. Martinez. No, that's not Martin. That's actually Luke Locke getting in there. So I think that turns out to be a good decision. We only lose, pending when they punt it here, maybe a minute of time, which obviously you don't want to lose any time, but, to get a quick stop there. And the field position has turned into a good spot for us, because look at that punt. Their punter's not good. As, we were, going to... I mean, this is basically if we just went for it and got it, because we netted out getting a plus 22 yards in only like a minute. Yeah, so that turns out to be just as good as if we would have went for it and got it, and then like got another first down. Probably would have taken us about a minute. So no harm done. It's just like we keep it moving from the 42-yard line, play action, and Gus outside to Edwards, and man, the coverage is just tight. Just haven't had a lot of separation here. Like they're just so locked down here in Denver. You know, let's just try to see if we could get something. As off his back foot, that's a catch! Walker, thank you. It feels like that's going to just have to be our game here. Everything's going to be tight. Everything's going to be contested. Well, the best contested catch guy maybe in the league is Cammy Walker, so let's just keep it going. Walker got the catch there, and another first down. Broncos red zone 17-yard line. Could we get a round 3 with the Colts? Could we get round 2 with the Ravens? Or will the Broncos hold down home field and be back here in the AFC Championship? As we'll throw, Gordon, middle, caught, first down again? Yes, first and goal. Of course, also, if we score a touchdown, we'll be going for 2 to make it a field goal game. That would also be a big contributing factor, as we'll go handoff Pearson. We can afford to run a little. Pearson makes a move. Touchdown. Nice job to just find the lane. He started left. He liked what he seen right and just did not panic. Found it perfectly. And the score. All right, 2-point conversion now. I think I want to go with the little rollout here. I think I'll go with the rollout and see if we can hit Richie Campbell on that little like hitch route. Seems to be the best. Maybe Gordon wants to run for once. Scramble for once in his life is Gordon. He's got the out route. There it is. Caught. 2 is good. Perfectly done. It's a 3-point game. Defense has been good. In the second half especially, Broncos have not been able to do much. They've been playing it really safe, and Damon Summers has been held in check for the most part, but it's just been kind of a lack of targeting him. Now Ray Rice on the carry. Feel like it's only a matter of time, though. We've been able to stop them for now, but, like, I mean, we know how this Broncos offense has just been so good. I mean, even 28 points allowed to them. Like, we don't allow many teams this season to get to that mark, even. So, like, they've already done pretty good against us, but I feel like there's maybe another explosive play. They got something else up their sleeve, a 2-yard run. It's just been so much Ray Rice. 3rd down and 4. And now Jay Cutler. Will they throw it for once, or will it be another run? Cutler with a man in motion that is Damon Summers. Inside he goes. Will they try to target him, or will they run again? As Cutler, they will throw. And Cutler, short, broken up. He avoided the sack, found a man, but he couldn't hang on. And now the momentum, man, like the defense has been rolling. The offense now has found the end zone. We got the 2-point conversion. It's a field goal game. They got another weak punt. Their punter's just really not good. Like, that's just also a benefit to us. So we're going to have the ball at midfield. We're basically like a couple yards away from field goal range already. We're no, like, by no means in a rush. We got 4 minutes and a first down basically gets us into pretty decent range here. As we'll hand off, and Wilder on the carry, and Ashton Wilder will pick up 7. Pearson now checks back in. Let's see what he's got here. Pearson, 2nd down and 3. The run, and Pearson goes down. No gain. Don't want to just play it too safe and run it 3 straight times. 3rd down and 3, definitely a pretty manageable situation here. Let's see what we got here. Quick throw from what we hope is gonna be to, I said it, I was hoping it's gonna be to Cammy Walker. We go Torrey Edwards, and he's actually got it. You know, I've been worried because Edwards is a lot worse in traffic, but with the defender on him, he comes up with the big grab. Now we're in really good field goal range, and the inside running has been great. I mean, we just gotta keep it moving. 17 yards away from taking the lead here in Denver and a chance to knock off the number 1 seed. Up the middle, they shoot through. Loss of 2. I mean, I don't know what your guys' expectations were, but I think we've exceeded all expectations for a rookie quarterback in No Board Jackson this year to be this far. One step away from an AFC title game. Ashton Wilder! No, get out of his way! Wilder first down! And Ashton Wilder! Is there a penalty? There is! Wilder took us for 16! And a holding on the other side. Like, not part of the play. Holding on the other side of the field to knock us out. We would be first and goal at the 3. Instead, it's second and 22. Design rollout. Nice block. And the throw is off target. He could have set his feet and throw. But, man, the holding penalty. That is devastating, man. We're still in pretty good field goal range, though. As long as we don't turn it over, don't lose more yards, we can still kick a game-tying field goal, but I want to take our shot here for first. We had it originally. Let's take another one, though. 3 minutes to go. As the throw. He's going to go, okay, short of the, okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. That's a pretty short field goal try. 4th and 9. The holding is a killer, but we're going to get a pretty close field goal and try to tie this game up. All right, field goal, 33 yards. For the tie here with 2.5 to play. Kick is good. We're all tied up now. It's 2.5 to go. Still a little worried about this Bronco offense because, like, Damon Summers, will they eventually start getting more aggressive? Well, at least not on first down. The run gets them nothing. They're just not learning that the run game isn't working, and that's working to our advantage. All right, 2nd down and 10. 2:14 to play, and another run, another stop. They are not learning their lesson. They cannot just run it on us every play and expect to succeed. 2-minute warning is going to hit. 2 minutes to go. Will they go to the air? If I were a Broncos fan, I'd be really unhappy with the way this is being operated right now. And they will just run. All right. We'll burn a timeout, and we'll get the ball back in a pretty good spot. This is ridiculous that they are just playing it so passive right now. I guess they just assume that, like, they would have broken something out by now or whatever, but, like, man, it's just not doing too good right now, and we got to return all the way into field goal range already. 36-yard line. We're right there. We're the ones in control. We're the ones with the lead, or we don't have the lead yet, but we're the ones in control. We're the ones who can take the lead. And the Broncos, their, like, unwillingness to pass the ball, it feels like, has really costed them. But maybe this is going to cost us. Loss of 4. We're still in field goal range. Remember, our kicker's long is 59. And when he hits from 57, 58, 59, he's got like a 60-yard leg. So we have the leg. It's just wanting to get closer. I'm fine taking our time here. As the throw. Short cut. That's a lot better. Broncos are going to burn a timeout. And from here, I think we can just run, make them burn a timeout, and kick our field goal. I mean, like, obviously we want the first down, but do we just straight up go for that? Like, we don't need to do anything crazy here. Like, we could just, like, obviously we want the first down. We're going to try to get the first down, but 3rd down and 7, just a little draw play, and he's close. First down, and the Broncos are in a lot of trouble. Wilder in the backfield. We can run out this clock if we want to. Wilder on the run. He's tackled, lost 1 or 2, and the Broncos will burn their final timeout. Like, just don't fumble. Be all right. Pearson in the backfield. He's the one with the reliable hands. We'll go run. And tackled for a loss. Is that a flag? There's a flag. Are you serious, man? Holding. And it'll back us up. Well, that's... Are we... Okay. Alright. We're still in field goal range. Now it's just a little bit tougher. We still have 2 downs to get a bit closer. I trust that we can at least get to like the 30-ish yard line. A 47-yard field goal is still more than fine. As we'll run again. I see the... Is that another flag? Huh? Rocky Jones holding? What? 2nd and 31? We're at a... Okay. Okay. What is happening? We can still run the ball. I'm like trying to process what is like what is that another holding? What is happening? Rocky Joe! What? Get on the bench. On the bench. Benched. Right now. You are the tight end. You did not just hold twice. Bench. Now. I don't know what to say. Our tight end, like, there was another hold. One hold is like, it is what it is. Like, that's not ideal, but that's not a death blow. 2 holdings from your tight end back to back as throwing over the middle. No, he had him open. I don't have words for what's happening right now. If we want to get back into field goal range, we need like 10 to 15 maybe. Like our range is, yeah, I mean 10 yards would be, yeah, we need like 15 yards. We'll go play action. Throwing outside, caught! We're in field goal range again. Okay. That's a long kick still. That's still a really long kick. But it is okay. Oh my god, man. All right. We can still make this happen. We can run this down to about 10 seconds, burn our final timeout, we're going to kick the field goal. 1 second, clock runs down. All right, 12 seconds to play, meaning if we hit this field goal, we should be just fine. Our kicker's hit from here before. This is 55 yards. His career long is 59. It's by no means an easy kick, but it's hittable. It's going to be 55 yards. Kick is good. And we got the field goal. Who did... Who? Huh? What? I paused because, like, I froze because it was like, man, it's taken a while for them to, like, register the field goals good. Is there a penalty? What is happening? I can't try a 65-yard field goal. I don't think I can try a 65-yard field goal, can I? I mean, okay, here's my thought process. He's hit from 59. We've seen him have a boot. We're in Mile High. We're in Denver, the altitude. Why not? Try again. Field goal from 65. Kick is no good. I mean, I didn't expect to make the kick. I'm gonna, like, bang my head against a wall, man. I have not seen a collapse. I don't know what to say. Like, it's one of those things where, like, I genuinely don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. Like, what do you do in that situation? Like, what... Like, we're gonna give the Broncos a Hail Mary. Like, that's obviously not ideal, but, like... Dude, we just had 4 holding penalties in the span of, like, like 8 plays. Like, I don't know, like, I'm over here speechless. They're gonna get this ball to the end zone. No, they're not. All right, we're headed to overtime. I like, do you have any, like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to react to? Like, I am just actually, like, speechless. I've never had something like this happen. Like, literally, 1 holding penalty. It is what it is. 2, we're getting a little crazy, but all right. 3, what are we doing? 4, who is in charge here that isn't me? I'm not causing this. We get the coin toss, and we win. We'll get the ball in a sudden death overtime. I mean, you've seen our kicker there, like, he has like a 60-ish yard leg. That one might have been good from 60. So, like, we have a boot. We just... Dude. I actually am, like, just... Like, what happened? I'm, like, scared to do anything. Like, dude, if we breathe the wrong way, is there gonna be a hold? Because there's no way all of those were just actually holds. Right? Like, there had to have been some ticky-tack calls there. We'll toss it out. We'll have a rare toss, and... There's a penalty on us. Is it a hold? Did we just hold again? Did they just call us for another hold? No! Clipping? Clipping? John Onken got clipped. Let me see. Are we just getting robbed right now? Like, you know, at first I'm blaming the team. Like, Onken, the guard. Where? Where's the clipping? He's number 64, right? He's number 64, am I correct? Yeah, what? They called clipping because he, like, nudged a dude in the back? Oh, like, not even really the back, the side? What are we doing? 1st and 24. We got the wheel route open. It's caught. And a big hit. But we got 20 on the play. What is going on? Are these corrupt refs right now? Like, okay, I maybe should have analyzed the holding calls to see if they were even holding. But, like, that was just not a penalty before. Are we even allowed to run the ball? I'm gonna try to run. Are we gonna get called no matter what we do? I'm gonna run it. Losing my mind right now. Like, I don't... Like, what do you mean clipping? What do you mean? Like, at least I wasn't holding, but, like... We're gonna run Wilder outside, stiff arm, and a 1st down. We're looking at, say... 20-ish yards for field goal range. Yeah, 20-ish yards would be his career long. We go play action here, roll out, and Gus throws it on the run. It's broken. Oh, the backup tight end couldn't hang on, man. Oh my goodness, I want all these tight ends nuked. Get down. I'm just trying not to get, like, frustrated too much, because it's like, hey, we still got a game to complete here. Gotta keep a level head. Oh, missed him. He just missed him. It's like, man, some of these misses wouldn't even be so bad if it wasn't compounded by stupid clipping calls and a bunch of holding calls, and we already made a 55-yard field goal to win this game, and it just got called back due to a hold for some reason. 3rd down and 10. How many times do we have to maybe win this game? 3rd and 10. From the 38-yard line. Why are we motioning? Okay, now this is turned from a corner to a post in the center of the field to Richie Campbell. I don't know if we're going to head for that, but he will try. Campbell! It's Comets! Campbell 1st down! Oh boy, we're in field goal range. All right. I don't know what to do. Run? Run. We'll run. We will run. We will run with confidence. We will run with confidence, and we will not get called for a penalty. We will not get a holding call. We will not get knocked out of field goal range on some nonsense. All right. Handoff, blown up in the backfield. Loss of 3. Field goal from here is too long. You've seen 60 is the range. From here it's 62, so it's like we could maybe try it. I'd prefer not to. We're gonna go with our go-to here. We're gonna go with our rollout. At this point, like, I don't even know what to play for. Because the longer this goes, I guess the more chance we have a penalty of happening. Augustus to the air! Incomplete! Double coverage! What do we do? Third down. I just want a field goal try at least. I'm not going to run it, because the run is a little too unreliable. But come on. Let's go with the motion here. He'll drop the throw. And Gus to the running back. Got the catch. Fourth down. But we're in field goal range. It's a 51-yarder from here. It's a 51-yarder from here. We can win the game. We can win the game right now. Oh my goodness. To escape this nightmare. Field goal for the win. Come on. Let's go to the conference title game. Kick it. No! I guess we're just not allowed. We're not meant to win. We're just not meant to win. There's just no way. There's got to be some devil magic on the other side or something. Denver's actually going to get a penalty here. Hey, look at that. Hey, refs. You do understand that they can get called for penalties too. I can't like freak out because it's not over yet. They still need to score. Like, and their offense has been ice cold against us. They still need to score at the end of the day. They'll go Ray Rice. He actually makes a move and they got a big run. No, come on. He's gone. Touchdown. I don't understand. This game is evil. What just happened? He threw for 360, 2 touchdowns. Meanwhile, Cutler had a good game. Dude, they handed the ball to Ray Rice. Carry after carry after carry after carry. Nothing after nothing after nothing. And then he just randomly breaks a 64-yarder in overtime immediately for the win. Damian Summers had 99 yards, not even a big game for his standards. Camion Walker and Torrey Edwards both had big days. Pearson was solid. Wilder had his biggest run called back. It kind of hurt his stats. I don't like to make excuses here, but dare I say we might have been screwed. Like, you know, missed field goal in overtime, it is what it is. Like, we miss a 51-yarder in overtime, that's heartbreaking, but dude, we were right there at the end of regulation, holding 3 times. And it backs us up to a 55-yard field goal. We hit the 55-yard field goal. And it's another hold. And then the one penalty that I did look at and like did identify, the clipping penalty, it wasn't a clipping. What? I guess like throughout the season I had said, like, hey, we're pretty lucky. We're pretty lucky. We've had luck on our side. We had the offsides on the field goal. Maybe this is just coming full circle. Remember the offsides on the field goal that we had against, it was like Cincinnati. We had the overtime game against Philly where some stuff happened. We had the Hail Mary, obviously, against Cleveland. We had luck on our side, it felt like, through times in this season. I didn't think it all just run out all at once. Like, in a spectacular way. Well, there's the season, I guess. Man, I just feel like we got screwed. We're gonna look at the stats, though. And Augustus Gordon in his rookie season, yeah, I think he's good. I, I think he's pretty dang good. How about 4,000 yards, 34 touchdowns, 15 picks? He threw for I would, if I remember, more yards and more touchdowns than Vince Young ever had. Now the thing is he did also throw it more. We threw the ball a little bit more this season than we had in previous seasons because of the lack of bore. But for this to be a rookie quarterback season, yeah, I think this is an insanely good rookie season for a quarterback. I mean, 8.1 an attempt, 64 completion percentage, only sacked 19 times, which is really good. Like, you know, it happened at the start where it was really like, hey, he's throwing picks a little much here. Like, so when you look at like the start, I mean, like it was too much. Like, look, he got sacked. Let's see, was that 9 times, and he threw 9 picks in his first 6 games. That's obviously not good. And comparing to the fact that he also only threw 8 touchdowns. But that means in his final 10 games, you know, do some math here. Quick math right off the top of the head, 26 touchdowns to 6 picks, only sacked 10 times in 10 games. In the final 10 games. That's pretty dang good. So you compare like the first half of the season to the second half, you know, he kind of got out all the rough stuff there, you know, got some of the turnovers down. He did throw 3 picks in the Bills playoff game, but, you know, came back against the Broncos pretty strong with a nice performance. Yeah, this is a great quarterback. And also, you could already see his overall has skyrocketed. 97 throw power is already what he had, but he's already almost maxed out accuracy, 94. Awareness up to 92. He is already he's already that guy. The run game was brutal. Jeremy Pearson was really good. The issue was Jeremy Pearson didn't play much. Pearson got hurt a couple of times. He played the first 6 games in full. So yeah, that's also interesting. The first 6 games for Gus was bad, and then when Pearson got hurt, and we basically had to turn things. Hey, Gus, you got to throw it a lot. You got to throw like 30, 40 times a game. He said, yeah, let me be great real quick. Pearson was awesome in this 4-week stretch after he kind of also got things figured out. And then he got hurt against Washington, came back for Indy, was once again pretty nice for us, got hurt again, and then came back for Denver, was pretty solid. But for a season in which he didn't play all that much, he still had, you know, just shy of 600 yards, 4.8 a carry, was towards the top of the league. Mitch Fillmore, by default, was the only running back on this team who didn't get hurt all year, and he was just kind of whatever. Ashton Wilder's a really fascinating one, because he was terrible in the regular season. Genuinely, like, not good to the point where I was just going to be like, yeah, we'll just probably cut him after the season. But then he goes into the playoffs, and, I mean, after the injury, so he also got injured. After the injury, he comes out here and just randomly goes off against Buffalo. And he literally had 310 yards in the regular season, hit 157 in the one Buffalo game. Receiving. Hey, when under Vince Young has a number 2 receiver put up numbers for us? Because it doesn't happen. You know, remember Quentin Surrency was perennially 600 to 800 yards. Ray Hendrickson, rookie year was like 900 yards, but every year like 700, 500, just kept going down. How about Torrey Edwards, though? I said it was going to be a big Torrey Edwards season. I wasn't, like, thrilled with some of the games that he had. He had, like, a couple of crucial drops, but all in all, 100 catches, 1,300 yards, and 14 touchdowns, a true breakout year. And Cammy Walker, like, this wasn't his best season by any means production-wise. It's not the 130 catches, 140, 150 catches. But to still go and put up 115 yards, to sacrifice some of those targets to go elsewhere and maybe make the offense a little bit more balanced, and still tie his career high in touchdowns, I think that's really big. Like, you know, Cammy Walker, like, this is not conducive to an effective offense, I think, like, all in all. Because if Cammy Walker gets iced out of a game, we need to be able to go somewhere else. We can't just play buddy ball all the time. 115 catches, though, is still a lot. Like again, that still is quite an amount. But, like, this is a lot better. It was also up there, like, 13 yards per catch is his second best. Only 11 drops still, which is relatively, like, pretty on par with his career averages and everything. So it was still a great Cammy Walker year. It's just having Torrey Edwards also be able to produce was big. Richie Campbell, I will say I am overall, like, satisfied with Campbell stepping in. I mean, 34 catches, how many targets? 62 targets, 9 drops. That's not good. I mean, look at that, though. Look, that's near a 50-50 distribution. Like, man, Torrey Edwards, like, he almost had equal targets to Camion, but 62 targets for Campbell. To go and have 9 drops isn't good, but 18 yards per catch, he was the big play guy. And how much better can his hands get? Like, that's kind of the thing here. They could still get up to 93. He has 95 spec catch. It's the catch in traffic that's an issue, but I think you can be happy with this. Now, you can't be happy. This dude, Rocky Jones, you bum, threw him 39 times. Had 19 catches, 8 drops, no touchdowns. That's just terrible. That's just terrible. In a year where we were trying to maybe spread the targets around a little bit more, he had 39 targets, and the thing is like, he would have had more if he was playing better. Like, that's the thing. Like, he probably would have been close to maybe even Richie Campbell if he was just worth more targets. Like, we just didn't prioritize him, though, because, like, why are we going to go out of our way to target a dude who's dropping everything? And we go to the sack production here, given up. Alfred Jefferson, our rookie right tackle, gave up 10 sacks, and everybody else was at 2 or less. It's actually a crazy good year from Todd Kramer. Todd Kramer's up to a 90 overall now. Remember, he had 95 potential, I believe. 97 potential now! Oh my goodness, he has skyrocketed in potential. I mean, this is a dude that's just been on our team, just kind of sitting in our developmental house, and he had high potential. It just never really, like, gave him a chance because Logan Mankins and John Onken were there. It's like, you can't justify starting him. I mean, he's got so much room to grow, though. So, like, I guess we just kind of, we don't need a guard, really, I guess. Tackle's the only spot. Like, Alfred Jefferson doesn't have crazy good potential. He's basically, like, kind of what he is. 10 sacks allowed. It's not even like it's terrible, compared to how bad it could have been. But I mean, you get a right tackle, we're looking at, like, right back to where we were with our offensive line, despite losing 2 starters last year. Or, like, going into this year, Mankins and Flowers. On defense, though, I mean, we were a great defense. Tamba Hali, 19 tackles for loss. D'Amico Ryan, 17 sacks. D'Amico Ryan's had 9 sacks. We were using him a lot as a blitzer this year, and he was great. Tamba Hali with 8. Anton Weaver. He wasn't, like, double-digit sack guy, but, like, he came in and basically just did what he did in Baltimore. Second best season in sacks, on par with his tackle for losses. He was just normal Anton Weaver, had some nice splash plays, and yeah, that's what we brought him in to do. Walt Daniels is a pass-rushing, like, specialist, really. That's kind of what his game is. Played 700 downs, 5 sacks as a rookie. We'll take it. Freddie Bates, 4 sacks. Janoris Hutchinson, more of a run stopper, 4 sacks. We'll take it. Martinez with 4. Darcy with 2 off the bench. That's fine. Interceptions. Rick Foley got 5 picks and 12 deflections. An awesome season, building off of what I thought was a really strong second half of the year last year. He's targeted 88 times, and I mean, for that amount of targets, a 50 completion percentage, 500 yards, 4 touchdowns, I mean, on 88 targets, like, I can live with that for like, our most targeted player being that. Andrew Woods as a rookie I thought was really nice. Freddie Bates got 3 picks. Michael Griffin, not as, like, noticeable of a season, like, where he was, like, last year, 5 picks, 20 deflections. But, I mean, recovered 3 fumbles, and it was just kind of okay. Like, it was not nearly as good of a pass coverage season, but he didn't allow any touchdowns. It was a quieter year, but not, like, a bad year by any means, I feel like. Jabari Gordon stepped in, drafted him in the first round, number 1 corner, and I felt like he was, I didn't notice him allowing much, and 38 targets for our number one corner, 18 allowed, 197 yards, and no touchdowns. Like, that's the thing. Jabari was the number one corner, but he wasn't targeted nearly as much. Andrew Woods was targeted 56 times, 28 catches, 350. I mean, that's not bad for a safety rookie. Like, these are not bad numbers. I mean, if Rick Foley getting targeted 88 times and that's the worst, like, again, I'll live with that. I expect D'Amico Ryans, because D'Amico Ryans isn't good in coverage. Luke Locke, man, like, that's just the frustrating part, is he's still pretty highly paid, so we got to hold on to him now. But Mario Martinez, good in coverage. Freddie Bates was fine. Yeah, I mean, really impressed. Really, really impressed. Brandon McGee, look at that, a kicker. 21 of 24 kicking. I mean, we'll absolutely take an 87% field goal season. Jake Cutler was the leader in passing touchdowns, 45 on the year, and was pretty solid against us as well. Joe Kane was up there in the MVP talks. He had 5,000 yards, 40 touchdowns. Ty Foster had 40 touchdowns as well. Flacco up there. But Augustus Gordon, how about 5th in touchdowns? And look at the interception numbers relative to everybody else. I mean, like, Big Ben was there. But overall passer rating, if you care about passer rating, Cutler 1, Kane 2, and then Gus 3. You look at the amount of interceptions thrown. Oof. Post Brady, you get Josh Betts at quarterback. Ooh. Good job, New England. It's brutal. Yeah, there's a lot of picks being thrown by a lot of players. Vince Young. Oh boy, Vince Young was bad. 14 touchdowns, 23 picks. Oh boy. I mean, who had less picks starting the whole season, though? Like, you know, we're already a team that throws a lot less interceptions, but for this season, we threw it, just about 500 times. Poor Alex Hurst is still kind of stuck in just a nightmare situation. 50 overall quarterback? Niners, what are you doing? Letting this dude play games. Phillip Rivers, but he didn't throw that much. Derek Anderson, really good. DeJuan Middleton was starting for the Jaguars at times. Dwayne Anthony was pretty solid. Dante Culpepper got to play at 37 years old. Matt Schaub, that's pretty good numbers there, but he didn't play very long. Interesting. All right, well, running the ball, Ray Rice ran away with the Russian crown. That had been Boar Jackson's crown for the last couple of years, but no Boar meant somebody else could take it. Ozzie Jones has 1,200 yards. Still not averaging a whole lot of yards per carry, but, you know, he's racking them up. Touchdowns, Wesley Cross, Barber. Man, Josh Randall, such a terrible player, man. It's got 1,000 yards on 2.8 a carry. Oh, boy. Hey, all the way back, he was on our team. I cannot believe the Cardinals have just committed to this dude, this absolute stinker being their running back for that long. When you look at average, though, Adrian Peterson in, like, backup role was pretty good. But Jeremy Pearson was up there. And Ray Rice, man, that's a crazy year. That's such a crazy year. 6 fumbles, though. 9 for Reggie Bush! Oh, no! Oh, my goodness, Reggie! They gave him the reins. Never give him the reins again. Oh, my goodness, man. I'm just going to say the injuries cooked him and moved on. Darby Miles didn't get to be the out-and-out starter, but wasn't that good. Yeah. Receiving. We'll go to receptions here. So Damon Summers. Oh, what a season. Camion Walker was up here, but for the first time, we had 2 players up there with 100 catches, as Torrey Edwards was there as well. And about top 10 for Camion Walker in yards. Touchdowns, no one even came close, but Torrey Edwards is 14. That's pretty good. What are the most drops? 31 for Chris Chambers. Chris Chambers, though, at 36 years old. How fast is a 36-year-old Chris Chambers at this point? Like, 81 speed. You know what? I undersold it. I thought it'd be worse. Who was allowing sacks like crazy? 18? Spencer. Oh, my goodness. Patriots. What happened there? Logan Mankins. Ooh. Ooh. Logan Mankins fall off? Hey, man. Call me a master GM or something. Dang. Got it off at the right time. Oh my good. Like, I mean, he's still like good, but like, he went from being like the best guard in the league to just like an above average guard and not a good run blocker. But also like Reggie Bush was stinking it up, so I'm just gonna say it's not all his fault, but hey man, get off at the right time. Only 11 sacks was the league leader. That's a weak year. But Jamarcus Jackson was one of the guys who got double digits. Really good year. 11 picks from Mike Jenkins. Patrick Willis won Defensive Player of the Year with 9 picks, 13 pass deflections, 4 forced fumbles, 4 fumble recoveries. Insane year. And who was torched? 900 yards for that dude allowed. 9 touchdowns for him. Did we have the best kicker? Best kicker? In percentage? Yes, we did. Best kicker. At least percentage-wise. You know, the rest of that's subjective. What happened to our guy? Where's Niall Henry at? Ooh, he fell off. All right. Well, there's your stat recap. We'll look at the yearly awards. We'll get the Super Bowl winners and the coach stuff. I want to see who else was winning stuff. AJ Hawk, 2nd Defensive Player of the Year. Rookie of the Year, Gordon. Campbell was 5th. Defensive Rookie of the Year. We had nobody in the running. We had some good rookies, too. We had nobody in the running, though. Gordon, 4th best QB. Obviously, nothing the best running back. Nothing the best receiver. Benji Cato and Richard Emanuel in the best offensive lineman discussion. Nothing for best linebacker. Nothing for best DB. And we got best kicker. That's awesome. Coach of the Year, we also came 3rd in that. So we're going to see who wins the Super Bowl. So obviously we know that they want us to stay. Our expectation was to make it to the playoffs. We made it to the playoffs, so we're obviously going to stick around and go with our staff evaluations and everything. I don't know what staff changes we would make. Everyone seems kind of in a fine spot. GM is first. We've just kind of been keeping our GM along. I've just been kind of fine with what we have here. I don't love our GM, but we don't really ever get a chance at better ones. How player... Oh, yeah, this right here. So how about this? Game plan analysis, all of that, directly impacts how quickly a player's stats will develop. So just quicker development. Brian Schottenheimer, 99 overall now. He could leave for a head coaching job. Schwartz, I mean, we say it every year. This dude could be a head coach if he wants to. He has just chosen not to. We'll almost have enough for Innovator here. We're not going to be able to grab that. Adam Vinatieri, just better and better. Awesome stuff. Get the accuracy and the power training. I think innovation was what I was looking for here. And we can buy it. So we can get discipline, routine, and Innovator. So this is also interesting. Increases the strategy skill level. Yeah, we don't need that. So we're going to hold on to that, and I'll probably save for the next performance to max that out. We are a 73 overall head coach. Schottenheimer? Will he leave? No. Jim Schwartz? Will he leave? No. Pete Brooks? He shouldn't leave, I would imagine. Yeah, he stays. Bishop Harris, 99. Will he leave? No. Brett McDaniel, wide receiver coach. Will he leave? No. Munchak, 99. Will he leave? Also no. Zach Thomas. He stays. Washburn. He stays. Gerald Smith. He stays. Vinatieri. He stays. Walker. Everybody stayed. Everybody stayed. Wow. And then we get to see, before we head into the offseason, who heads to the Super Bowl conference title games. Oh my goodness, what? Imagine that for a conference championship Sunday. Dude, blowing your brains out on that game of football right there. That is... Oh my goodness. If my team made it all the way to the conference championship, both the collectively like goose eggs like that, that is crazy. The Broncos are going to the Super Bowl. The Rams are going to the Super Bowl. Face each other. So at least we could say we lost to the team that made the Super Bowl. Let's see what happened though. Super Bowl is the Broncos win it all. We lost to the Super Bowl champs. Jay Cutler has a really solid performance. Did Matt Schaub sell him? Oh, Schaub was hurt. Oh my goodness, that's so unfortunate. Oh my goodness. The Broncos. Can we put an asterisk next to the Super Bowl? Bailed out versus us, backup QB in the Super Bowl. Who? What happened? What Joey Robinson. Who is this dude? It wasn't even that bad, but like, the Schaub. What happened? We seen he was hurt when he played, but like, I checked. Schaub played the conference championship, so I thought he was back. Oh my god, he got hurt like during, bro. Oh my, and Braylon Edwards and Demetrius Grimes were all. Oh, Mickey Mouse ring. Oh, Broncos. I'm sorry, Broncos fans. That was fraud ring. Fraud ring. You didn't barely beat us, and you beat an injured Rams team. So we gotta figure out a few things this offseason. It's not like a. No, they want me to cut Ashton Wilder. We'll make a decision there with the cap space because I know he is maybe a little bit more expensive. I guess, yeah, we'll look at that first because Ashton Wilder's contract is, yeah, $5 million. We will cut him. I wouldn't mind bringing him back on a cheap deal, but he is not a $5 million running back, so yeah, we'll let that go. Is Mike Anderson not going to retire? That's just funny. For players that we actually do need to maybe rethink, you can see Boar Jackson, man. His overall is down. I don't know what that's going to ultimately mean for his, future, but running back is going to be a need for us due to the fact that, like, I can't be doing this injury stuff. If Boar is going to be hurt, Pearson was going to be the guy who's like, hey, if Boar gets hurt, we got Pearson here, and he's going to be all right. Well, he got hurt too. So it's like, man, we need just a durable running back. That's just really what we need. Luke Locke is not worth the contract that he is making, but it's a big penalty. I can't cut him. He still is a usable player, just not worth the money that he is making. And then elsewhere, I don't think we have really anybody else. Walt Daniels is a rookie season. Like, he's an 83, but he'll get better. We presume, at least. Rocky Jones, I would like to get rid of, but it's not a big penalty, but we also don't save a whole lot doing that. And then everybody else is like, yeah, cheap, kind of worth the deal. So we don't need to really make a move there. It's just Ashton Wilder clearing up $5 million, which is nice, which puts us to 20 maybe? We got 20? Yeah, we got 20 million, and Tamba Hali is expired. So some of that money will probably go to Tamba Hali. With what we're going to be left with, let's see what the franchise tag is going to be looking like, who else is going to be here, because Pearson is also going to be a free agent. I don't know if we're going to bring him back. Injuries are just frustrating. Yeah, our fullback, we'll need a fullback. Maybe we'll just bring him back. Lacey was a backup. Harper was a backup. Edwards here, undrafted linebacker. I wouldn't mind like bringing him back. AJ Bishop. And then just a bunch of backups. Like, we don't need to bring them in. So we have the... Oh my goodness, what does that even mean? Jonathan Cook. No weaknesses, but his comp is Jamarcus Russell. What is he? Does that mean he's garbage, or is he good because he doesn't have weaknesses? And then this dude, Brody Hobson. I haven't seen him be a draft story. Compared to Brady? Running back. So we know there's two good ones. There's also... Hold on, this... I know it's just a fullback, but we have, like, the best fullback prospect. What the heck? I need to know. I would love to have a sick fullback. The other good running back prospects are not at the All-Star game. But, man, a good fullback prospect, I'd be all on that.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your Senior All-Star Game update. Michigan corner Nico Buchanan looked good at the All-Star Game this week, capitalizing on a great senior campaign with a great showing in practice. He was consistently applauded by coaches for his cover skills, hard work, and ability to learn new defensive systems. If I had to grade Cal quarterback Jonathan Cook's performance, I'd give him a C. While he was accurate with his short and intermediate passes, his long throws were noticeably off. On the defensive side of the ball, Virginia defensive end Xavier Franklin showed good burst and closing speed during one-on-one drills, but was inconsistent against the run.
I'm Tom Coughlin, and you're watching NFL Network.
All right, so some players that we were looking at. Okay, Seth Sims looks to be a pretty cool tackle, whereas this dude looks to be terrible. Oh my goodness. If you're interested in the quarterback situation, Brody Hopson looks pretty nice for accuracy, whereas Jonathan Cook, not so much. There we go. Look at that. Like, this is actually a demon fullback. Kyle Nunn, Nebraska, 6'2", 275. And all upside, 91 impact, 93 trucking, 82 speed. I'm telling you right now, this dude has immediately moved to like towards the top of my list of players that I want on this team right now. Also, if you're interested in the top running backs, Rayshawn Highsmith, 95 speed, and Oscar Jamison, 94 speed. Both of them look pretty good, but we didn't have Senior Bowl stuff for them. Also, Rayshawn Highsmith is 6'4", 240. I know they said size speed ratio. I didn't think it was Derrick Henry. What the heck, man? And Edgerrin James comp here, 5'11", 214. Oh my, 6'4". Oh my goodness. Also, this dude, Shelton Fuller, I already pointed him out due to he had a Terrell Owens comp. He ran a 4.3 flat. 99, 99, 99 for the speed and agility, and he can catch 6'2" out of Louisville. Now, Sheldon Fuller looks amazing. So we'll definitely take a peek there. Also, we'll look at the free agency preview. We have enough money, I feel like, to sign like maybe a big player if we wanted to. Talon Tolliver and Tristan Riley are going to be available. So those are two quarterback options. And then Josh Johnson is available for the Cowboys unrestricted. Running back Pearson is going to be up there, but Lawrence Maroney, the top back. Receiver Wes Welker. Oh, the Patriots are tearing it down. Maroney and Welker available. Andre Johnson available. Chris Chambers, who just had a crazy season. Corey Kirk is going to be available. Ooh, Bills. He's good. It's just they're in a run-first offense where he just hasn't been able to, like, really showcase himself. Like, he's really talented. That's kind of unfortunate that he's had his, like, best years maybe wasted. Yeah, a couple other, like, okay players. Tight ends. Not as many as usual, but still some guys here. Offensive line, another Patriot? Storm Pierce, 89. And then a right guard for the... Dude, the Patriots are tearing it down. Jake Flowers, our former right tackle who we traded, is actually going to be available. Tom Bahali and Eric Lacy are the two top left ends. No one really on the right side. It's literally just kind of Tom Bahali or bust for free agency. D-tackle we do not need, but we'll see where like the top guy goes. Linebacker we don't need, but Sean Merriman and DeMarcus Ware are available, which is crazy. Asante Samuel at 34. James Schenkelbeck is restricted, so the Eagles will probably keep him around. No one really else at corner. Actually, what did James Schenkelbeck do? He probably started for the Eagles. Ooh, yeah, he did. 5 picks, 8 deflections, and pretty good season. 83 targets at him and no touchdowns allowed. Yeah, that's a pretty good player right there. Ike Fletcher at safety. I remember Ike Fletcher. He was a story. He was like one of the first, one of the early draft classes, and he's been a pretty consistently nice player. Now finally just hitting the open market. Really good. He's allowed only 1 touchdown in his 5-year career. I know it's a safety and not a corner, so a little bit different, but dang. Oh my goodness, he's been really good. And no one at strong safety, but all right, there's some nice names here. It's not a super strong free agency class, but there's some nice guys.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your combine update. Scouts arrived in Indianapolis this week, and some players generated some buzz at the event. Texas defensive tackle Junior Chavez benched 225 pounds 38 times this week, staking his claim as the strongest player in the draft. He also looked good in workouts. Another player that helped his stock was Nebraska fullback Kyle Nunn, who was clocked at a 4.41 in the 40 and looked much quicker than expected in the shuttle. He might have guaranteed a spot in the first round with that workout. In the interview portion, there were some whispers about Jonathan Cook's IQ test scores. He apparently received a 12, which is not what you want to see from a top 5 quarterback. Any quarterback with a score lower than 20 is in trouble, and right now, that trouble is found Cook.
I'm Todd McShay, and this is the draft preview. I just finished up the mock draft, and there's a logjam building at the top of the board. A number of players can make a case to be the number 1 overall pick, such as Ohio State running back Rayshon Highsmith, Cal quarterback Jonathan Cook, and Charles Woodson clone Nico Buchanan. Also keep an eye out for these sleepers as we get closer to the April draft. Fullback Kyle Nunn is a great runner, and small school products Jester McLean and Eli Morales have a chance to be something special if used in the right scheme in the NFL. I will be back later with more on the draft.
Yeah, all of a sudden we're talking about Kyle Nunn. They said he might go in the first round. I'm looking at the mock draft right now. I don't see him in the first round. Here's the dilemma here for us, which we have Tamba Ali, which is in open free agency that we need to sign. Other than that, we're looking at the top of the draft. It's a really bad year, I feel like, to need a quarterback. I think there's like one, which is Brody Hopson, who isn't even regarded as the top guy. I mean, the guy that gets talked about, Jonathan Cook, is comped to Jamarcus Russell. And there's a lot of QB needy teams this year, especially at the top of the board. Literally, like, Jags, Texans, Seahawks all need QBs. Panthers, I don't understand why they can't be good. I mean, they had the number 2 pick last year, so I guess they got better. Raiders need a QB. Eagles with Vince Young need a QB. Patriots need a QB. I think the Cardinals, Washington needs one. The Vikings have young QBs, but neither of them are good. Phillip Rivers, and maybe he didn't retire, but they might need one. Like, there's a lot of QB needy teams. So, we'll see how that ends up, like, stacking the board. And with all these guys, maybe there's going to be some overdrafting. But for us, positions of need, I'd say, I think this is pretty easy. We need a running back of some kind, whether that is a backup or someone even to maybe split with Bohr, if that's going to be where we need to head. Wide receiver, we're fine, just depth. Tight end, I would like a better tight end. Offensive line, we're good, except maybe if we find a good, like a really good right tackle, we can do that. Tamba Ali up free agency, but other than that, we could use a left end. Cedric Darcy got a restricted free agency deal, so he should be back. D-tackle, we're fine. Linebacker, we're fine, just depth. Cornerback, I mean, unless like we get like an elite guy, we should be fine. It's just looking at like what the best available is going to be for us. We have a couple of extra picks. We have 3 thirds, no 5th, bonus 7th, but yeah, a couple extra picks here, which is kind of nice. And we might make a trade. It's just going to be, we're going to see how things shake out. We'll start with free agency, though. We're not in the market to go and grab DeMarcus Ware. I don't think that's a necessary thing for us, unless we wanted to move him to D-end and use him instead of Tamba Ali. Like, I guess we could do that, but do we want to replace Tamba Ali? Do we want to replace Tamba Ali with DeMarcus Ware? At 32 years old, Tamba Ali's 31, so a year older and maybe a bit more expensive? We have 17 million, so like, keep in mind we gotta set aside a couple million to go sign draft picks. So, we're playing with a little bit. I don't know, man. I like Tamba Ali a lot, and it's like, I'd feel bad about just getting rid of him now, especially like for an older player. So I'm just gonna pass on that. I know maybe that one's maybe gonna be controversial, you know, like why not get DeMarcus Ware? But like, I think I'd rather just keep Tamba Hali, keep what I know is good, and not get a year older. Like, if I was gonna get rid of Tamba Hali and replace him, it would be for somebody younger. I guess Sean Merriman's a year younger. I'm not gonna do Sean Merriman. It's a bit longer of a deal. 5 years for a guy at 30 years old is not what I'm trying to pay. Jaguars? No, Jaguars not going to get him. Washington? No, Arizona gets Sean Merriman. Wes Welker at wide receiver. Definitely not going to bring in Wes Welker. Nobody wants to bring in Wes Welker. Wow. Tamba Hali. So the contract he wants, all right, it's pretty similar here. DeMarcus Ware wanted a 2-year deal. Tamba Hali wants a 2-year deal. I'm gonna make sure we get Tamba. And I was about to say, if the Colts tried to fight us for that, that would have been crazy. So I actually paid a little bit more for Tamba Hali than I would have for DeMarcus Ware, which again maybe kind of feels the why didn't you just go for DeMarcus Ware? Hey, Tamba Hali is awesome. He is a Pro Bowl player that has been, on this team since, like, he was one of the early additions that we made. So I don't think we're going to be able to hop into Josh Johnson's. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see because we just don't have the money. But we'll see where Josh Johnson ends up. The Texans! Oh, whoa. That changes a lot. So I talked about a lot of QB needy teams. Well, no longer do the Texans need one. They go and get Josh Johnson on a big deal. I mean, Johnson had not reached the heights of his, Tampa Bay breakout year. He was still good. He just throws a lot of picks. But that's a good QB for a league that is, really, in need of QB talent. I mean, Josh Johnson is up there in terms of contracts. Hey, they made him he's top 10 highest paid. Right, that's interesting. Maybe the Texans can be good now. I don't know. They got a quarterback, finally. Ike Fletcher, he's a really good player. Ike Fletcher's going to be an awesome signing for whoever picks him up. Hoping it's nobody that we are closely battling against. I see the Bills and Jags in there. Those were two teams that I don't want to see get Ike Fletcher. Especially not the Bills. Jaguars drop out. Eagles, Washington. Oh, come on, Washington. Help us out here. I don't want Ike Fletcher going to a contending Bills team. Come on, Washington. Yes, that's good for us. We don't got to see Ike Fletcher in the playoffs, potentially. Chris Cooley. Staying on the topic of Washington, I guess. Colts already have Greg Olsen. Bills have a tight end. Yeah, they drop out. Colts drop out. Cardinals again? No. Washington's getting Chris Cooley back. Cool. Sante Samuel. 34 years old. Colts are in the running. The Colts are in the running for everybody. They're just looking to throw money around at somebody. They were, conference championship. They're still in the contending window. They still have a good defense. Their defense wasn't quite as historic as it was in previous years. So maybe they're trying to recoup some players. I don't know if a 34-year-old corner is going to do that. Is it going to be Washington again? Or the Rams? Washington got Fletcher already. They got Chris Cooley back. We're getting a lot of money here. This is a lot of money this is a lot. Guys, $9 million a year. The Rams. My goodness, man. Chill out. Lawrence Maroney, is he going to have a market? He does. At 30 years, a 30-year-old running back has a market here. Patriots are not going to be in the running here. They drop out. See, Maroney had been on a contending team with Brady, now no longer contending, and it's going to be the Eagles. The Colts were almost there, but it's going to be the Eagles. That's a big contract for Lawrence Maroney, I feel like, at 30. Jake Flowers, our former right tackle, he's one of the guys that I guess the Panthers, well, they're in the running, but Panthers didn't re-sign him. I'm always interested to see where our former players go. We have our 89 right tackle now, so I'm not dying to get another 89 tackle. I don't think it's a substantial upgrade. Colts just beat out the beat out the Panthers to keep them. And the Colts are going to go out and get one of our former guys. Tristan Riley. I said it's a QB needy year for a lot of teams. Well, these are the QB needy teams, a couple of them. Oh, the Saints. Wait, the Saints. That means Drew Brees must have retired, right? Drew Brees retire? Oh, that's brutal. If so, that's another team to add to the list. Washington, get Tristan Riley. I guess we'll check. Did Drew Brees retire? I guess we'll also see if like Phillip Rivers retired as well. Yeah, Brees retired. Rivers stays. Roethlisberger stays. Palmer's still here at 35. 34 for Eli, he's still here. McNabb at 38 is still here. Man, so Breeze retired before a couple of other guys that I think Breeze had a lot more left, but yeah, add the Saints to the list. Another QB needy team. Jeremy Pearson, 4 years, $23 million is what he wants, and a team is going to give him a contract. I mean, I can't blame them because when he plays, he's good. Is it going to be the Cardinals taking another one of our former running backs? No, the Saints. That's also interesting. Don't they have Kavario Allen? Who just had a great year? Yeah, the Saints have Kavario Allen. And who is Tony Barton, too, who's an insanely cheap contract. So Jeremy Pearson, I guess, is going to take over Tony Barton's role, I'd imagine. Maybe he's a higher overall, like, schematically for them than he is for us. Like, because he's an 85 for us. Maybe he's just not that for them. Gets 600 receiving yards, too. But, yeah, Kavario Allen, didn't he have a nuts year? At least receiving the ball, not running the ball. Yeah, he had another 1,000 yards. So this is going to be an odd one for Pearson going to a team now. He's getting paid more than Kavario. And is he even near the receiver that he is? No, Kavario's got 92 catching, and that's an odd landing spot. I guess he's just content being a number 2 running back, though. I guess he maybe just knows, like, hey, I can get paid to be a guy getting half the amount of carries. Maybe he just knows I'm not that guy, which I guess credit to him if he knows he's not that guy. I wasn't gonna pay $5 million for him. It would have been more, but yeah, that's a interesting one. So with free agency, we're going to wait to maybe make some more moves because we've only just kept Tom Bahali. I think there's not really any other free agents I'm like dying to have. And I don't want to make any significant trades until we like know what we've got with our drafts. So like with free agency, who's available right now? Centers, a bunch of centers, linebacker, Andre Johnson, we don't need that. I guess I'd be interested to see where Corey Kirk goes. But other than that, yeah, I mean, there's not really much here for us at free agency. So we'll just do the pro days, individual workouts, and everything, and see if anything else interesting pops up free agency-wise. We're watching some genuine, incredible, like, money getting here from Talon Tolliver. The Patriots are signing Tolliver to a pretty big contract, 5 years, $38 million. Guys, I know you're desperate for some QBs, but man, I like Tolliver, but he's pretty limited, and it's not like he's played good, right? They just signed this to a 5-year deal. So here is one such move that I was interested in making. Quincy Edwards was an undrafted linebacker for us who was an 81 overall. I kind of liked what he was able to give us, and finally we're able to retain a long-term type of player for us and have like a, pretty fairly decent contract for a guy who's going to be just a backup number 2 linebacker slash special teamer. Like, I'm fine spending $1 million a year on it. He really wants the you know what? Take the bonus. Fine. He's going to be on the team for a while anyway. So it's nice to be able to keep one of those guys and not for very much. And he's got 88 potential too. Like, he could be pretty decent. So it's not bad, I feel like. My wide receiver, Corey Kirk, who I was curious about, he's got a lot of interest. I think there's a lot of, like, untapped talent here, so I'm curious to see Broncos. Super Bowl champs just picked up a really solid number 2 receiver. Dude, anybody at Cuba, dude, at this point, I could throw the ball and get paid. Ben Wade is getting a 5-year, $30 million contract. What is going on? Really? Ben Wade? Am I missing something? This is even crazier. He's never played. He's got a cannon of an arm. 99 throw power. 97 potential accuracy. He's at 60 or 97 potential awareness. He's got 65 accuracy. It could go up to 84. So he could be actually a pretty decent quarterback, but I mean, man. Oh my goodness. I guess I see the vision a little bit here since there is potential, but dang.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and this is another draft update. I spent some time in Columbus this week, as it seems most other media members and scouts did. Everybody turned out to confirm the ability of top 5 pick Rayshon Highsmith. Highsmith looked good, but I'm not sure I'd take him higher than number 5. His upright style could take a year or two off his career. Georgia's Pro Day let us get a better look at Jawan Williams, the speedy safety prospect. His performance might have vaulted him into the top 10. Who doesn't want a great athletic safety like Williams?
The picks. I think we'll look at those two guys. Sims is... Yeah, I think we'll look at those two for 2 of ours and see if we really want to go after a right tackle. So like I said, individual workout number 2 we'll use on Rashante Diaz. And that'll be 2 of them. I won't use any others on linemen. So, I think I want to use one of them on Rayshon Highsmith. I know he's projected to go way too high, but if there is a chance to get up and get him, or maybe he falls, I want to be sure that it would be the right decision to make. So I'm going to use one there. I think for our next one, I want to use it on Xavier Franklin. And the reason is I know I took a DN last year. Walt Daniels is cool, but Franklin is not like top 10 guy. He's like, I think projected to go like 17. And this is a really good player to be available potentially at the middle of the first. Also, we have Tom Bahali on a 2-year deal at 30 years old. Maybe this could be a future plan for us. I think that's possible as well. Also, Jawan Williams, did I mishear them? Did they say he was a safety? Huh? Who are you? 97 speed at defensive end at 6'6"? Who are you? And I don't even know why where is he projected to go? What? 10? 10? That dude should, unless he is, like, got half a leg attached to him, like it's about a snap and he's got the worst injury history ever. You're telling me that's not a top 5 pick? You're gonna pick one of these bum quarterbacks over him? What? Who is that dude? That is a crazy player. I don't even know who else to really scout here. Maybe Oscar Jamison? Because I don't know anything really about him for, like, his specifics. Yeah, why not? Running back's gonna be a big factor in what I do, so why not? Just look at all of our options.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and this is your last update before the draft. Oscar Jamison has quietly slid under the radar up to this point, but he seems to be emerging from the Rayshon Highsmith shadow late in the scouting process. Lost in all the hype was the fact that this kid averaged over 7 yards a carry in college. teams seem to be realizing that he has all the tools of a Highsmith, but he comes with a much cheaper price tag. Several NFL teams have shown interest in Nebraska fullback Kyle Nunn, and they're bringing him in for some last-minute workouts. I have him going in the second round in my latest mock draft, but this late surge of interest might move him up some.
Dude, are we really talking about a fullback in the first? Are we really talking about a fullback in the first round? So let's take a look at the potentials here. Oscar Jamison. I mean, they said he'd go lower, but I think he's going to go higher. He has 92 potential. He's a worthwhile pick. Highsmith, though, has 88. So he's not... I thought he'd have higher potential. He's a pretty healthy player. Maybe his durability... You know, his toughness and stamina are high, but maybe his durability is... His injury is low. He has good toughness, but maybe low injury? I don't know. But that's interesting. Tackle, Seth Sims, is 90 potential. That's good, but not good enough for me to want to go and make a move up for him. Rashanti Diaz, 92 is, I think, a lot better for it. For the fact that also he's a lower projected guy on the mock draft. So that could be a pick that we make. And then the DNs. Jawan Williams, 89 potential? No, that's got to be a schematic. This dude has 97 speed at D end and 94 finesse moves. Yeah, the potential's a lie on this one. I'm willing to say that. Other D end, Xavier Franklin, 86. I mean, he doesn't look bad. Obviously not as good, but that's interesting. Okay. Okay. Man, this is a weird spot. Like, I don't know. We have our first round pick. We have like that one big asset. I don't know what I want to do with it because I'm really worried about Bohr, and I'm really worried about what the team could look like if he is going to get hurt. So here's what we're doing here. I'm gonna go and put a bunch of assets on the trade block like I typically do, players that I do feel like I'd be willing to trade if the price is right. Like, I put players on the trade block, but like that doesn't mean that I want to get rid of them. It's just, hey, if the price is right for them, if it seems like it's a worthwhile thing, or I feel the player is replaceable, I'll make the move. Other than that, though, Cedric Darcy also did stick around on the restricted free agency deal, so that's nice. But I'll look at my options here, and I think that's always important. Just look at what your options are and see where we could maybe find some value. Maybe a team... We found Anton Weaver last year on a team selling, like, really low on a good player, so maybe we can find that again. You know what I find really interesting? So obviously, if you remember all the way at the start, Ozzie Jones being like the Barry Sanders comp player, I would have to say like he's kind of been a little underwhelming in a general sense due to the fact that he's never averaged more than 3.5 a carry. He just gets the ball a lot. He signed with Tampa Bay and like got 13 touchdowns, set a career high in touchdowns and yards, but also a career high in carries, was in the 3.3s. He's fumbled it 27 times in 6 years, which is not ideal, but dude, he in how many carries? 1,900 carries, has never had a 20-yard run. Like, and if you're thinking like, oh, well, is that just how this game works? Dude, I looked at some other running backs. Other running backs have 20-yard runs. When he was in Seattle, he never ran the ball outside. What? Tampa Bay did it a little bit, didn't work. What is this? This is a weird career. Like, 'cause, you know, he was like this generational type of prospect. Like, his stats are insane and everything. But he's just never been, like, what you would have thought. He's been the opposite, honestly. He, instead of being like a low dosage explosive back, he's been like a workhorse at 5'7", 190, which is like not what you would have expected, especially looking at like 99 speed, 99 agility, but 59 strength and low trucking, but all of this. And he's got a crazy injury and toughness. But I'm thinking of the running backs that are available. He is gettable via trade. And I'm looking at our options here. LaMarcus Taylor is the best running back in the league, not named Bohr. If you want to still give that crown to Bohr, but LaMarcus Taylor is genuinely absurd. I mean, like, to average 4.3 a carry in his career in this game is pretty nice. Kavario Allen's just been a pure receiving back. Like, he has only carried the ball 600 times in 6 years, but he's caught nearly 400 passes. But he's not a good runner. The other running back that I think is really good, and it's somebody that I wanted previously, was Jakari Biggs, who's now 2 years into his career. And you can see, like, even he's had a 60-yard run, a 20-yard run this year, but he's averaged a career 3.1 a carry, 2 fumbles. Really talented, though, and probably, like, the long-term, maybe, you know, nicer player due to the fact that he's 24 years old and has a lot of talent here and, like, still a lot to develop. His stamina, though, is low. His toughness and injury are just okay. Wesley Cross is our Alvin Kamara. This is literally Alvin Kamara, by the way. Look at this. Just 900, 800 yards. Has never ran for 1,000 yards, but has, like, 800 receiving yards. So, like, cumulatively puts up 14, 15, 16, 1,700 yards, but gets a bunch of touchdowns, but never has at 1,000 yards anyway. He's 28. And then Marcus Jackson had 1,000 yards as a rookie. Darby Miles, they are not interested in trading for, even though I think Darby Miles would be awesome. Based on his skill set. 84 carrying, not ideal. 87 vision. Like, he's not... And 75 injury. Okay, maybe that doesn't fit what we're looking for, because the injury has been an issue. But I think our big options here. Ozzie Jones at 29 to try to put him in a different role, or Jakari Biggs, who has got a lot more tread on the tires, but maybe he is not somebody who should be a backup right now. Like, you can make the realistic argument of a team like the Buccaneers, who are on the decline little by little because they're getting older. I think Kellen Clemens left. They don't have a quarterback. And Ozzie's 29. You know how running backs get when they're 29. I think that makes a lot more sense as to why they would trade him. And that would be crazy to have the Bo Jackson and the Barry Sanders comps on the same team. And maybe we can turn him into a little bit more of a explosive runner in lower dosages. But worst comes to worst, Bo Jackson is cooked. And he just won't be the same. Ozzie Jones has been a workhorse in his career. It would be obviously a hefty price, but I was prepared to go and spend a hefty price regardless. Like, I was willing to spend our first round pick on a running back. Just because, like, we don't want to see what happens like last year. We don't want Pearson getting hurt and being stuck with Ashton Wilder and being stuck with Phil Moore, being stuck with AJ Bishop, being stuck with just literally anybody but a starting running back. So, looking at what we have here, the trades would require us to give up, I would say, Alfred Jefferson is what they really want. A third and a fourth. Alfred Jefferson, Phil Moore in a second. Alfred Jefferson in a second. So we'd have to give up a 89 overall tackle. We do have a tackle that we like. It was an 86 and young. And there was that tackle in the draft for Shante Diaz, who we did like as well. What do we think about just full sending it for Ozzie Jones? Also, we could give up Wally Riley, Richie Campbell, and a next year first. I'd rather just do I think the tackle's more replaceable, because he's got 90 potential, so he's kind of what he is what he is. And he was our worst offensive lineman last year. Still a nice player, but I don't think like an irreplaceable guy. We have 3/3 as well. So if I do that, Ozzie Jones has been welcomed to our team. That's interesting that we actually got that to go through pretty simply. So, I know that's maybe like the nuclear option of just saying, let's just go for Ozzie Jones, but I think it's a necessary thing here. So, Bohr's healed. What's his what's his health looking like? So his right leg is now at 88% at his best, which is, you know, not as good as having like 98%. Obviously, if Bohr is fine, he's going to be the starting running back. He's going to be our guy. Like, we're not looking to replace Bohr, but we want an insurance policy, and I think we're very well aware of the fact that I don't think he can get 360, 350 carries. We might just need to give him 250. And, well, with how much we run the ball, Pearson was a guy who was running for 150 touches, you know, as a backup, I'm pretty sure, when Bohr was around. Could Ozzy be 200 touches, maybe? And when Bohr gets knocked out, because Bohr will miss games, Ozzy can step in and give us 20 plus carries. He's done it in his entire career. And maybe we can change the narrative on Ozzy Jones, a guy who was supposed to be a Barry Sanders comp, but he's Barry Sanders without explosive runs, which is, you know, you take explosive runs from Barry, he's still probably a nice running back, but like, I mean, if you took away every 20-plus yard run Barry had in his career, would you consider him the greatest running back of all time? I don't think so. Maybe we could change the narrative a little bit on Ozzy Jones, and just off the sheer coolness of having Bohr and Ozzy, having Barry and Bo, at least comp-wise, in the backfield. I mean, look at the stats for them, like, just off pure talent. Both of them have 99 speed, 99 excel, 99 agility. Obviously, Bohr's going to have the 99 trucking, but hey, Ozzy has 99 elusiveness just like Bohr. He's got the 99 awareness. They both have good carrying. They both can catch. Ozzy's got better vision. They both have 99 spin and juke. And, well, you know, Bohr's 68 injury is a problem. Well, Ozzy's got 97 injury, so that should help us out. So if we're rocking into next season with Bohr, Jackson, Ozzy Jones, Fillmore I would prefer maybe as our fourth, and maybe pick up, like, if Ashton Wilder wants to come back and he's still in free agency, I'd bring Ashton Wilder back on a cheaper deal, and he could be the third running back, and then we go and pick up Nunn at fullback, which is, I will spend an asset to go and get Nunn at fullback. I've identified a player I like. So the 49ers have a really nice backup tight end who has a lot of potential. The issue is they have the best drafted tight end of this series in Danny Carey, and I would really like Marcus Langster on this team to help us out with some potential tight end, maybe depth, or just challenge straight up for the starting job. The issue is they actually want a pretty fair price. The issue is also, this draft class stinks for tight ends. Like, it's an awful draft class, which is why I'm even, like, looking at this. It's like just a terrible class. Ryan Steele in a fourth. I mean, we'd eat some penalties, but our third string D tackle that we just, you know, was a pick we were kind of forced into because we didn't have a trade down option, and then, you know, maybe who was going to play a bigger role for us, but then Anton Weaver came along, and Janoris Hutchinson was in the same draft class undrafted, so he's just kind of been, you know, stuck. We'll make that trade, though, and I'm happy to have that. So if you want to know also, we have a big issue. Getting Ozzy Jones and signing Tamba Hali back, it's hurt the cap a lot. The issue now we are running into is we only have $1 million, and that's not going to be enough to sign a draft pick. We could sign like a few like mid-late round picks, but no first round pick is taking $1 million or less. And when you're looking at our situation here, we can't really afford to release anybody. Now, excuse me, what do you mean? Wally Riley is a cheap player, but, like, I'm just trying to cut where I can. What do you mean the Eagles would give me a second-round pick for Wally Riley, our fourth-string corner? I mean, we don't need picks this year. Yeah, second-round pick for a backup corner? I know he's got a lot of potential, but he's a backup for us. He's not going to get that for us. So, interesting that we've now traded the Eagles, Wally Riley, and James Schenkel back. They have two of our former corners. But we have, like, 2 mil now? 2.2. Current penalties. The reason we have so much penalties is because of the Vince Young trade. Like, Vince Young and the Vince Young and Logan Mankins, because we made the trade up. And I knew we were going to be in a little bit of trouble making the moves that we did because we had to get our quarterback, and we paid him $10 million. We got penalties to get him in, but it's just it's really hurting us right now. I think maybe the course of action would just be trade D'Amico. He's 31. If somebody's got to go, one of our 3 linebackers, and like pretty clearly the worst one. Like, no disrespect to D'Amico, but obviously Freddie Bates and Mario Martinez are the dudes. Why? Okay, well, I'm not trading him to the Colts. First, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, second next year? Okay, now. So I can get the Eagles' 38th overall pick. That's better, I think, than getting the 75th pick in the 4th rounder. So we'll go with the Eagles trade. And what does that do for us financially? And we'll have $6 million. That's room to breathe. Okay. $6 million. I know that really does stink to get rid of D'Amico Ryans, but like, we had to cut out something. Yeah, the Tom Bahali contract was probably a mistake. But like, even if it was like, oh, we'll sign DeMarcus Ware would also have been pretty expensive for us. It would have been 7 instead of 8 mil in here. Luke Locke is the issue. Luke Locke is really the issue, man. We just can't get rid of him. We just can't. Like, that's what stinks. Luke Locke's contract is just too dang big, and we can't get rid of him until at least next year. So we have some decent picks. The issue will be trying to sign all of them. What I am going to do for this draft is I'm probably going to do a lot of trading down, trying to accumulate like day 3 picks and fill out the roster with just kind of dart throws, and hope that, we land some of them. But yeah, we're going to have to really watch what we spend here. It is draft time, and we are going to see what the rest of the league kind of shapes out to be. We're not going to be making any trades up. I can promise you that. We will not be making any big-time draft selections. It's going to let the board fall where it may. I don't even know if we will for sure make a selection in the first round. The biggest trade up you might get is we might trade like a few spots in the 20s. Maybe. That's probably it, unless, like, if there's a player we really want. But for the most part, we're going to let this play out. Jaguars have the number 1 overall pick. They have literally nothing at quarterback, and they have their selection at the quarterbacks that they want. Let's see who they go with.
Nico Buchanan is a great pure cover corner out of the University of Michigan. He's 5'11", 188 with 4.3 speed and a 45-inch vertical. Buchanan has natural cover skills, taking top receivers right out of the game. He doesn't like to press at the line of scrimmage, but he doesn't have to with his speed. This kid is probably the best defensive player to come out of Michigan since Charles Woodson, so there'll be a lot expected of him. I think this kid can come in and be this team's top cornerback next year.
Okay. So rather than a potential force of a quarterback, they just say, we don't like the quarterbacks, we'll just take Nico Buchanan. I don't love it just for the fact that Nico's 25? Interesting. Meanwhile, the Texans, they did get a quarterback. They got one of, if not the best available quarterback. They got Josh Johnson, who's an 89 overall, and we'll see who they pair with Josh Johnson. They let Andre Johnson go. Maybe they need a receiver, if there's any at the top of the board.
Oscar Jamison came out of high school the same year that Rayshon Highsmith did, but Jamison didn't redshirt any year. It's almost impossible to categorize how much this kid meant to the Georgia Tech squad. In his first year, he rushed for 1,450 yards, and Georgia Tech won 9 games, which was 5 more than the year before. The offense completely ran around this kid over the next 2 years, and he averaged almost 7 yards a carry over his career. He has excellent power, agility, speed, and he uses an array of jukes to get by defenders. These guys need the spark in the running game, and I think that Jamison is the guy to do it.
These dang Texans just can't help themselves. They just got to take a running back like every year, man. Sure, I mean, they didn't need a quarterback. Seahawks, they do need a quarterback, though. I don't know. The quarterbacks were projected to go at the top, especially, and you got like the potential bust guy in Cook. You got the guy Hobson, who's comp to Brady, who looks like he's the best, and then there's another guy. Where are they like? Because there's another guy, yeah, Rusty Cisse, who I don't know anything about, but he doesn't look awful. All right, well, let's see if the Seahawks go quarterback. Oh, they do, and he's not a draft story. Okay, Rusty Cisse, third overall, 6'5" out of Oklahoma. I don't know his accuracy, but he has good learning, good athletics, and he was the #1 rated prospect. I would imagine he's probably not bad. #4 overall pick, the Raiders. They also need a quarterback. Their quarterback situation has been garbage year after year. They go with one of them.
There have been some great teams in Berkeley over the past couple of seasons, and a lot of that is thanks to Jonathan Cook. This kid is 6'3", he's athletic, and he has a very good arm. Cook threw for 3,500 yards last year, and he was the runner-up for the Heisman Trophy. On his passes, he sets up nicely and throws the ball with good accuracy. Inconsistency, though, is a concern. At times, he looks unstoppable, and other times, he looks like he can't hit the water from a sailboat in the middle of the ocean. Although this kid will likely be a backup next season, he should adjust effectively to the pro game.
Dude. This dude's his comp was Jamarcus Russell. And the Raiders took him. I don't know, man. He seems like such a boomer bust, but it is what it is. The Panthers, year after year, poor Alex Hurst is having like a more extreme version of Matthew Stafford, just being a talented player. They go and draft Champ Pearson, a wide receiver. I don't know why they would draft a wide receiver. They have Larry Fitzgerald. We traded them Ray Hendrickson. Maybe Steve Smith retired. That wouldn't be surprising if Steve Smith retired, but they didn't. Receiver was far from their biggest need. But, hey, give Alex Hurst another weapon. Let's see what happens there. No draft story for him. Eagles at 6. They made the big move last year for Vince Young. It did not work. They passed up on Augustus Gordon to trade for Vince Young, and now how do you help Vince Young out? I mean, you had the #2 pick last year. You went up to the #6 pick this year. What do? Another non-draft story. It is Jawan Williams. Oh, yeah, this is the dude who had 97 speed at defensive end. Okay, I don't hate the pick. I do think he's really good. Patriots at 7. In the post-Brady era, they trotted out Josh Betts. Wait, no. There's a quarterback literally comp to Brady, who's projected to go #7. Dude, they're going to get the Brady clone. I mean, I don't know if he's actually a Brady clone, but he's comp to Brady. Oh, what?
Here's a guy that needs no introduction. Rashawn Highsmith was the most highly touted running back coming out of high school, and he is now the most highly touted running back coming out of college. There's no doubt this kid lived up to his billing. After redshirting a year, Highsmith came in during his freshman year and rushed for 1,600 yards for 16 touchdowns. Last year, he rushed for 2,000 yards with 22 touchdowns, and he got a Heisman Trophy to boot. At 6'4", 240, Highsmith is one of the biggest backs in college football, and he has 4.4 speed and very good hands to supplement the size. Overall, this kid is the real deal. He's a can't miss at running back.
I thought they'd go the quarterback. This team did lose Lawrence Maroney in free agency. Rashawn Highsmith. I guess they're going to run the offense through him. They didn't like the quarterbacks at the top of the board. Packers at #8. Another potential QB team. They're open to trading the 8th overall pick. So we have our first potential trade situation. We could move up if we wanted to. It'd be a pretty hefty package. The Colts and the Panthers want to move up. Whoa. The Colts have moved up to #8 after an AFC championship. Who do the Colts want at 8? Junior Chavez, maybe. I don't think they'd pick Seth Sims. They wouldn't pick quarterback. Would they pick a receiver? They have an old receiving core. Would they pick Brock Shelton? That would be scary. Brock Shelton's the scariest outcome. And they picked a running back. Oh, they picked Troy Webster. Huh. I'm gonna be real. I don't like that trade for them. I don't like that trade at all for the Colts. What'd they give up? That's a big thing here. They probably give up a lot. 8th pick for 29 and their first next year. That's a lot to give up. Cardinals at number 9. Oh, they go Shelton. Washington made some splashes in free agency, and we'll see what they do with the draft as well. Wow, they're really making their secondary. They're going all in on the secondary. They got Ike Fletcher. They got in some other players. Demetrius Harrison, cornerback. Vikings at 11. The quarterback, Hobson, is falling. Will the Vikings pick him up? No. Another non-draft story. Shannon Castle, Syracuse corner. The Chargers have Phillip Rivers for now. The next 2 teams have quarterbacks. Maybe you draft a successor to Rivers, though, or not. Another corner, John Lacey. I don't imagine the Dolphins would pick quarterback. They have Dwayne Anthony. They go wide receiver, Fuller. That makes sense. Shelton Fuller. Okay. The Jets. The Jets need a quarterback. This makes all the sense in the world. I think the mock had them taking a quarterback too, right? Yeah, the mock had the Jets taking Hobson. I think this is where they're going. Yep. Quarterback. Brody Hobson out of Penn State. So the quarterbacks have gone. All 3 of the quarterbacks have gone now. On the board right now at 15, Junior Chavez is still here, who's really good, had the most bench reps in the combine. 23 is a really nice D tackle. Travis Conley also, he's really good, we know that. And Rashanti Diaz at 23, we know he's got 92 potential. So there's some nice players here. Where's the fullback on the board? 96. I think we can take him in the second round, though. Like, he's projected to go kind of around the second round area. So, Bears at 15. Go Carey. Daniel Carey, Boise State. Draft stories are kind of lacking this year. Steelers at 16. They want to trade. And they didn't like their trade options. They go Xavier Franklin, who was mentioned as a draft story. We scouted him. His development his potential wasn't that high. Bengals at 17. There you go.
Junior Chavez is a very powerful interior lineman out of the University of Texas. He has excellent lower body strength, good quickness, lots of athleticism. This guy, a native of Mexico, threw the shot put for the Mexican Olympic team, so there's no denying his power. Because he has somewhat limited football experience, he has questionable instincts and play recognition, but it's just a matter of time before he overcomes this and becomes a very dominant run stopper in the NFL.
I really like that pick. I mean, he was the guy who was projected to go 3, got him at 17. I think 3 is maybe a little rich, but getting him outside the top 10 I think is a really good deal. So Browns at 18, they want to trade. Niners trade up, and they will go with a linebacker, Roland Michaels. Falcons at 19. Running back, so that's our 4th running back off the board, Donald Wilcox. Panthers at 20. So the Panthers have 2 firsts, and they go with a good one. Travis Conley, no story on him, but we know he's good. He was the dude who had the 6 interceptions in 1 month for Tulane, and was one of the few players in this class with no strong weaknesses. It's a really good pick for the Panthers. Maybe 2 first-rounders picking potentially 2 good players. This can help turn the Panthers around for once. Browns at 21, they want to trade. And they will go wide receiver. They didn't like their trade. Sylvan Martin. Chiefs at 22, coming off a playoff appearance. Trade down. Buccaneers trade up. They go running back, Cole Sealy. So getting 7 years younger at running back, adding some assets, getting a right tackle. I think that kind of makes some sense here. You know, maybe they were just kind of they're transitioning into a new era of their team with no quarterback because they don't have a quarterback. Their kind of championship window is shut, I feel like, unless they can get a nice quarterback. Or maybe Sealy's a beast for them. Bills. They lost a few players. They still have Noah Wyoming, I think, at quarterback. They need a running back still. And they go, okay, Rashante Diaz did not make it to our pick. We know he has 92 potential. That's a really good pick for this team. To pair with Jason Peters on the left side, that's really good. Cowboys at 24. They go with Sims. So we know Seth Sims has 90 potential. He's an alright player. I think that's more appropriate. I think Diaz should have went higher. So I think that makes sense. Giants at 25. Running back, Dusty Rose. Not Dusty Rhodes. Rose. Notre Dame running back. Lions, one pick before us. Linebacker Ben Greer, who was really good. He was comped to Brian Urlacher, I think. We're not taking a tight end. The tight ends stink in this class. So we're at the 27th pick. Available to us are a couple of tackles we did not scout. This dude's terrible. This dude, not great. Don't like this tight end. You don't need a receiver in the first round. There's another quarterback here. We don't need a quarterback, obviously. Right end, Richard Seymour comp. Good athlete. Not thrilled about taking the first round. D tackle, we... Warren Sapp comp with... I mean, he actually is pretty solid, and he's 23. That's a pretty nice player. I really think we should trade down, though, and get some quantity over quality, because remember, we only have $6 million to our name. We need a lot of players to fill out the roster, and I don't think there's anyone here that I want to take. No one really fell that I like. I would imagine the trades are not going to be ideal for us, but actually, a Niners trade's not bad. To move down, we get a third and a fourth. Yeah, I actually don't think that's that bad. I mean, I don't think there's anybody in the top 50 that I'm, like, dying to have, so this is going to be a rare year for us. We're not making a first-round selection. We're going to move down. We're going to make a lot of picks, a lot of cheap picks. I think that's the way to go for this roster with how our cap situation and all the penalties that we have with the trades that we made last year. We're kind of eating the loss here. Also, Boar Jackson's injury had kind of caused us to make a move for Ozzie Jones. That is also a part of it. There's no draft stories here. The Denver Broncos, Super Bowl champions at the end, will want to trade down, and they don't like their trades. They will go and select Jamal Coles. There was not a lot of draft stories in that first round. I would imagine the fullback's going to be a draft story, so I'll show you if there's any other draft stories, but there just wasn't a lot. So we're at the board here, 38th overall pick. You can trade down. The same cast of characters are still here. I mean, we just know the tackles aren't good. And this dude compared to Kyle Van Den Bosch, he's just a very well-rounded, fine player. Don't think we need to take him. Again, the tight ends are so bad. Keem Rose, not really a great guard. I don't know. This is a pretty, like, iffy draft class. Maybe I just don't have the right players scouted, or maybe I just did a bad job. Maybe I picked the wrong pro days to attend or something, but I'm not loving a lot of what's on the board right now. Like, there's just kind of a bunch of whatever. Do we just take the fullback now? Take the fullback now? Ugh, that's a crazy high pick to spend. They said he's gonna go second round. He's literally an 87 overall prospect. He's one of the best talents on the board. He's just lower because he's a fullback, and that's positional value. I know I might get cooked for this, but hey, it's a fullback in our offense. I want the generational fullback, the best fullback prospect you can find. Give me, with our first pick in the draft, Kyle Nunn.
Kyle Nunn is a very versatile prospect out of the University of Nebraska. At 6'2", 275, Nunn is almost like an extra tackle out on the field who can catch and run the ball. He's great as a goal line runner who can be used kind of like Mike Allstott was at fullback. He can catch the ball, he runs good routes, and he's a hard guy to bring down. It's not often that you see a fullback go this high in the draft, but this kid deserves it.
I mean, I know he's a fullback, but he's a special one. And, hey man, like, could we play him? He might be straight up a better tight end prospect than any of the other tight ends. Like, I might get real creative with what we do with him. Like, depending on what his full skill set is, we could get real creative here. And I think that adds a little bit of a dimension to this offense, because remember when I was going through the last couple of seasons with Daniel Graham and Lorenzo Neal, I was really prioritizing these, like, exterior, I called them luxury pickups, where it's like, you know, you don't need a great fullback, you don't need an elite blocking side, and you don't need those. Those are luxuries to have good ones. But I think, like, this is a luxury pick to the highest degree, and that is one that, like, we are set up for a long time with. Like, he's 24 years old, and I think he's going to be really good on this offense. Like, he may not score a bunch of touchdowns, though. He may not do a bunch of that stuff, but, like, I think it's a value pick. And I think actually making a trade with the Super Bowl champions, I know, obviously, that this would mean that this is going to be presumably a late second-round pick, but trading our second-round pick this year for a second-round pick next year, and picking up a... Can we get an additional fifth instead? Okay, no, we can get second round next year, but also pick up a sixth this year. I think that's kind of more what I wanted. I said I wanted a premium pick this year, or next year, and then, like, a late round pick or two. The 100s for prospects. Like, I don't know what it is. Oh my goodness, the Dolphins second rounder? The Dolphins aren't that good, though. The Dolphins second rounder is even better than the Broncos second rounder. Or we can get a bunch of just stuff from the Steelers. The Dolphins second rounder is pretty good. The Colts, that's actually also a good trade from the Colts. I don't know if we want to make a trade with the Colts, but I can get just stuff from the Steelers, or I can get maybe the best individual pick with the Dolphins. I think we kind of do need just stuff. Like, we do kind of just need stuff, so... you know what, no, I'm gonna go with the second round pick. I think we can... It's gonna be a lot easier to accumulate 4th, 5th, and 6th round picks than it will be to get a second next year. So 2 seconds next year is what we've got. We're finally gonna make a selection here. I did make another trade at some point. I got, like, an extra 7th round pick to move down a couple of spots, but we're gonna go with this one right here. Derek McGee, whose biggest thing is upside. Alan Faneca comp, like, a really good player. Like, better than some of the first round linemen that were taken, I think. So I think this is a really good pick. And I said the board didn't pick up until, like, the 100s. He was, like, top 110. So, like, we're going to start to make some selections now. Next pick we're going to make, it is Justin Barksdale, a defensive tackle who is purely just big man in the middle, strong, slow. He is just going to be D-tackle depth, maybe more of like a Janoris Hutchinson type of backup, where he's more of like the run stuffer type. We don't have a third D-tackle. We really need the depth, so we are going to make that selection. Next pick we're making, also in the 3rd round, 90th pick. You know, the reason why we're going to be able to have a draft class is due to getting rid of D'Amico Ryan. It's obviously unfortunate, but it is what it is. You got to make some sacrifices. Jamar Griffey, out of Grambling State, a 23-year-old linebacker, has some solid skills, maybe lacks in athleticism. We'll see what he's got to him with his full skill set. It's going to be a pick here at 90. We're going to select Kendall Forbes now, Nicholas State. Pass rushing, you know, backup end. Sounds nice to me. I mean, there's going to be plenty of players that we take that we're not going to know a lot about, because, like, we're just taking so many, like, late round guys. Just to give you an update with what we're looking at picks. We still don't have a 5th rounder. I would like to have a 5th, but we have 3 7s, 3 6s. I still feel like we kind of need just a little bit more. I mean, that's not bad from the Colts to just give us a couple more 6s, but I'd like a 5th rounder in here somewhere. They don't have any other offers for us. Alright, we might be making a selection here. There's no real other trades. I can get... Yeah, just little stuff for next year. Yeah, we'll just make a selection. Well... You know, no, we'll take the Colts deal. we'll just make a lot of 6th round picks. We did make the move up because the top receiver on the board is someone who does interest me. The White Brockers, his biggest thing is upside. Not overly fast, but seems like for a 6'4 guy, could be like a very competent depth receiver, which is what we need. So I want to take that other running back, if you remember. Oh my goodness. He had 92 spin move, 84 juke. He was one of like the random running backs I just kind of threw on to a Senior Bowl workout for, so I was able to get this info from him. I only went after him because like he was one of the few running backs that wasn't comp to Derek Ward, and that's kind of like a deterrent. If you're comp to Derek Ward, just don't go after you. So 95 speed at 6'4", 240. That's pretty similar to Highsmith, but just like scaled down a lot. So this dude's kind of like budget Highsmith, which I think is interesting for us. We'll take that and see if we can maybe he has a similar type of like developmental skill set. I'll take tight end depth wherever I can maybe find a potentially decent player. This is actually somebody who's got some athleticism and can catch. 6'5" out of Rutgers. Like, that's actually a pretty nice skill set. Emmanuel Greer. You know, usually the tight ends either can't catch to save their life or just slow as dirt. He can catch and is kind of mobile. We do need some backup lineman spots as well. We have, I think, like no backup lineman across the board, which is why I wanted a lot of late round picks to get some depth. Denard Addis is going to be the backup center. But he's a year older, if that matters. I think I'll go Tyrell Luke. Another safety, also just, again, backup spot, Dean Abbott out of Columbia was going to be the pick. We're in the 7th round here. Like, this is purely just get the depth on this team. Cheap depth, that's all we want. Okay, this is a pretty odd player. Jordan Savage out of Brown. So we know he's going to be smart. He has no third weakness. His hands are not... I don't know if they're good or not. 68 catching isn't good, but he has 96 spec catch. So he can only make highlight reel catches. We'll take him. I do find it really interesting that the number 76 overall player is still here. Like, who is like so much like higher projected than everybody else. Just for the fact that I still need backup offensive linemen, I'm just going to take him because why not? And that's going to be our final pick of the draft. I thought it was just really curious that he was there. So we see the progress report as we get to the end of the preseason. So we'll take you through. There's not going to be like a lot of like top guys, but you know, a lot of quantity, a lot of depth over quality players, and maybe some of them will hit for us. So undrafted guard, Nick Graham, left guard. So we got a left and right guard that are both kind of whatever. Emmanuel Greer, I thought looked pretty decent at tight end. It looks like he's probably not going to be anything special. Yeah, just a third string tight end. That's fine. Center we drafted, backup 81 potential. Dean Abbott, another late pick, 83 potential. A undrafted corner, 84. Jeremiah Hall was the like last pick of our draft who was projected to go like 70. He's 84 potential, that's fine. Tyrell Luke, 84 potential. Jamar Griffey has 85 potential. The White Brockers. I'm not showing you all of the guys because I don't think you care about like certain players that have like no real chance of ever becoming anything. But for Jamar Griffey, you know, he'll actually be competent. You know, he will have like okay awareness and play rec. He's just not a great athlete and probably will never be able to cover, but he could rush the passer. So maybe there's a future there. Dwight Brockers. This was one of two receivers that we took. This was the guy who had not a lot of athleticism, but this is kind of what I wanted for a backup receiver anyway. Like, he doesn't need to be a special athlete, doesn't need to be anything crazy. His 98 spec catch, 85 catch in traffic, his 58 release now, but it can go all the way up to 90, so there's still a lot of room for growth. I just want my backup receivers to be able to catch the ball when they get put in. That's all I really care about. Jordan Savage, the other wide receiver who had crazy spec catch as well. He's got 86 potential, a little bit better of an athlete, but his regular catching is low, but it can go all the way up to 97. His route running's already maxed, though. His catch and traffic is already maxed, so he can have good hands, good spec catch, kind of just okay release, okay catch and traffic, okay route running. So again, I think another fine backup receiver. Kendall Forbes, a 86 overall for potential. He will be just a finesse rusher, can eventually get to the point where he can tackle, will be able to maybe stop the run. Okay, 80 plus awareness. Just, again, another fine player. Here's Kyle Nunn. I was hoping for a little bit higher on the potential. But day one, he's an 82 fullback, which for fullbacks is relatively high. He's going to have 82 speed, 84 excel. That's just kind of what he is as an athlete. 78 agility, 76 strength. But 93 trucking at base can go up to 97. 86 elusiveness can go up to 87. His 60 awareness now can have 91. 75 carrying can have 82. 71 catching can have 80 catching at fullback. How about 91 impact block with 94 as his max? Run block's pretty low, but can go up to 82. 80 run block strength, 80 run block footwork. We don't really care about pass blocking for our fullback, but 96 injury, 98 toughness, 88 stamina. He's not as crazy as I thought he would be, but, like, again, it's a fullback, and he costed us, his contract was, like, $1 million a year. That's what the fullback that we got rid of, franchise tagged, and then cut to keep him, or get him, that's what he cost. He cost just shy of $1 million, so, like, it's the same price, and he's a better fullback, and he does have skills to him, so I'm fine with that. Justin Barksdale, pleasant surprise. Anyone really up here is a kind of a pleasant surprise since they were all third-round picks or worse, but 89 potential. He's 82 overall day one. He will not be able to rush the passer, and I even said that when I drafted him. He's more of a Janoris Hutchinson backup. Can have 91 tackling, 85 block shed, 94 pursuit, 89 play rec, 93 awareness. He has 91 strength, 56 speed, though. He's just not an athlete, but as a third-string D-tackle, we're happy with that. Willie Seeley, the, Highsmith kind of scaled-down version of him. 6'4", 244 at running back, 95 speed, 97 excel, 95 agility. He has 77 trucking, 80 elusiveness. All of that is just kind of at its ceiling already. But he has 40 awareness, can go up to 88. 76 carrying, can go up to 88. Bulk carrier vision, 72, can go up to 83. Oddly enough, he's this big but can't stiff arm. He can spin, he can juke a little, and he's not a durable player. So, backup running back, fine. I think he's a little bit more exciting maybe than Fillmore as a third stringer. Derek McGee, who I thought was the best prospect that we took because he was compared to Alan Faneca, I kicked him up to right tackle. He has the same potential at guard that he does at tackle, so he's an 86 overall day one and could really just be our starting tackle if we wanted him to. 86 run block can be 92. He's got the footwork. That's pretty fine. Pass block can go up to 88. He's already maxed out for pass block strength. Pass block footwork can be 96, which is really impressive. Can go up to 90 awareness. The only thing about him is he lacks strength and speed. He's just a non-athlete, which is why he was somebody who fell in the draft. We got 90 potential. How about Ryan Harper, a safety out of Kentucky? That's pretty nice. A 90 potential safety. 93 zone coverage at its max. He's got decent athleticism. Can have 93 tackling. And yeah, for a first safety off the bench, we'll take it. How about Freddie Bassett, too? A defensive end who I think he might have been undrafted. One of the guys we just scooped up. He is on the other end of the spectrum of a D lineman that we took. All pass rush. He has 78 power, 85 finesse, but that power move can go all the way up to 94. He has can get up to 90 tackling, 89 hit power, 94 block shed, 89 awareness, 92 play rec, 95 awareness. Not super strong, but 78 speed and 89 excel is definitely doable. I know he's got 90 potential, which is just equal to these two guys, but he definitely looks like the most talented player that we were able to grab. So, we didn't grab any superstar caliber players, but this was a team that just needed to fill out a lot of players. All these guys are going to be backups except Kyle Nunn, who's a fullback. All these guys are backups. So for this to be our entire group of depth here, I think that's pretty good. Obviously stinks that we had to get rid of D'Amico Ryans, but we just made the budget work. How much did we get left over? I said $6 million for the whole class. We managed to get it with just about $500,000 to spare. We're gonna have some more money next year, 32 million with whoever else we got to re-sign. But here is what the team will look like going into the next season, where we are primed to go and make a run. And last year was like, exceeded expectations type of season. This year, there's no like, oh, we're like on the low end of expectations with a rookie quarterback. Or no. Augustus Gordon is a beast. We should be good. Running back shouldn't be an excuse. Bor Jackson will resume the starting job. I know his overall is lower than Ozzie. He will resume the starting job because he has been the best running back in the league when he's been healthy. But Ozzie Jones will be here. I don't want him wearing number 47. That looks really ugly on him. 26, 27, 31. We'll go with 26 for him, just to give him something better. We'll also have Willie Seeley, who can be like a third string, Mitch Fillmore, fourth string, Kyle Nunn at fullback, Camion Walker, Torrey Edwards at wide receiver, Richie Campbell. So the top three are the same, but we get some different depth down there. Tight end, we're going to start Marcus Lankster, probably, and then Rocky Jones will be the 2. At tackle, Cato, guard, Kramer, center, Emmanuel, right guard, John Onken, and at right tackle, I think we could just start Derek McGee, who's going to be on a 3-year deal rather than Jerry Tillman's 1-year deal, and he's got 1 higher potential. Also, our right tackle last season allowed like 10 sacks compared to everybody else only allowing like 1 or 2. Derek McGee seems to have like some of the best pass blocking skills on our team already day one. Tamba Hali brought back, and already Freddie Bassett is a higher overall than Walt Daniels. Both of them have the same potential. But Bassett's an undrafted player, so I'm going to roll with Walt Daniels just because he is the first-round pick on a 4-year deal rather than a 1-year expiring contract where he might have to get paid. We'll see if we end up keeping him around, but Anton Weaver, we were able to keep him at D-tackle, Janoris Hutchinson, and Justin Barksdale to be the backup, and, Barksdale is literally an inch shorter, the same weight. Like, these guys are literally, like, Barksdale's an exact backup to Janoris Hutchinson. Linebacker, it's the only place where we really took a hit this year, because we still have Freddie Bates, still have Mario Martinez. At right outside linebacker, though, no longer do we have a D'Amico Ryans level player. We have Quincy Edwards. Maybe we make a move there with what little cap space we have, plus, maybe cutting a player or something to try to go and grab a linebacker, but I think I'm fine there regardless. Jabari Gordon, number 1 corner. Rick Foley, number 2. Luke Locke, number 3. And we still have a guy like Lance Barnes at 4 and an undrafted guy at 5. Safety, Michael Griffin and Andrew Woods. So overall, not only that, we have 4 second-round picks for next season. So some nice draft capital as well. The offseason was not over the top, like with a lot of additions here. We lost a star player in D'Amico Ryans, but we were able to retain Tamba Hali in a couple of like key, value areas. Even if it wasn't the same exact players, we were still able to like get the depth that we wanted. We got a fullback, and we got Ozzie Jones, who should make this running game a lot more exciting because we will not have the issue unless both of them go and get hurt. But Ozzie Jones was a guy who literally has never gotten hurt, really, and is like the workhorse back of the league. That's our big addition, and that's what we're hanging our hats on, that we're going to be able to run the ball better than we did. A big mystery for this season will be, is Bor Jackson, did that injury cook his career? He's a 27-year-old running back coming off a major injury on the final year of his contract. That is a lot to take in. Will he be up to the task? Will he still be Bor Jackson of old, coming off of now not playing football for over a year? Or will we have to maybe put him more as a backup and Ozzie Jones is the starter? I hope you guys all enjoyed, though. I think overall I'm really happy with how the season turned out, and I am so happy with what Augustus Gordon has turned into. Already a 94 overall quarterback. You can argue from a pure talent perspective, maybe the best quarterback in the league. I mean, the best quarterback in the league is a 95 overall, and he is right there with them all. And it's going to be exciting to see us come back and compete for a Super Bowl championship and try to get ring number 2 in this series and open up that new era of success and contention. So, like I said, hope you all enjoyed. Like, comment, and subscribe, as all that stuff is much appreciated. And I'll see you guys all in the next one.